Chapter 1400 Skull Island. Chapter 1400 Skull Island. Underscore at this moment, Yin was on edge between life and death. Yin had turned into a starlight beam and moved zigzag across the dark, cold sea domain of nihility. Sometimes he flashed and disappeared, crossing many blind corners of spatial blind spots. The masked woman couldn't figure out his location. Sometimes, the starlight disappeared as if it had mingled with the void in this vast sea or stars, leaving no trace. He didn't dare to stop and rest for even a second. The phantom masked woman was like his shadow that never left him. Every time he slightly relaxed his nerves, the shadow approached instantly. A cold energy that chilled his heart seeped over from a long distance. After each minute, Yin could feel the resentment and the murderous intention from the masked woman increase. The long pursuit didn't wear out her patience. It didn't make her think about giving it up. It only made her will stronger. Mwah! Little brother, don't run. Jie promises to treat you well. You don't need to run across the entire sea. You are wasting your energy. Also, you're predestined to not be able to hide. How long can your cultivation base endure wasting energy? It'll drain one day. The masked woman giggled, her voice soft and tender. However, it was like a cold saber in Yin's ears. The masked woman of the Phantom clan massively resented Yin. Her laughter became more tender and charming with the hope of making Yin relax for a while. An expert with exquisite space power Upanishad was a nightmare to chase. Yin had a profound cultivation base. His power Upanishads, his resolution, his patience, and vigilance were all outstanding. After this perpetual pursuit, the masked woman also admired him. She was astounded because of his toughness and the pure, abundant energy he had. Yin obviously had just reached the immortal realm. With his current realm and power, he should have been drained to death during this long pursuit. However, until now, Yin was still vigorous like a dragon or tiger. He didn't look like his power was about to run out. It surprised the masked woman a lot. She didn't know, because of her massacre on Dragon Lizard Continent, that many hiding aliens were killed. Yin had taken in their essence chi after they died. The reason why Yin could endure the whole pursuit was because of the essence chi from the dead. His energy was still abundant, and his god power ancient tree was still crystal and sparkling. Anyway, eventually, the refined energy from his acupuncture points was almost drained. As he didn't have time to gather energy or cultivate, he had only consumed energy all the time. Even if he had more energy, he could use it all in one day. Yin and the masked woman had come to the point where they competed with patience and endurance. When Yin found no more energy from the acupuncture points, he immediately swallowed 2 congealing spirit pellets that Yun had given him. When the pellets dissolved in his body, a new flow of energy flooded him. He became vigorous one more time. At the same time, he intended to show his whereabouts. Then, he tore the space curtain to teleport right after that. The masked woman looked so cold. When she found that Yin was running out of energy, he suddenly refilled it. This struck her confidence hard. Yin had stealthily attacked her on Dragon Star Continent. The world-within-world explosions had damaged her snow lotus and consumed a large amount of her energy. After a long pursuit, she had consumed a lot of her god power. If she wasn't in third sky of immortal realm with profound and pure energy, she would not have endured until now. She wasn't content with this chase. Being an expert at the peak of immortal realm, she was using her best power to chase after a small warrior who had just entered the immortal realm. If she didn't succeed, it was going to humiliate her for the rest of her life. Thus, even if she had to endure more wounds, she still gritted her teeth to endure. She had to capture Yin and then torment him to death. Yin began to worry. The 2 congealing spirit pellets were his last methods. After he had used up the energy from the 2 pellets, he had to depend on the energy in his god power ancient tree to continue running away. Along his way, he needed to use a huge amount of energy for each teleport. If he didn't have the energy from the acupuncture points, he would have been drained to death already. Thus, seeing the masked woman chase behind him, he had to teleport all the time. If he didn't, she could catch up to him quickly. Feeling the god power draining, he knew that he couldn't dodge this kappa. It was just like what the masked woman had told him. When the Phantom Clan masked woman knew he had dark energy, she wanted to recruit him and make him the male guest of her Phantom Clan. However, as soon as she found that he had a wisp of a soul of an absolute beginning creature, she changed her mind. Just like Dragon Lizard, she was at the peak of a mortal realm. She just needed to control dark energy to break through to territory ancestor realm. She just needed to kill Yin and then refine him to stimulate the absolute beginning creature soul. That's how she could seize the chance to enter the territory ancestor realm. It was much more attractive than taking him to the Phantom Clan and making him their distinguished guest. No matter what, Yin had to run continuously. Otherwise, he would be killed and refined. The sea domain of Nihility had countless asteroids, broken pieces of stars, cosmic dust, and debris everywhere. Yin could see many pieces of broken continents. A massive island was flashing and floating in the dark void ahead of him. That island was pale white. When it emerged, it had some kind of energy that made it hide one more time. Yin had good senses to capture strange things. He pondered and then accelerated toward that island. Piercing through a thick layer of pale white mist, he appeared in the atmosphere of the island. Shortly after, the gravity that was hundreds of times stronger applied to him. He felt grumblingly like a meteor on the island. He dug a cave on the island. Crawling out of the cave, he urged his power to move dozens of meters. Looking at the vast land, the mountains and ditches, he was frightened. This island was so massive it was around 10 times bigger than the Immortal Island. At first glance, the entire island was filled with wild bones. Yin could see humanoid skeletons, beast skeletons, and alien skeletons. Most of them weren't complete. They were smashed into pieces and scattered around the island. Vaguely, some of them had created some sort of formation. When Yin was observing the surroundings, the masked woman from the Phantom Clan reached this island. The island looked different in her eyes. She concentrated on it and found the entire island a massive skull moving in the void. It had 2 hollow eye sockets and a massive mouth, which were 3 bottomless caves. U.P. Dated by Novel Full. Calm, the massive skull island shook and released strange and evil waves of energy. It looked like the skull was adjusting something to prevent people from seeing it. The Skull Island of the White Bone Clan. The masked woman was surprised and hesitant. She knew that this Skull Island was the territory of the White Bone Clan. If she intruded it, she could cause a dispute and offend the members of the White Bone Clan. However, she wasn't content. She had chased after him for a long time. She wasn't going to let him go from here. After hesitating for a while, she called sternly, Mei of the Phantom Clan, I want to land on the island for a matter. I wonder which friend from the White Bone Clan is staying on this island? She revealed her identity and called toward the floating Skull Island. Lit, a charming woman, concubine or female entertainer. The Skull Island was still flashing. The empty sockets shimmered with bizarre lights. No one answered her. Then, I'm sorry for offending, Mei thought, and then called out gently. She headed toward the massive Skull Island. Through the pale white mist, her sexy body landed on the island. Although the gravity here was hundreds of times stronger, she was still floating and slowly descending like a fairy. Her cold eyes raked around to search. She didn't see Yin. She snorted and used her soul consciousness to check. Her soul consciousness was like a thick mesh net lowering from the sky to cover every small corner. The island appeared as a skull with countless piles of white bones in different sections. At this moment, while Mei was releasing her soul consciousness to search, her soul energy seemed to activate some kind of gravitational formation. She saw 3 spots where white bones with strange and malicious aura shimmering gathered. The hollow sockets of the massive skull suddenly sparkled in white, eccentric lights. It flashed and then disappeared. I'm here just to find a person. I'm not going to disturb your cultivating time. Please forgive me. Meiji seemed afraid of the White Bone clan a lot. While using her soul consciousness to search, she screamed tenderly to show that she didn't have any evil intention and that she had no choice but to land on the island. Swish! Meiji's sexy body swayed and then flew toward a pile of white bones. Boom! 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 The white bones were smashed, and it revealed Shuriyen. He immediately urged his power Upanishad to teleport. Boom! A strange energy grumblingly released from the thick white mist above his head. The space was bound to so many layers of clouds. Shuriyen's space power Upanishad was restricted. He couldn't build a space bridge to teleport. He stood up and looked at Meiji coming with a faint smile. His eyes suddenly filled with brutal and savage intention. Then I should risk my life in a nice battle. Roaring like a caged animal, his god power surged all. At the same time, he stimulated the power of his blood. The bone wings appeared on his back while armor with spikes covered his body. Shuriyen decided not to retain anything in this battle. He was going to urge the death power Upanishad and swallow power Upanishad to the acme. To save his life, he wasn't going to hesitate to pay any price. A brutal, murderous aura shot out of his body. While his thoughts were changing, the death and life power Upanishad circulated first. Shortly after, the soul burial field of death power Upanishad was created. Magically, billions of twinkling light dots flew out from countless pieces of bones. They were like fireflies or raindrops that congregated on Shuriyen. Meiji swiftly came forward. With begrudging eyes, she couldn't help but furrow her brows. I said, I don't want to disturb you. I'm here to capture this person. She thought that the members of the White Bone clan on this Skull Island suddenly took action. She didn't think that the light dots from the White Bones were related to Shuriyen. There was no sound replying to her from the Skull Island. Meiji snorted. She didn't say more. Her agile, while hands snatched over Shuriyen's head like a venomous snake. The chilling aura like a glacier stormed and seeped into Shuriyen's body. Shortly after, his body began to freeze. Chapter 1401, A Little Skeleton. Chapter 1401, A Little Skeleton. Underscore billions of light dots flew out of the white bones and flooded Shuriyen. The cold, sinister energy dots hovered around Shuriyen and merged with the soul burial field, giving him the ability to control this new energy. At the same time, Meiji of the Phantom Clan took action. Her white hand snatched toward him from a distance like an agile snake. The cold energy seeped into Shuriyen's soul altar and made his entire body make crack sounds. He could even see his body slowly freeze and frost. The space around him was frozen while the white bones underneath had become crystal-like ice sticks. Everything was frozen under Meiji's power. Meiji was a member of the Phantom Clan. She was born with a gift of a mind-controlling technique. While she was talking to someone, her laughter or even a wince was enough to enchant and capture the other's mind. Her hot, sexy body made people think that she had lived a life of debauchery. In her nature, she was cold and dark. She also cultivated ice power Upanishad. However, she just needed to use the soul-enchanting technique to kill her enemies. When she attacked Shuriyen, because of his tough will and the Origin's flames, she had to use her real power Upanishad. Crack, crack, crack. The soul of freezing echoed continuously. Meiji's eyes were so cold, and her voluptuous body was filled with the extremely cold energy. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Billions of twinkling dots twirling around Shuriyen had become mist under the cold energy. A thick mist now covered Shuriyen. However, Shuriyen's eyes were bright inside the mist. His mind and soul weren't affected at all. His sword-like fingernails suddenly received energy from the mist when his power, Upanishad, switched. Swish! His hands tore the mist. The dead silent energy bloomed from his fingertips. 10 pale flames that were like soul-taking chains attacked and attempted to coil Meiji's jade-like neck. They didn't even care about layers of her cold energy. Meiji's eyes were so cold as she talked. I am Mei Ji from the Phantom Clan. I made myself clear that I don't want to trouble you. If you help this kid deal with me, don't blame me for not giving face to your Whitebone clan. The aura from the 10 pale flames was the unique aura of the Whitebone clan. It made her think that someone was helping Shi Yin discreetly. That's how he could expose such powerful attacks. Then, Meiji spurted an ice lotus. The lotus had icy, crystal petals. Inside the petal, some sort of white flames were flickering as if they had life energy. The 10 pale flames wanted to avoid the ice lotus, but the flames inside the petals had attracted them. Unexpectedly, they got rid of Shi Yan's soul control and went to the ice lotus. The ice lotus then clinked and murmured like Kia running stream. The 10 white flames subsided and slowly disappeared. Kill! A red sea gushed out from Shi Yan's chest like a giant dragon soaring out of the abyss. The blood-red sea suddenly condensed into a bloodthirsty, 100-meter-tall demogorgon. Its body was like a mountain with a pair of red iron, anchor-like claws. Its claws then pounded on Meiji's head. Meiji's bright eyes were frightened. She looked at the demogorgon made of the bloody sword and was panic-stricken. It was the secret technique of the Dark Demon Clan. Who is this kid? How has he mastered all the strange and rare techniques? She rose one hand to grab something, and a radiant ice mirror emerged. The ice mirror reflected countless icy light beams that shot away like ice sabers. The giant claw of the demogorgon slashed on the ice mirror. A loud clang boomed, but the ice mirror stood still. Meiji didn't look at the mirror. Her snake-like body twisted a little. Then, all of a sudden, the ice walls were conjured beneath, above, and around Shi Yin, pressing on him and confining him. A lot of tricks. You have dark energy, but you don't know how to use its real power. Otherwise, it would not be easy to capture you at all. Meiji sneered and walked toward Shi Yin, placing one of her ivory hand on the ice wall. The cold energy increased several times. The ice walls were now connected to each other, forming a cube where Shi Yin was frozen inside. His skeleton, body, nerves, consciousness, and even his train of thought stopped. His soul altar was freezing altogether. He became an alive ice sculpture. Meiji looked content. She exhaled in relief and then mumbled, "My job is done here. I won't bother you more. Friend, if you have time to visit the Phantom Clan, Meiji will welcome you personally." She looked at the clear void of the Skull Island and used her Phantom Clan's etiquette to bow and bid farewell. Afterward, she placed one hand on the massive ice cube and was about to leave the Skull Island. After she had left this place for a long distance, she was going to slowly refine Shi Yin, which would give her a chance to enter the Territory Ancestor Realm. While she was about to leave, if someone could see from the outside, he would see a faint halo on the hollow sockets of the Skull Island. The skull seemed to wake up and regain life. Swoosh! Swoosh! 2 snow-white bone dragons around hundreds of meters long flew out of the skull's hollow eye sockets. The dragons were covered with white bones. Their eyes and the heads had strange and precious stones inlaid in their white bodies. As soon as they flew out, they aimed at Meiji. One of the snow-white dragons opened its mouth to gush out a deep green stream that smelled sour and pungent. Apparently, it was extremely toxic. The other dragon fluttered its bone wings and created 2 tornadoes with Meiji as their target. Meiji felt cold inwardly. She couldn't help but scream. Our Phantom Clan and your White Bone Clan have never offended each other, but you're attacking me. Do you want to start a dispute between our 2 clans? There was no answer from a Skull Island. Meiji took a deep breath. She pulled herself together and became so stern. She had to drop Shi Yin down first. The dangerous aura that the 2 white bone dragons had given her wasn't less than Tu Shi and his wife. Moreover, she knew that the bone slaves of the White Bone Clan refined didn't suffer from pain or death. They could even destroy their own bodies. They were terrifying puppets, indeed. If she was at her peak condition, even if she had to grab Shi Yin with one hand, she wouldn't be afraid of the 2 bone dragons. But right now, Shi Yin's world-within-world shattering had damaged her on Dragon Lizard Star, and after a long pursuit, Her condition wasn't really good. She didn't have even half of the energy she had accumulated. Thus, she couldn't keep Shi Yin on her side and leave while fighting against another enemy. Shi Yin was now an ice sculpture imprisoned inside the ice cube. His soul and body were all frozen. In his body, only one spot had energy that fluctuated. It was the tear of heaven flames. The sea of fire created by the heaven flames had never extinguished. It slowly burned and woke up his co-soul. They warmed and gradually awakened the frozen second soul. The two bone dragons stormed towards Meiji with a river of toxins and tornadoes. Meiji had urged her power Upanishad. The icy chi twirled around her. The ice sabers, icicles, swords, and even the snowstorm were conjured. However, she could only resist the two dragons. Her new fearsome mask was torn, and so were her clothes. Her glowing white skin that looked like shining jade was exposed. It was too bad that the dragons didn't take in or admire her marvelous sexy body. Shi Yin could do that, but he was still frozen. The massive, abyss-like mouth of the skull island strangely moved. A small figure crawled out of the mouth and jumped towards Meiji. After one jump, he could glide through the distance that even the bone dragons couldn't fly through. The bone feet landed grumblingly and shook the entire skull island. It was a little skeleton that was around 4 feet. Each bone of this skeleton was shining and transparent like a crystal. The skeleton was glowing and it looked pretty bizarre. To the White Bone clan, with this height, this skeleton was just a child. It was going to need a long time to reach adulthood. The skeleton was moving at breakneck speed. It was closer to Meiji after each second. The White Bone clan was a unique clan. The children in their clan weren't born in their mother's womb. Each child of this clan was refined by its parents. The parents would gather many pieces of white bone. The white bones formed the skeletons of the powerful creatures. Bone Pond, in the White Bone clan, was used to refine them. This process took hundreds of years, or even 10,000 years. Taking in the energy from billions of pieces of bones submerged in the Bone Pond, a new child of the White Bone clan slowly formed. After the bone body was formed, its parents carried out soul intercourse, which would use their soul essence and energy to create a life seed. Then, that life seed would be planted into the bone body. After many years, the bone body and the seed fused together. Then, a new child of the White Bone clan was born. It was true that it was extremely tough for the White Bone clan to reproduce. It would take several thousand years, or even 10,000 years to give birth to a child in the White Bone clan. As it was so difficult to give birth to children in the White Bone clan, of course, the newborn babies were very different from ordinary people. Normally, if the parents of the kid were powerful enough and they had prepared rare but precious bones for it, when the bone body was formed, it was already intimidating. It could even be as strong as an immortal realm expert. Also, if the parents had powerful and profound souls, the life seed created from their soul intercourse was extremely extraordinary. Normally, when a child of the White Bone clan was born, it had already reached King God Realm. If its parents were more formidable, it could reach Ethereal God Realm or Original God Realm. And it wasn't strange for an incipient God Realm baby to be born after the life seed was activated. The White Bone child was galloping towards Meiji. There were so many mysterious and magical absolute beginning symbols on its little skull. On its way, it had grumblingly stomped on the bone ground of the Skull Island, which was like a terrifying earthquake. The power from this pair of bony feet was actually so formidable that even the immortal realm experts couldn't have such power. This little skeleton had reached at least the immortal realm. It was small, but its realm was very high. There was no need to wonder how fierce its parents were. Chapter 1402. A Turn for the Better. Chapter 1402. A Turn for the Better. Boom. A small, white crystal skeleton descended from the sky and steadied between the two skeleton dragons. The bone dragons furiously attacked Meiji and suddenly retracted, crouching like two nice hounds by the skeleton's feet, their rolling eyes serval. Mei Ji was bewildered. Her bright eyes looked surprised. She looked at the little skeleton of the White Bone clan, her charming face extremely stunned. She knew how the White Bone clan members produced the next generation. She understood clearly that even if the White Bone clan parents were at the peak of a mortal realm, they couldn't give birth to such a terrifying child. She could feel the tremendous energy from this little buddy from the White Bone clan. His energy fluctuated and made her heart beat anxiously faster. Mei Ji became frightened. She was so frightened when she looked at the skull island underneath. She became gingerly and didn't dare to act rashly anymore. The parents that could refine such a formidable child had unimaginably profound realms. If this sort of character was on the island, they were likely the most powerful warriors of the White Bone clan. The white crystal little skeleton didn't have a bit of flesh on it. Its eyes were inlaid with star-like precious gemstones. One of the two gemstones was white and the other was red. They separately released burning and freezing energies. As the skeleton was gazing at her, Mei Ji was scared. The small skeleton had a heart core, which was something unknown but illuminating. The heart core was the source of energy of the White Bone clan. It functioned like the god power ancient tree of the other races. It was really complicated to create the heart core. It was also related to the stimulation of the life seed and the materials needed to refine the child. The energy in this little skeleton seemed to be endless. Mei Ji thought that this kid was mysterious and dangerous at the same time. Crack! Crack! The two dragons smacked their jaws as if they were little puppies. They twisted their bodies to describe something to the little skeleton, and the bones on their bodies even shook. The star-like eyes of the little skeleton twinkled as it was listening to the bone dragons. Then it looked at Yin. Fire burst out of its eye. It was dazzling, and it immediately aimed at the ice cube. The ice cube, created by Mei Ji's cold energy, was like snow that was roasted on a fire. It melted down immediately. Yin resumed his spirit and body functions. He looked at the small skeleton and screamed in fear. With his profound power Upanishads, he could have a precise understanding of lunar stars and solar stars. The white and red eyes of the skeleton were the lunar nucleus and the solar nucleus, respectively. Yin could feel the hot energy from the red eye, which was not less than the combination of 10 suns. It was extremely formidable. He believed that if this little skeleton detonated the solar energy in its left eye, it was enough to burn hundreds of life stars into ashes or turn immortal realm experts into charcoal. The intimidation of that scorching energy had frightened the heaven flame inside his brain. Under such a look, he felt his blood evaporating, and the other was controlling its power precisely. Similarly, the right eye of the little skeleton was made of a lunar nucleus. It was cold and filled with and some marvelous powers. He's the enemy that I have to kill. Child, are your parents here? I am Mei Ji of the Phantom Clan. I don't want to create any misunderstanding with your White Bone clan. I was wrong when I've entered your precious land, but I was begrudging. Please. Mei Ji immediately used her soft voice to explain when she saw the little skeleton rescuing Yin from the ice cube. At this moment, her mask was torn and her clothes were ragged. Her delicate waist and creamy thighs were discernible. Her assets could boil any man's blood. However, it didn't work on the little skeleton as its eyes moved swiftly and focused on Yin. It didn't even mind Mei Ji's explanation. Yin was filled with surprise. He could feel the subtle and marvelous aura from the skeleton, which was creeping on him as if it was trying to pull the thread of his cocoon. This kid of the White Bone clan was using some special technique to check Yin's secrets. That strange energy moved around his veins, sea of consciousness and soul altar. Mei Ji's charming face grimaced. The feeling of being ignored made her feel insulted, as she was used to being the focus of the crowd. However, she didn't dare to do anything. She wasn't so sure if this little skeleton's parents were on this skull island, too. If they were, their realm was likely higher than hers. She couldn't recognize them, and she didn't have the power to resist. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. After a while, the little skeleton pointed at Sure Yin while making some strange noises as if it was talking about something. Sure Yin was bewildered. He shook his head continuously. I don't understand. The memories of languages from the Heavenly Eye clan didn't contain this language. Apparently, the skeleton wasn't using a common language. Sure Yin didn't understand anything. Mei Ji of the Phantom clan was also puzzled. Her beautiful, exquisite eyebrows furrowed. After a while, her eyes brightened. The language of the previous generation of the White Bone clan. She placed an emerald ring on her forehead. A green light rippled from the ring and disappeared into her head. He's my captive. Meiji immediately understood what the little skeleton said. She was enraged. You want him to go with you? Why do you have to ask that? She was speaking a common language, but the small skeleton apparently understood her. Its line of sight moved from Sure Yin to Meiji. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. The skeleton spoke in the strange language again. It sounded angry as light rolled in its eyes. Meiji wore a cold face and shook her head continuously. No, he's my captive. I don't care what you want. I have to take this man away. You little kid, don't you understand? Have your parents taught you how to behave? The little skeleton was just angry, but it didn't do anything. However, when Meiji mentioned its parents, she seemed to have ignited its wrath. The skeleton let out a low roar. The terrifying energy fluctuations inside the Skull Island seemed to activate with the mysterious formation in the skeleton's eyes. The mysterious symbols on the skeleton's skull twinkled like stars. Then, brilliant, star-like spots appeared on its skeleton. They were like its acupuncture points. Sure Yin gawked, and his eyes radiated the magical light. He cultivated star power Upanishad, so at first glance, he knew that those were the real stars. They were refined stars that functioned as the acupuncture points of this little skeleton. At this moment, so many twinkling stars began to diffuse the surging star energy. Unexpectedly, this little bony thing had mastered the star power Upanishad like him. What do you want? Meiji was also frightened. Actually, she wasn't afraid of this little skeleton. She was scared of the members of the ancient White Bone clan who could be properly hiding in this Skull Island. This little skeleton spoke a language of the White Bone clan's previous generation that no one used now. From this point, his parents was likely terrifyingly ancient too. If they were hiding in the Skull Island, let alone Meiji, even if her clan's territory ancestor realm expert came here, she couldn't do anything. Swish, swish, swish. The bunches of light fell like meteors. They came out from different areas of the Skull Island, and as the skeleton was guiding them, they moved toward Meiji. Meiji was panic-stricken when the lights focused on her. She didn't hesitate to take out the snow lotus to cover her body entirely. At the same time, she urged her ice power Upanishad to freeze her own body. When the ice mountain emerged, her sexy body was preserved inside the peak of the ice mountain. The skeleton hissed strangely and guided the starlight, winding around the ice mountain peak like chains. Right after that, a scarlet light column shot out from its left eye and attacked the peak. The ice on the mountain peak melted fast under the scorching heat of the red light. Those meteor-like lights were ready to attack right when the peak all melted. Meiji screamed inwardly. If she was in her best condition, she wouldn't have been so passive in dealing with this kind of attack. However, at this moment, she could only defend, and she couldn't spend extra energy to counterattack. She knew that unless the energy of the scarlet light was drained, she would never be able to get rid of this peak safely. The little skeleton didn't mind her at all. Seeing her confined for the time being, its anger subsided. Then, it turned to Sure Yin and gestured while speaking its alien language. Yin could see the begging gleam in its little eyes. It seemed to treat Yin a lot better than it treated Meiji. I don't understand what you're saying, but it seems like you want to take me somewhere. Okay, no problem, said Yin nonchalantly. This little member of the White Bone clan wasn't weaker than Meiji, and this was the Skull Island, the White Bone clan's territory. If he had harmful intentions, Yin couldn't hide. He'd better stay quiet and see what this little buddy wanted to do. Yin made up his mind fast. The little skeleton understood him. Its eyes brightened when Yin agreed to go with it. Then it pointed at one of the bone dragons. The bone dragon roared and flew toward Yin, crouching down under his feet. The little skeleton pointed at Yin and then the bone dragon, asking him to get on it. All right, Yin was cooperative. He stepped on the bone dragon. He was surprised to see that the bone dragon was smooth and felt warm like real jade. The little skeleton rode the other bone dragon. Swoosh, swoosh. The two bone dragons took Yin and the skeleton away. They disappeared from Meiji's sight. They flew toward the massive, dark mouth of the skull and entered the huge crack instantly. Meiji glared at Yin being taken away, but she couldn't do anything. Her resentment grew bigger. The scarlet light column was like a flaming thread, unceasingly burning the ice peak that she had condensed. The starlight chains wound around the peak with terrifying energy, waiting to strike her hard when the ice all melted. Damn it, whose kid is that? How could it be so abnormal like that? Meiji cursed. She felt bothersome thinking about the peerless experts of the White Bone clan from the previous generation. Chapter 1403, Parents' Love. Chapter 1403, Parents' Love. Underscore the White Bone clan's little skeleton brought Yin deep into the Skull Island through a massive, mouth-like cave. It was a dark area where Yin couldn't see anything. The bone dragons flapped their wings and moved through a dim-lit passage. After a while, Yin finally saw a band of pale white light. It was like phosphorus flames from the bones. Yin was placid as he sent his energy to his eyes to have better eyesight. The dim-lit area became clearer to him. This area was surrounded by stone walls. Those walls looked ash-gray, and they were actually decayed bones. Many mysterious drawings were carved on the walls, including the moon, the sun, the stars, mountains, and even lakes. They looked lively as if they were real. After a while, the dragon bones stopped. The poorly illuminated cave suddenly brightened. Two bone dragons stopped by a massive stone room, which was the center of the Skull Island. This was a spaciously massive room that connected to 49 stone paths. Those 49 paths were like big ditches that connected to different areas on Skull Island. Piles of ash-gray bones stood in the paths. Those bones didn't have any bit of energy remaining. When Yin released his soul consciousness to sense, they turned into ashes. The stone room had many ditches like a network of channels that created a massive, unknown formation. Two coffins stood in the center of the formation. They were made of unknown materials. The coffins were opened and standing in the middle of a massive bone pond. This bone pond must have had some liquid, but it was all dried up now. The little skeleton of the White Bone clan stopped by the two coffins. The eyes made of stars of the skeleton contained its deep sorrow. The atmosphere in this stone chamber was affected by the skeleton's mood. Sadness was hovering in the air. The little skeleton's head turned around to take in the two coffins. Yin silently walked forward. He saw two members of the White Bone clan, one male and one female, lie inside the coffins. Apparently, these two White Bone clan experts were the parents of this child. They lay quietly. There was no aura or life energy fluctuation. Their bones were brown-gray like bones that decayed for many years. They looked fragile, as if they would break when someone touched them. Watching the coffins and the bone pond for a while, Yin's eyes brightened. The two coffins had many long bones that reached the bone pond. They looked as if they were used to transport something into the pond. Yin became more curious. He observed around and found that the paths and the ditches in the room all headed to the two coffins. They were likely used to pour some energy into the two coffins to refine and then pour into the bone pond to nurture something it bore. He looked at the little skeleton and understood it immediately. He had heard something about how the White Bone clan had refined the children from Evelyn's. It seemed like this kid's parents had used the mysterious power of the White Bone clan to condense the energy from the bones on this skull island and use their bodies to refine the energy and pour into the bone pond. All this was to refine the bone body for this little skeleton. After the bone body was formed, something happened. His parents had to drain their own life energy to create him. They died in the end. During this process, something unexpected happened. Otherwise, this couple wouldn't have sacrificed themselves. While he was thinking, the little skeleton looked at him and then pointed at his parents inside the coffins. He spoke and gestured. He was trying to tell Yin something. Although Yin didn't understand anything, he could guess the skeleton's idea. He shook his head and sighed. Your parents don't have any bit of energy. They are dead. I'm afraid I can't do anything. The White Bone clan little skeleton shook his head continuously. The scarlet and white lights shot out from his eyes and fell on the brown-gray male skeleton. Strangely, a feeble wisp of soul energy fluctuated for a fragment of time. The little skeleton's eyes brightened. He pointed at his father's body, crying and speaking to Yin. Yin was surprised. He concentrated on sensing. Then, he found a feeble soul energy fluctuation in the skull of the White Bone clan male member. However, his life energy was drained, but there was a feeble wisp of soul energy, even though it wasn't enough to wake him up, unless his bone body had vitality. The little skeleton pointed to Yin and gestured hard. Then, he lay into the bone pond and released the vitality. His vitality moved through the white bones connected to the pond and the coffins, but it couldn't get through the coffin to pour into his parents' bodies. Yin observed, and he understood it. A strange feeling flooded him. The stone chamber inside this skull island was a peculiar formation of the White Bone clan. A White Bone clan couple wanted their kid to be powerful, so they had spent a lot of effort to build the formation, which took their energy through the coffins and poured vitality into the bone pond. The coffin and the bone pond were parts of this marvelous formation. However, it seemed like there was some big problem that happened during the process, which could harm a child. This couple had drained their life energy to save their child. Also, they had become so weak that they had just a wisp of a feeble soul energy. There was not even a little bit of vitality left in their bodies. This little bony buddy had found that Yin cultivated life power Upanishad, so he hoped that Yin could change this formation to pour energy into the pond and make it run back into the coffins. The little skeleton wanted to use his vitality to wake up his parents. How deep was a parent's love in this world? Yin shook his head with emotions. This strange formation only receives vitality. We can't use the bone pond to guide energy back to the coffins. Your parents knew that you would do that in the future. They didn't let you do that. They hoped that you wouldn't pay with your life to revive them. The grief in the small skeleton became heavier. It opened its mouth and pointed to Yin. He looked a little anxious and restless. Yin gave him a forced smile. It's true that I'm cultivating life power Upanishad, but my realm isn't high enough to distort this marvelous formation. All right, I can use the life power Upanishad to try. Let's see if my vitality can help your parents. The little skeleton nodded continuously, his eyes bright. He clasped his bony hands and bowed to Yin, which made him look funny. I can only give it a try. You shouldn't have such big hopes. Yin stepped forward and placed one hand on the heart core of the male skeleton. The heart core was the energy source of the White Bone clan members. It functioned similarly to the god power ancient tree of the warriors. This man's heart core was rhombus spade and simple as if it was made of natural jade. The heart core was cold under his hand. However, it had no energy fluctuation. It was like a still, stagnant pond. Yin was cautiously urging his life power Upanishad. A drop of blood emerged on his fingertip, which had vigorous vitality that could revive the dry tree. Sizzle. His drop of blood fell on the heart core. The heart core absorbed that drop of blood instantly like a dry sponge. The heart core flashed, and sure, Yin heard a heartbeat. Right after that, the coffin emitted an immense white light. The ivory light moved through the bones connected to the coffin to the bone pond. The dry pond suddenly had some viscous liquid. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. The little skeleton cried painfully in the bottom of the bone pond. He looked so pitiful that he seemed to be going crazy. Shi Yin was bewildered. He hadn't expected that these parents from the White Bone clan only wanted to save their child before they died. The energy he had poured into the skeleton had followed the old path through the coffin to the bone pond. All they had done was for the little skeleton in the bone pond. They didn't even mind their lives. Shi Yin came from another world. His parents had gone early. Although he had inherited a big fortune from his parents, he had never experienced this sort of sacrificing parental love. Ever since he had come to this world, he had rarely been touched. And today, he was deeply touched when he knew the way the two skeletons in the coffins had used to protect their child. If we pour energy into the coffins, it will be poured into the bone pond afterward. To bring you to this world, they had sacrificed as much as they could. Shi Yin took a deep breath and then said, "We can't use this method. How about moving them out of the coffins, and then I will try again? What do you think?" The little skeleton balled his body in a corner of the bone pond. It was crying silently in pain and hopelessness. It was almost desperate. Hearing Shi Yin's suggestion, it pulled itself together, nodded to Shi Yin, and jumped out of the pond. They were about to move his father's body out of the coffin. Right when it was about to take action, the Skull Island shook hard. A furious energy fluctuation came from the area above Shi Yin's head. The little skeleton was extremely enraged. Hesitated for a while, it decided to go out and see. However, it was worried about Shi Yin, so it ordered the bone dragon to protect Shi Yin. Shi Yin was surprised. He didn't know that Mei Ji of the Phantom Clan could be so powerful to get rid of the confinement that quickly. Skull Island. A cold ice mountain peak was coiled by so many lights. A flaming chain was releasing scorching heat to melt the ice peak. The ice peak confined Mei Ji's graceful body. However, fear had filled her beautiful eyes on her charming, pale face. She looked afar. In the mist above her head, two silhouettes slowly landed. They were two old, dry men with thick corpse chi. They all wore strange green robes with a drawing of a mysterious black hole on the left chest. They were all lanky with deep green, spooky eyes and bluish-green skin. Their arms were strangely long, and they could reach their calves. However, their hands had only 3 fingers, which were as sharp as swords. The deep green eyes looked at Mei Ji like venomous eyes that gazed at a delicious prey. Mei Ji's visage changed dramatically. At first glance, she knew the two old men's identities. Shivers sent down her spine. Rumble, rumble. Right after they had landed, the Skull Island was shaken grumblingly. This powerful tremor was what Shi Yin and the little skeleton had found. Mei Ji didn't create this commotion. "A member of the Phantom Clan," snorted one of the old men. He naturally strolled toward Mei Ji and mumbled to himself, "Oh, the unfathered kid has confined her. I am Mei Ji from the Phantom Clan. Friends from Devouring Clan. I wonder why you are visiting this island? If you want to attack the White Bone clan members on this island, we can negotiate." Mei Ji giggled. She honestly and passionately looked at the 2 members of the Devouring Clan, proactively showing her cooperative intention. Unfortunately, the other 2 didn't have the same idea. They suddenly attacked her. As soon as the old man approached her, he opened his mouth to spurt a python made of corpse chi. The python began to dig into the ice mountain from the foot. The ice cracked and broke as the python wanted to climb up and bite Mei Ji. Chapter 1404. The Real Origin of the Soul Inside the Ring. Chapter 1404. The Real Origin of the Soul Inside the Ring. The python made of corpse chi continuously nibbled the ice and cracked it from the foot. The white python then turned into a bright mist under the ice mountain and then seeped into the mountain. Shortly after, An arm-sized rope coiled around Meiji. Boom, boom, boom. The ice peak exploded. Countless ice rocks shattered. The meteor-like beams of light and the flaming chain turned into a flow of light that disappeared into the ground of the Skull Island. Meiji suddenly understood something. The little skeleton of the Whitebone clan didn't want to kill or harm her. The starlight beams and the flaming chain hovering around just wanted to bind her and prevent her from running away. After the ice peak exploded, those lights and flames disappeared into the ground. It was enough to prove that the little skeleton didn't want to kill her. Otherwise, those meteor-like lights and flames could have seized the chance to destroy her when the python broke the ice. She would have been hurt badly or even killed. The old man from the Devouring clan was surprised when he looking at the lights and flames disappearing into the ground. He frowned and then sneered. That illegitimate child is kind enough to not attack her brutally. It spared her life. Ha, it's good then. You gave me a good advantage this time. His shiny bluish face was like snakeskin. It gave a cold and evil impression. At this moment, he grinned fiendishly and lustily. His deep green eyes lingered on Meiji's sexy body. He gulped and laughed eccentrically. The women of the Phantom clan are all heavenly treasures. Haha, she's at the same realm, ASME. It's true that you can't stop your fortune when it comes to you. I'm going to make you a corpse slave, and you will serve me every day. It's the best thing in the world. Excellent. The white python wound around Meiji's delicate waist, her round rear end, and her ample breasts. It squeezed her white jade-like skin, leaving the red marks on it. This cruel, beautiful sadism could ignite any man's desire and burn their mind instantly. The two old men of the Devouring clan had naked lust fill their eyes. The old man, standing further away, even had a boner in his pants. His blood chi was running chaotically. He couldn't help but let out a low shout. Bastos, give this woman to me. I want her for 10 years. After 10 years, I will return her to you. Just say that she's one of the payment you have to give to me this time. The green lines like venomous snakes were moving inside his pupils. The other old man, who was called Bastos, twitched. His eyes greedily scanned Meiji's body several times. He took a deep breath to pull himself together. Nazario, I can let you keep this woman for 10 years. But you have agreed with me that you have to do your best to deal with that rascal from the Whitebone clan. No problem. Nazario licked his lip. The two old men from the Devouring clan came here for the little skeleton. They had accidentally met Meiji here. Women of the Phantom clan were famous treasures in this vast cosmos. Every man would treasure them as their most precious asset. Unfortunately, the Phantom clan was one of the 7 great clans. Each of the female warriors of this clan was powerful and noble. Not many people could capture the Phantom clan women to enjoy the endless pleasure that they could bring. Meiji was at the peak of a mortal realm. With her power, when she was at her peak condition, she wouldn't fall into a disadvantageous situation when facing these two old men from the Devouring clan. It was too bad for her that her condition was really bad at this moment. Thus, the corpse chi python could capture her and send the corpse chi in her body to affect her. The corpse chi slowly affected her flesh and blood. She could feel her flexible body go numb and stiff. Whenever she tried to urge her energy and power Upanishad, the python squeezed her tighter as if it wanted to have her right at her waist. She gritted her teeth and felt so resentful upon listening to the two old men talk. As she opened her mouth to talk, the corpse chi flooded her mouth. Thus, she decided to shut up. Meiji felt utterly insulted. She loathed the two old men, Yin, and the little skeleton too. She thought that if the other two didn't trick her with her full power, she wouldn't be afraid of these two sinister, vulgar old men. Thinking about the mantis-green eyes of the two old men and their sharp fingers, which would possibly slide on her beautiful, soft body in the future, she got goosebumps. Her heart was filled with cold despair. She had made up her mind. If she couldn't find a chance to overturn this, She was going to use her power Upanishad to freeze her body and then self-detonate before the corpse chi invaded her sea of consciousness fully. Even if she had to die, she was never going to let herself fall to these two devouring clans, old men. She'd rather die than live like that. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Flapping sound arose. The two snow-white bone dragons had come back and appeared in Meiji's sight. Meiji's eyes brightened. She looked at the little skeleton and Shi Yin, riding the bone dragons with the hope for a new change to this situation. Child born out of wedlock. You can't believe I'm here for you, right? You heard me last time. I have to spend a lot of time to recover. Today, I'm not alone. I'm here with the power of two experts at the peak of a mortal realm. Let's see how you can protect your parents' bodies. Mwahaha. I've talked to Nazario. We will each keep one of your parents. After we refine them into corpse slaves, they will be powerful assistants for us to swagger. The devouring clan member called Bastos grinned fiendishly and eccentrically. His eyes raked through the skeleton riding the bone dragon. He didn't even give Shi Yin a look. The aura on Shi Yin's body was ordinary to him. While Shi Yin hadn't emerged yet, he had already confirmed his realm and cultivation base. A first sky of a mortal realm warrior in his eyes couldn't support the little skeleton. Is that him? Nazario subsided his tide-like desire to Meiji. He got himself together quickly. What did you find in our precursor's vestiges? Our precursor had been here a long time ago. At that time, the parents of this illegitimate kid were refining him. Our precursor wanted to seize the chance to kill its parents and make them corpse slaves. Unexpectedly, even at the final phase of their process, they were still very powerful. They attacked our precursor and wounded him badly. He had to run away. Not long after he left this place, he knew that he couldn't survive the damages. He had used his last drops of energy to create his cave mansion vestige, so someone from our clan could find it later. When Bastos talked about their precursor, he looked respectful, as if he was slowly blowing the dust on a piece of their history. Inside the vestige, he told us about this secret. He even showed the location of this island. He said that the parents of this kid couldn't survive for a long time. He asked us to come and refine them into corpse slaves. It's to take revenge for him. He coldly looked at the little skeleton. 30 years ago, I followed the direction and came here. However, this bastard has already formed. I couldn't defeat it, so I had to run. I've spent 30 years recovering. That's why I came to you and asked you to join me on this affair. You can have one of its parents' bodies to refine your corpse slave. Pausing for a while, Bastos shouted, the bone body of the White Bone Clan Territory Ancestor Realm experts. They're the best for creating corpse slaves. Once we can refine them, the voice of our branch in the clan will be more powerful. The bone body of the Territory Ancestor Realm expert. Nazario's dark green eyes moved fast. He couldn't hide his greed. He looked at Meiji, who was under the python's attack, and then at the little skeleton. He grinned and nodded to the other. I want that phantom woman and one bone body. You can keep the other body and this little skeleton. Deal. Bastos agreed. They exchanged looks and laughed loudly as they felt so content. Shi Yin wore a calm face while sitting on the bone dragon, even though a high wave was rising in his heart. They were two devouring clan members. The devouring clan was the race that Devour, the absolute beginning creature, had used his blood and flesh to create. It was one of the 7 great clans in this vast cosmos, and also the most mysterious and evil. Devour used to impart the devouring power Upanishad and the 8 great evil powers for this clan. However, throughout the perpetual time of inheritance, the devouring power Upanishad was lost. Even the 8 great evil powers were scattered and incomplete. Even so, in the sea domain of nihility and the other territories in this immense universe, no one dared to look down on the devouring clan. It was still one of the strongest clans. Devour was the archenemy of Desolate. Their combat had carried out for billions of years, and it hadn't ended yet. Desolate had created Bloodthirsty. When it was about to impart the power Upanishad to Bloodthirsty, Devour attacked it. Devour had successfully given Bloodthirsty the devouring power Upanishad and the 8 great powers. It made Bloodthirsty turn around to destroy Desolate's incipient extent and inevitably killed Desolate too. In the end, Bloodthirsty had used the supernatural and peerless talents to understand the power and backfire Devour. After that battle, Devour was shut down ever since. Bloodthirsty had built up Bloodthirsty force, and with his extraordinary power, he had defeated Devour with devouring power Upanishad and the 8 great evil powers. After Devour had left to fight against Desolate, the devouring clan had gradually lost its inheritance. Quite the contrary, in Desolate territory, Devour's inheritance, the Bloodthirsty force, had the complete inheritances of the power. It was a joke that the creator played on Devour. Today, seeing the 2 members of the devouring clan, Yin closed his eyes to sense for a while. He was shaken hard. The secret that had troubled him for a long time was solved when he saw the devouring clan members. After Bloodthirsty was gone, the blood vein ring was divided into 3 parts. Lao Luo, Xian Shan, and Xian He used them to create the inheritance on the ancient continents. Xian He failed. Lao Luo brought Yin here, and Xian Shan appeared to have failed, but he actually brought a soul from another universe. That soul discreetly supported Harson. Harson also failed, and Yin had killed him. That soul had swallowed the ring spirit and attempted to seize Yan's body. And then, when Bloodthirsty's remains were gradually exposed, that soul had another evil thought. It enticed Yin to gather Bloodthirsty's remains so it could use his remains to resurrect itself. Yin didn't know where that soul had come from. And today, as he saw the members of the devouring clan, he realized the answer. Even though that soul had tried to hide it, its aura and vague appearance were very similar to the 2 members of the devouring clan in front of him. That soul came from the devouring clan in the sea domain of nihility. He understood the situation of the Bloodthirsty force, and he knew the 8 great evil powers. That was why he could activate the mysterious formation on the island inside the dark abyss. Possibly, that soul was the backup plan that Devour, the absolute beginning creature, had preserved. Devour had used its power to bring a soul it had chosen from the race it had created. It wanted to make that soul the new master of Bloodthirsty force, which was going to change the structure of Desolate territory and start a new round of battles with Desolate. Chapter 1405, Mysterious Een Corpseworm. Chapter 1405, Mysterious Een Corpseworm. _sizzle. Sizzle. The white python made of the corpse Chi tied Meiji as if it was an arm-sized rope. Meiji's body was hung in midair on the skull dragon. Countless corpse Chi wisps from the python were intruding her body while it kept hissing. The devouring clan had 8 branches, which cultivated the 8 great devil powers. Nazario and Bastos belonged to the corpse Chi branch. This division was similar to the 8 forces of the Bloodthirsty force. The devouring clan members who cultivated corpse Chi had mastered refining corpse slaves. They had some intimidating corpse slaves that were even stronger than their masters. The devouring clan had many different styles in refining the corpse slaves. However, making the corpse Chi seep into the body until it brimmed and diffused was the fundamental method of refining corpses. Bastos's corpse Chi python was actually his strange tool to refine corpses. This secret treasure could make the corpse toxin intrude the victim's body slowly and transform the blood, flesh, and vitality of any creature. It would make the body filled with corpse Chi, which facilitated the next step to create a corpse slave. When the body was invaded, the corpse Chi winded around the soul and body of the victim. The victim then became stiff and lost consciousness. Feeling so many wisps of corpse toxins moving inside her body, Meiji slowly saw illusions and her thinking got sluggish. Her eyes gradually lost light and became dulled and blank. Her white, glowing skin was now sickly pale. She knew that the python created by some strange tool was using the corpse toxin to erode her bit by bit. She gathered her spirit, which she was slowly losing, and bit the corners of her mouth. 2 trickles of blood oozed and rolled to her neck. They looked like terrifying, eye-catching worms. Bam! A wave of cool energy came out of her round breasts, her chest shaking. A snow-white lotus with blood veins on the petals grew on her chest, covering her entire charming body. Meiji's eyes regained light. She looked at the 2 members of the devouring clan in the distance and pointed at the python's head that was facing the lotus on her chest. An icy saber emerged. The snake's head exploded. The corpse chi flows became smaller wisps. However, it was just for a moment. The corpse chi then congregated and condensed, covering Meiji one more time. Not far from her, Bastos was watching with a teasing face. With your realm and cultivation base, I can't actually tie you down. Anyway, your wounds are really bad and you have just 1/3 of your god power left. How can you resist my corpse toxin corrosion? Indeed, as soon as his voice vanished, the python Meiji had just beheaded reappeared and coiled Meiji and her snow lotus altogether. To create the snow lotus, Meiji had to pay with serious damage to her body. After this failure, she couldn't attack sufficiently again. Before she lost her ability to speak, her bright eyes gazed at the little skeleton and she cried weakly. I could only distract him for a while. It's what I can do. I hope you can kill these 2. I hope that you could endure it. She understood clearly that with her current condition, she couldn't stand Bastos or Nazario. She could only lay her hope on the little skeleton. She hoped that it could be resilient. The only thing she could do now was to not yield to them. She would use her little amount of remaining energy to trouble Bastos and make him distracted by attacking him. She didn't even look at Shurian. At this moment, her life was her top priority. The idea of refining Yin to help her reach the territory ancestor realm was now out of reach. Moreover, she didn't have enough energy to waste on a useless junior. In this battle, Yin was predestined as a minor, unimportant character. She thought so too. The little skeleton had the same thought. It turned to Yin, its crystal arms swinging at the bone dragons and asking them to take Yin further from this area to avoid the devouring clan expert's ambush. Swoosh! The bone dragon immediately flew away and carried Yin further away from this battle. The bone dragon dropped Yin and then soared up into the sky. It flew around the little skeleton. Rattle! Rattle! Strange noises suddenly arose from Bastos's sleeves of the green robes. So many shiny white worms flooded out of his sleeves. Those worms had many legs like centipedes. However, each of their legs was as sharp as a sword. Although the worms were just as big as a thumb, there were hundreds of thousands of them. After they had flown out of his sleeves, they crept rapidly toward the little skeleton. Yin squinted to watch. His face changed. The mysterious corpse worms. As the new master of Bloodthirsty, although he didn't know all of the 8 great, evil powers, he did know the secrets of these powers. The mysterious corpse worms were a kind of strange insect that a force cultivating corpse chi like Frederick bred. They had to nibble the corpses of the experts for at least 100 years to be able to transform to mysterious corpse worms. This kind of corpse worm was cold with saber-like legs that could tear an expert's body easily. They would enter the bodies to nibble from the inside. Starting from the stomach and the internal organs, they would eat an expert from the inside. No saber or sword could cut the mysterious corpse worm. Water and fire were also useless. Those worms had strange energy waves that could affect the sea of consciousness. The corpse worms from Bastos' sleeves cried sharply. While they were marching toward the little skeleton, Yin also felt his soul fall in pain. It felt like he got stabbed with pointy spikes. He knew that those mysterious corpse worms were really tough. It was really hard to refine one worm. They had to eat at least hundreds of corpses, and the expert had to refine them for hundreds of years. Each mysterious corpse worm was just as big as a thumb, but Yin knew that they ate a lot. A worm could finish an entire warrior in 2 hours. Facing a wave of so many mysterious corpse worms, let alone ordinary creatures, Even a giant beast of heavenly monster tribe couldn't endure them for long. The worms could even finish their bones. However, while facing the members of the Whitebone clan, the mysterious corpse worms couldn't do much. The corpse toxins and flesh-eating worms were not effective against the little skeleton. The little skeleton stood in front of the bone dragons and watched the worms swarm. It didn't want to dodge at all. The toxin from the mysterious corpse worms and the worms couldn't affect it at all. The skeleton lifted his head to look at Bastos, as if he was wondering why Bastos had done such useless attacks, which made him bewildered. Bastos sneered. The palms of his hands suddenly glowed. The fingerprint light flew out from his hands and created something like magical curtains above the corpse worms. The two formations seemed to have an evil power that stimulated the mysterious corpse worms and made them insanely brutal. The worms hissed and risked their lives, swarming forward. The corpse worms covered the little skeleton instantly. The insect's crying and shrieking was so sharp that it could tear people's eardrums. Shurian's face was cold as he had to use the space power Upanishad to confine his area to protect himself from the harmful sound waves. When the terrifying shrieking arose, blood ran out of Meiji's eyes, nostrils, and ears. Her charming face became paler. My corpse worms can only disturb its soul. They can't eat this skeleton. This bastard's bones are really tough. My corpse worms can't chew it. I need your power to kill it. After the little skeleton was covered in the pile of worms, Bastos took a deep breath and then turned to Nazario. Of course, I'm here to give you a hand. Nazario nodded. He coughed and then strolled toward the little skeleton. Swoosh, swoosh. The two bone dragons were enraged. They stormed over, biting and tearing to protect the little skeleton. Nazario looked calm as he touched his glabella. His incipient extent emerged from the crown of his head. Piles of bones like mountains appeared in an immense world. The vast, seething sea in the middle of that world contained something viscous like liquid that oozed out from the corpses. Thousands of dismembered bodies from different clans floated and bobbed together with cut limbs, eyeballs, fingers, or even skulls in that sea. An eccentric fist-sized eyeball floated and drifted from the sea of corpses. From the corpse sea, countless beams of corpse chi condensed and turned into wisps of white air that poured into that eyeball. Nazario grabbed it and brought it out of his incipient extent. Corpses crack, holding the strange eyeball facing the two dragons. Nazario shouted in the ancient language of the devouring clan. Crack, crack, crack. The two bone dragons suddenly had so many thick, fine cracks as if they were gashed by invisible blades. Boom! One of the bone dragons exploded, its bones shattering. Nazario frowned and avoided the pieces of bones from that bone dragon. He walked toward the small skeleton. The mysterious corpse worms in his way seemed to sense his intimidating aura. They scattered and gave him a narrow path that led to the little skeleton. Bastos hovered in the air and focused on using his power Upanishad. The two fingerprints like massive hands slowly snatched down from the sky and made the mysterious corpse worms hiss and shriek harder. The soul-piercing shrieks from the worms had pressured the little skeleton, which created a chance for Bastos to crack the skeleton. Shurian watched silently. He didn't take rash actions. He observed the moves of the two members of the devouring clan and their power Upanishads. When the others were about to kill the little skeleton, Shurian changed his thoughts, and a strange energy fluctuated that spreaded from him. He suddenly vanished like a wisp of smoke. When he reappeared, he was behind Meiji's sexy body. Meiji faced Bastos and Nazario. These two had concentrated on killing the little skeleton, and they didn't even bat an eye at him. They didn't notice that when he disappeared and reappeared, Meiji was standing and shielding in front of him. Also, the other two didn't even care about Meiji, so they didn't see Shurian hiding behind her. Bastos and Nazario didn't look at him, but Meiji shivered as she could sense his commotion. She was anxious, her eyes desperate and bitter. It was karma when this rascal could have a chance to ambush her. It was good then. At least, It was better than falling into the two old men's hands. Meiji sighed inwardly. Chapter 1406 Detoxify. Chapter 1406 Detoxify. Underscore Meiji sighed. It was the first time she regretted that she had provoked Yin. She knew all of her troubles were caused by her greed. If she hadn't provoked Yin, she wouldn't have offended Forefather Dragon Lizard and Tu Chi from Mysterious Sky Clan. She wouldn't have needed to join hands with Sing to end up getting wounded seriously when Yan's world within world exploded. It wouldn't have ignited her wrath and tempted her to chase after him until she was exhausted. And now, they were on this White Bone Clan Skull Island. She reaped what she sowed. Yin had pushed her to a tragic death. Meiji was so regretful that she wanted to die. Shortly after, a pair of rough, big hands were placed on her exposed back. The hands were warm, and they didn't send any fatal energy to attack her when they were placed on her beautiful back. Meiji was touched. She woke up immediately and bit her lips. She pressed her voice to the lowest audible level. Little thief, your lust is too big. You're about to die, but you still have the mood to harass me? She thought that Yin wanted to seize the chance to sexually harass her. Harass you? Yin's voice was cold and stiff behind her. I don't have free time to do that. I'll only ask you one question. If I save you this time, what should you do about the grudge between us? Save me. Meiji thought that she had heard a good joke before she died. With only you? Do you think you've reached the territory ancestor realm and have the strength to help me detoxify the corpse toxin in my body and get rid of this python? You're too confident. Meiji thought that unless he had reached the territory ancestor realm, it was just a dream to save her from this situation. The evil power Upanishads of the Devouring Clan was always peculiar. The corpse chi was even worse. It was almost impossible to heal a victim of the corpse toxin in a short time. Sure, Yin was just a small warrior at first sky of a mortal realm. Also, she had witnessed his recent breakthrough. What did he have to save her from the corpse toxin? It was the biggest joke ever. We don't have much time. I'm asking you again. If I can save her, what will you do? Think and answer. If I'm not satisfied with your answer, you'll lose your only hope. Yin sounded ruthless and cold. However, his words echoed strongly. Meiji didn't know whether she should cry or smile. She just thought that the kid behind her didn't know how high the sky was. If you help me break this blockage, I'm willing to humble and harass myself by serving you dedicatedly. The women of our clan are the best dreams of all men. I'm sure I can give you endless delight. I'm never interested in the sort of woman who would take any man as their husband, Yin sneered. Anyway, your attitude pleases me. Who said I'll take anyone to be my husband? Meiji's alluring face seemed frosty. She was so angry that she shivered and spoke coldly. Although we were born with the gift of the soul enchanting technique, we keep ourselves clean. If I can move, I will cut your tongue first. Well, you can still make wind of this situation. We can't talk to women. Indeed, Yin sneered again. Censored part. In the next moment, Meiji was tense when rough hands slid from her back to her sensitive waist, and they continued sliding further downward. Ew, what are you doing? She hissed through her gritted teeth. What are you afraid of? Yan's mocking voice arose behind her. You've been King chasing me for a long time. I know you're hungry for me. And now, you said that you're a virgin. I need to check to see whether it's true. If it's true, I will give you face by satisfying this hungry, resentful woman. You dare. Meiji's bright eyes became anxious and restless. She cultivated ice power Upanishad. The soul enchanting technique was just a special innate ability that the Phantom Clan women had. From her power Upanishad, one could tell that she wasn't a loose person. To the Phantom Clan women, the enchanting technique was just a trick, and it was a deadly trick anyway. They didn't use it to win someone's heart. If they wanted to win someone's heart, they would only do that to the loyal and dedicated male guests or their life partners the clan had matched for them. The Phantom Clan women with high realms would never sacrifice their bodies. Their clan didn't have male members. They were the trump cards in their clan. They had to be the beautiful source of troubles to make this vast sea of stars chaotic. However, they all kept their purity. Mei Ji was this sort of woman. Shi Yan's big hands wandered on her back and butt cheeks. Under the soft, silky dress, they were moving toward the joint between her thighs. She was extremely frightened, and her flame of wrath rised torrentially. She couldn't turn her head around to see Shi Yan. At this moment, his face looked ultimately grave. He didn't even have any vulgar intention as sweat beaded on his forehead. His hand slowly reached and placed on Mei Ji's most mysterious area. When Mei Ji was shivering in anger and was about to use her last beam of energy to resist, a small black hole appeared on Shi Yan's hand. That black hole revolved rapidly, and a strong but strange suction force began to work. Mei Ji's fragrant grass became warm, and the suction force was like a rapid electric current that shot through her entire body. The corpse toxin in her body was attracted, and it moved downward. She suddenly had an urge to urinate, and she couldn't hold it. Immediately, her stream of urine was discharged. The corpse toxin in her body was rolled into the urine and discharged from her body in such a humiliating way that she couldn't stand it. They flowed out of her mysterious, sensitive place and poured on Shi Yan's hand. Her water ran through the gaps between Shi Yan's fingers while the black hole in his palm swallowed all the corpse toxin. The python coiling Mei Ji's sexy body became like a withered flower. It dried strangely. It seemed like the python's nutrient and life energy was drawn. From the size of an arm, it shrunk until it was as big as a finger. Even then, it continued shriveling. Mei Ji's numb body started to get better as she was discharging urine uncontrollably. Seeing the python get smaller, Mei Ji felt both humiliated and surprised. She didn't know how and why Shi Yan had drawn the toxin out of her body. Also, he had applied such a deviant way to take them out of her body. Even if she squeezed her brain, she could never think that Shi Yan was using the devouring power Upanishad, the lost power Upanishad of the devouring clan, on his hand, which was placed on her sensitive part of the body. The devouring clan had the devouring power Upanishad that topped the others. It had subdued all the other 8 great, evil power Upanishads. The devouring power Upanishad could swallow all the energy generated by the other 8 power Upanishads. It could devour corpse toxin, erosive toxins, death energy, and even dark energy. It was also the reason why after Shi Yan swallowed energy, he could send extra energy to warriors cultivating one of the 8 power Upanishads through the mark on their foreheads. Sizzle, sizzle. The python suddenly disappeared. A rope made of white hair on corpses fell on the ground. Without energy, this secret treasure had fallen off Mei Ji's body. Mei Ji regained her mobility. Her soft body was quivering. Her silky dress was soaked wet, and her lower body felt damp and sticky. She stooped and found a hand placed on the joint of her thighs. Humiliation and unspoken indignity appeared on her face. She loathed that she couldn't kill herself at this spot. She felt sorry for her reputation. She had been receiving nice names and glories, arrogantly enjoying so many top-qualified privileges. However, all burned down because of this humiliating moment. She had urinary incontinence. This attack wasn't less than a big damage to her body. Her heart was filled with resentment and sour, bitter feelings. However, she had no way to vent it. It seems like you've recovered. Before her volcano had erupted, Shi Yan had retracted his hands and stepped away from her. When she turned around to see, she found Shi Yan shaking his left hand off the water on it. A streak of glittering fluid seemed to ridicule her ugly, embarrassing performance. It drove her crazy. Shi Yan shook off the urine on his hand right in front of Mei Ji. He rubbed his hand with the cloth on his side. Right after that, he wore a calm face as if nothing had happened. He said indifferently, "If the 2 monsters of the devouring clan aren't dead, we're all doomed. Although your god power isn't abundant now, you're at the peak of a mortal realm. Yeah, you don't need me to teach you how and what to do, right?" Mei Ji got it immediately. Yin unchained her to make her risk her life with the two old experts of the devouring clan. He wanted to use her last drop of power to exchange for his life. Meiji was so resentful that she even felt her teeth itch. At this moment, she pushed aside the attempt to figure out how Yin had sucked all the corpse toxin out of her body. What was left in her was only her indignation. I have only a part of my god power left. Do you want me to explode my soul altar to help you get rid of this? Yin shrugged. You won't let me go there to die. Even if I go there, I have no way to overturn the situation. You can do it, more or less. He did want Meiji to die together with the two devouring clan experts. He had observed, and he knew Meiji had a deep grudge against the others because they wanted to turn her into a corpse slave. He had recognized when she even wanted to kill herself in her despair. You won't die anyway. If you can drag one devouring clan monster with you to cushion your back, will it not be very convenient? To the woman who wanted to kill him and refine his soul to help her reach the territory ancestor realm, Yin didn't have a bit of compassion. All that he had done was just to turn the situation around. Boom, boom. At this moment, another bone dragon shattered. Of the two old monsters of the devouring clan, one was using a massive fingerprint to increase the soul pressure, and the other was holding a white eyeball to gather the energy to strike the little skeleton. All of a sudden, Bastos shivered. He turned around to look at the other side. He had finally found something wrong. Yin pointed at the rope made of white hair by Meiji's foot. When that thing receives the corpse chi, it will become that powerful, intimidating python. Damn, why didn't you tell me earlier? Meiji changed her visage. She gathered her god power. Sharp icicles appeared and stabbed the white rope. The rope cracked and made sounds that indicated it cracked, but it didn't disconnect or break. However, Bastos was shaken hard and his face was pale. It's his life treasure, Yin shouted. He didn't need to think, and he slashed his bloody sword. A 100-meter bloodlight grumblingly hacked on the white rope. This rope was made of white hair of the members from 100 races. From one full-force attack of the bloody sword, it was halved. Tui, Bastos couldn't help but spurt blood. His spirit, chi, and soul became fatigued immediately. He shouted as if his madness had finally burst out. Roaring and crying, he crazily dashed toward the others. Temporarily, he left the little skeleton behind. Chapter 1407, Join Hands. Chapter 1407, Join Hands. Underscore the life treasures of the warriors connected to the host soul, sea of consciousness, and even to the god power ancient tree. Typically, a warrior refined only one life treasure, which they try to maximize. The life treasure could perform a lot of magical functions. As the warrior and his life treasure was connected through the soul, the power sent to the treasure wouldn't be disrupted, and he could even send his soul consciousness together with the energy. However, when the life treasure was damaged badly, the owner received the same damage. In some worst cases, when the life treasure shattered, the owner's body exploded altogether. In the worst case, the owner's soul was torn to pieces. Bastos's white rope was made of the white hair of corpses from 100 different races. He had refined it with many rare and precious materials for several hundred years. That white rope was called corpse reins, and it was the fundamental tool he had to refine the corpse. This corpse reins helped him refine and tame many corpses. This white rope was a terrifying whip to his corpse slaves. Outside the Skull Island, layers of mist hovered. That white mist could defend the corpse slaves. The parents of the little skeleton had created the mist to protect the area. Thus, Bastos and Nazario couldn't bring the corpse slaves with them this time. Otherwise, with 2 more corpse slaves, they would have finished this battle perfectly. One of the magical functions of this corpse reins was that it could absorb vitality to turn a vigorous warrior into a stiff corpse. It facilitated the corpse refining process a lot. The python created by the corpse reins had coiled Meiji for a while. If it had held her for longer, she would have lost her consciousness. She would have become a corpse without the ability to reason. After that, Bastos could have activated her brain to make her his standard corpse slave. He didn't think and just dashed forward at his max speed. A white light tore the sky. Bastos waved his hands on the way, and the feeling of connected flesh came to him. Two pieces of the corpse reins suddenly shivered and moved like a snake. Slowly, they reconnected and they looked almost intact. Shurian was still far away, so he couldn't stop him. He could only shout at Meiji, "Try your best to stop him." Meiji cursed Shurian's ancestors and gritted her teeth to urge the little bit of energy she had. A broad ice sword slowly emerged from her palm. The body of the sword reflected her beautiful body. It looked like she was carving her soul seal onto it. The ice sword was formed. Meiji's face became even paler. Her jade-like arm rose and slashed on the corpse reins, old cut. Sizzle. The corpse reins was cut off again, and it sent ice pieces everywhere. Wisps of ivory corpse chi emitted from the cut mouth. Bastos was on his way. He halted, as if he had just barged into a mountain. He turned dark and sinister, roaring crazily. "That low woman! I'm sure I will make you wish that you were dead. I will definitely show you what happens if you offend me." Meiji was so cold. She knew that even if she had to detonate her soul altar, she would never let herself fall into Bastos' hands. Otherwise, she would have to endure an extreme torment which would make her want to die. She turned her head and her dark eyes gazed at Shurian. "Are you satisfied now? Is it what you want?" Shurian frowned and didn't say anything. He moved away and stayed far away from her and Bastos. Meiji looked at him in the eyes twice. In the end, she begrudgingly turned around. Another snow lotus bloomed on her ample breast with bleeding petals. It was beautiful and alluring like her exquisite glamour. The bleeding snow lotus had drained Meiji's life energy. At this rate of losing vitality, she must have used some kind of mysterious technique. As Shurian guessed, she was about to risk her life with Bastos even if she had to pay with her own life. A wave of strange soul energy came from her brain. Her icy eyes were now filled with resolution. Bastos was coming with rage. He halted a few hundred steps away from Meiji as he was shaken hard. Bastos didn't dare to move even a step further. He didn't even dare to look at the treasure that was connected with his life. He didn't dare to take it back. It was because of the strange energy fluctuation from Meiji. It was like a volcano that could erupt at any minute. Once it was activated, it would release the last light and drag everybody close to the abyss to hell. As they were all at the peak of a mortal realm, Bastos understood clearly that Meiji had only a bit of her god power left. However, when she decided to destroy her life, the energy from her death was going to be enough to shatter him altogether. In a specific range, he couldn't stand or avoid this. "If you want to die, just do it. I don't have free time to waste on you." Bastos hovered in front of her, his face dark. All of a sudden, his brows twitched. He swayed and changed his direction, dashing towards Shurian. When he had just turned around, he saw Shurian slashing a bloodlight. He knew it was the thing that cut off his corpse reins. Thus, Shurian was his enemy too. Meiji had prepared to shatter the jade together with the stones. Seeing Bastos change his target in fear, her eyes brightened with cold light when her evil plan worked. She sneered and looked at Shurian from a distance, feeling really good. "Hey, old dog, if you want to kill me, you still need to work hard. If you don't believe me, come and try." Shurian was like an illusion shifting through this skull island. His figure flashed and then disappeared. Then, he reappeared 10,000 miles away. Using the space power Upanishad, he was like a shadow that no one could capture. He didn't linger at any spot. The short rest on the skull island had allowed him to regenerate his energy a little bit. He wasn't a lamp without oil. If he wanted to run, he had enough energy to endure for a while. When Meiji wanted to kill him, she had struggled a lot. And now it worked on Bastos too. Bastos was moving crazily, but he couldn't lock Shurian down. Especially when Shurian used dark energy, he could turn invisible. Bastos became hot-tempered and restless. Meiji was watching everything with a nonchalant face. She felt delighted when Bastos was roaring like a tiger, but couldn't capture Shurian. She had experienced this situation before, so she understood Bastos feeling well. Also, Bastos cultivated only the corpse chi. He didn't know how to use the soul power to find an expert with dark energy who was hiding. Thus, it was more difficult to deal with Shi Yin. What made Meiji more surprised was that the thick corpse chi that Bastos had released massively didn't work on Shi Yin. Shi Yin was still moving agilely. He wasn't affected even a bit from Bastos' attack. Meiji subsided her delight of taking revenge. Her beautiful eyes became stern. She had a feeling that Shi Yin cultivated some technique that could suppress Bastos. She had this feeling since Shi Yin used a humiliating method that she would never forget to suck the corpse toxin from her body out. When she finally had time to focus her mind, this feeling became clearer. Something could subdue the power Upanishads of the devouring clan. Meiji couldn't react. She searched through her head, thinking about strange and rare power Upanishads, but she couldn't find anything that matched. It made her bewildered, indeed. She didn't relate it to the devouring power Upanishad because of 3 reasons. First, it was the top, supreme power Upanishad of the devouring clan. Second of all, this power was lost, even in the devouring clan. Third, Shi Yin wasn't a member of the devouring clan. She just thought that Shi Yin was mysterious, and he seemed to have many secrets she couldn't understand. While she was observing, the corpse reins by her disappeared unknowingly. It seemed like Bastos had retrieved it. She didn't mind as she was busy taking in the pellets that the Phantom Clan had refined to regenerate her energy, even if it wasn't that significant. She turned to look at the battle between the little skeleton and Nazario. The mysterious corpse worms still covered the skeleton. However, they weren't as strong as when Bastos had used his power to support them. Their shrieking wasn't enough to trouble the skeleton's soul now. It troubled Nazario to apply his power Upanishad on the little skeleton. At this moment, the little skeleton's eyes twinkled radiantly. A flaming light and an icy light shot out, which annoyed Nazario a lot. Nazario became a little helter-skelter. The eyeball in his eyes looked tired, as if it had consumed a lot of energy. Bastos, what the heck are you doing? Don't chase that kid. Kill this bastard first. Nazario panted and couldn't help but yell. Bastos got himself together while persistently chasing after Shi Yin. He knew that he didn't have a lot of time left. It would be better to join hands with the other to kill the skeleton instead of wasting time on pursuing Shi Yin. After that, they would have plenty of time to defeat Shi Yin and Meiji. Shi Yin was moving strangely. Bastos couldn't catch him. Meiji was ready to explode herself altogether. Bastos didn't have any solution to deal with her quickly. Reluctantly, he had to fly back to Nazario. Swoosh! A light shadow slid across. Shi Yin reappeared not far from Meiji. He looked at Meiji. Once that little skeleton is killed, you have only one way to go, which is to die altogether. If you help it kill or shoo away the 2 monsters, we will all survive. If you want, you should go help it. I have only a bit of God power left. If I go there and join the battle, it will be no different than me killing myself. Meiji pulled a cold visage. You little cunning rascal, you're full of bad thoughts. You wanted me to hold one of the old monsters of the devouring clan. Good calculation, but why I should carry out your plan? I'm only at first sky of a mortal realm. Once I show up, I'll be killed faster. Shi Yin opened his arms and said begrudgingly, I know you're not weak. Meiji's eyes drilled into Shi Yin. You shouldn't think about sacrificing me anymore. I will definitely not act as you wish. Shi Yin kept silent. He knew his minor calculation couldn't be implemented. Pondering, he suggested, You and I join hands to deal with Bastos. Believe me, we have the power to fight him. I'm sure when he faces you, his power will be reduced massively. Finally, you want to contribute your strength now. Meiji snorted. Shi Yin frowned, staying silent. Okay, I'll join you to battle against him. Nothing's worse than death, anyway. I'll accept all the prices. I want to make it clear that if you dare to hide and not risk your life, once I figure it out, I will drag you and Bastos to hell together. Meiji gritted her teeth, talking resentfully. Shi Yin nodded his head with a forced smile. Chapter 1408, Counterattack. Chapter 1408, Counterattack. Underscore crack. 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 The wave of mysterious corpse worms had submerged the white bone clan child. His white, crystal bones were nibbled continuously. However, although the mysterious corpse worms were trying hard, they couldn't leave any scratch on that little skeleton. The bone body had been refined through hundreds of thousands of quenching times. His parents had put their effort into it. Its hardness was so abnormal that even the mysterious corpse worms couldn't break it. If its soul is dissolved, it can't supply energy to maintain the body's defense. We can break it then. Nazario's fingers tightened around the white eyeball. As he swung his hand, his eyes shot an evil, white light, which felt so heavy when it shone on the little skeleton. It was like an entire mountain was placed on it. Bastos came back. He hovered in midair. At this moment, he didn't care about Shi Yin or Meiji. The massive fingerprints from his palm flew out once again. The mysterious corpse worms became extremely frenzied. The mournful screeching echoed around the Skull Island. Anyone who heard it would feel their souls shake as if they got stabbed. The small bone body of the little skeleton shivered. The power of the flaming light and the icy light from his eyes weakened. His eyes showed his agony. At this moment, Shi Yin and Meiji had landed a deal. Shi Yin disappeared again. He had urged dark energy and stood invisibly by Meiji. Bastos and Nazario focused only on the little skeleton. They didn't notice Shi Yin's moves or Meiji's commotions. When Nazario wanted to pour more energy to tear the bone body of the skeleton, the surrounding temperature suddenly reduced massively. He looked up skeptically. So many shining snowflakes were falling. Shortly after, a snowstorm struck the Skull Island and made it a snow-white, cold land. The cold, icy energy slapped on him and Bastos. As soon as the snowflakes fell, they melted and seeped into the two's bodies. Then the two experts became stiff and chilled from the inside. Despicable slut. You really want to die, right? Bastos was outrageous. He saw Meiji around 1,000 steps away from him, releasing icy, cold energy. Countless sparkling snow lotuses were releasing cold energy and changing the weather of this entire area. Each of the snowflakes contained Meiji's cold energy. When the flakes fell and seeped into the body, they could freeze the body indiscernibly. So annoying. Nazario was irritated. How did you confine her? How could she get rid of it? How could I know that? Bastos wasn't in a good mood. He said with a dark face, that slut can self-detonate at any minute. I don't want to be dragged with her to death. I gave her a chance. I didn't think she doesn't treasure her life like that. She dares to come to disturb us. You'd better defeat her now, yelled Nazario. Bastos kept a cold face and pondered. He then said reluctantly, never mind. I'll sacrifice a little here. Okay, I will kill her and make her body my corpse slave. It's acceptable. Then Bastos moved, his eyes darkly sinister. His incipient extent emerged from his forehead. It was a mountain made of so many corpses. It slowly descended above, Meiji's head from the sky. This mountain was Bastos' power, and it could kill Meiji. However, if Meiji wanted to play hard and pay by exploding her soul, she could break this corpse mountain. It was also a terrible loss to Bastos. That's why he didn't use it earlier. The corpse mountain was hundreds of meters high and created by pale corpses. It was scary enough to frighten anybody. Seeing the corpse mountain pressing down, Meiji's charming face was sour. She hissed through her gritted teeth. I hope your trick works. Don't harm me. Don't worry. I'm sure we can join hands to deal with Bastos. A voice came from nowhere, but it was full of confidence. Meiji lifted her head to watch the corpse mountain slowly falling. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. A long, narrow space slit emerged in the void above Meiji's head. Divine lights emerged from the space slit that led to an unknown world. Sure, Yin didn't even know where it led to. When he had first landed on this Skull Island, the space here was controlled by some invisible force. He couldn't find the space nodes to run away. It was like he was lost. It was also the reason why Meiji could find him, but he couldn't teleport away from the Skull Island. However, this time, when he urged his power Upanishad, it worked smoothly. The space nodes that had disappeared now resumed. If Yin wanted to leave now, he could do it deliberately. In the dark, Yin couldn't help but turn to the little skeleton. He saw his eyes sparkling once. He suddenly understood it. When he had fought with Meiji, that small skeleton must have done something to prevent him from running away using his space power Upanishad. The little skeleton wanted to keep him here to save his parents. This Skull Island should have some key to control energy barriers that were interlinked to the little skeleton. As he was in a dangerous situation, he didn't want to pull Yin into this pit, so it had lifted up some spatial barriers. Yin could finally use his space power Upanishad. Meiji's eyes brightened. The corpse mountain was still lowering. If it didn't change the direction, it would directly enter the space slit and disappear soon. Bastos was scared out of his wits. He wore an extremely grimace face as he hurried to urge his power and create a corpse chi rope to tie the corpse mountain and pull it toward him. If it fell into the space slit, his soul would be damaged severely. Meiji laughed when she saw Bastos in a helter-skelter situation. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The icicles and ice sabers were revolving in the sky like a tornado of ice pieces. It floated up into the air from Meiji's head. When the energy congregated, a snowstorm with ice grumblingly rolled toward Bastos and Nazario. The two old monsters of the devouring clan wanted to focus on the skeleton first. Seeing the ice tornado go toward them, they were so angry that they could even vomit blood. Bastos was trying his best to stop the corpse mountain. He didn't have extra efforts to counter. Nazario had to deal with the storm and tornado himself. Nazario's corpse chi condensed and created a giant white-furred ape. The ape pounded its chest continuously, roaring and howling. It jumped into the ice tornado instantly to wreck it and try to destroy the tornado before it could reach Bastos and Nazario. Nazario steadied his mind and prepared to strike again. Right at that moment, a blazing sun dashed over and stormed into the ice tornado. The white ape burned, smoking and screeching. Nazario was shaken hard. Although the white ape wasn't his life treasure, it was created by his energy and power Upanishad. When the ape burned, it was also a heavy strike to his soul. He was wounded shortly after. Not only that, the little skeleton had seized the chance when Nazario and Bastos were distracted to get rid of the mysterious corpse worms. So many stars twinkled on his body, which functioned like his acupuncture points. The starlight then shot up into the sky. Stars began to twinkle inside the mist layers above the Skull Island. It seemed like some formation had activated. The two bone dragons, which were mashed, had their bones connect again miraculously. They flew up one more time. In different corners of the Skull Island where many skeletons quietly piled, they slowly got up. These were hundreds of meters tall. They had only bones without eyes. However, they moved quickly and went to the battlefield. Yin was hiding in a secret place. He saw so many massive skeletons carry the bone sabers and jump on the Skull Island grumblingly. Shortly, a skeleton, which seemed like it was the leader, stomped on dozens of mysterious corpse worms and smashed them. The corpse liquid splashed from the worms. That huge skeleton brought a white saber, storming toward Nazario and slashing him. Swish! The saber light flashed as if it could tear the sky. So many light dots sparked from the white bone and flooded Nazario. More and more giant skeletons gathered. A part of them stayed by the little skeletons, and others advanced toward Bastos. Meiji was stunned. She relaxed while watching the giant skeletons try to powerfully and intimidatingly make Nazario and Bastos helter-skelter. She looked at the little skeleton in astonishment. She knew that this Skull Island wasn't ordinary. Perhaps the entire Skull Island was a divine weapon that his parents had spent a lot of efforts to create for him to deal with the enemies. As he was temporarily held, he couldn't activate the power of the island. Thus, he was bullied. With Yin and Meiji's help, The skeleton had gotten rid of it and activated the mysterious defense of the Skull Island. He had created many skeletons, which had changed the situation quickly. Those skeletons swung the bone sabers, attacking and chasing Bastos and Nazario. They knew that the situation wasn't going well for them. They wanted to leave this place. However, when they flew up, they found that the gravity had increased almost 1,000 times. They were pulled back to the ground. They didn't cultivate space power Upanishad, so they couldn't use space energy to teleport like Shurien. Begrudgingly, they had to stay and fight against the huge skeletons on the Skull Island. Every time they tried their best to destroy a big skeleton, the little skeleton would do something that shook the entire Skull Island. Then, the smashed skeleton would resume its frame and continue to attack Nazario and Bastos furiously like a dragon again. Those huge things were immortal. There was no way to kill them. Nazario and the other were desperate when they figured this out. Shurien was hiding. He suddenly reappeared by Meiji, his face stunned. The little skeleton was riding a bone dragon and circling above the massive skeletons. He was swinging his arms and speaking the archaic language of the White Bone clan to command the skeletons, his warriors. Shurien watched them and was astounded. He was really surprised because of the little skeleton in this Skull Island. How could you absorb all the corpse toxins? All of a sudden, Meiji's eyes drilled into him. As far as I know, there aren't many power Upanishads that could absorb the corpse toxin. Also, I couldn't reason as to why you had to use that method to detoxify me. Meiji's voice pitched up, her face cold and malicious. Shurien turned to look at her and said deliberately, I only know that method to suck the toxin out. Only he knew the real reason. He used that method to detoxify her, to take revenge. He wanted to humiliate her in a way she would never forget. If he wanted, he could have used a more proper method, which wouldn't irritate Meiji that much. However, he did it this way because Meiji was cruel and she had chased for a long time. She was greedy and terrible. She wanted to use him to reach the territory ancestor realm. She had enraged him. If she wasn't useful, he wouldn't have hesitated to find a chance and kill her to eliminate the danger afterward. Chapter 1409, Bully the Beauty. Chapter 1409, Bully the Beauty. Meiji's eyes were like cold sabers that cut and slashed Shurien. She hated the fact that she couldn't stab and cut him to death. Then, the little skeleton sitting on the bone dragons was shouting and commanding his massive skeletons to attack Nazario and Bastos. Strange noises of some commotions came from inside the Skull Island. Shurien had recognized that this entire Skull Island was a divine weapon, and a formidable one, though. The Skull Island could seal the space to trap him, and it could increase the gravity to thousands of times, which kept Nazario and Bastos from running away. At the same time, the little skeleton could even create huge skeletons and control them. This strange treasure was really unimaginable and marvelous. Bastos apparently didn't know that much. 30 years ago, the little skeleton had shown mercy by only wounding him. This time, Bastos invited one expert to help him. However, from the current situation, the result was going to be even worse than the previous time. Shurien was happy and related. As soon as he could calm down, he had some interesting idea. Glancing at Meiji, his eyes then scanned her hot, inviting body. Bastos wasn't wrong. The phantom women were gifts from heaven. Meiji's long silk dress had many holes, which exposed her snow-like skin. Her white skin even glowed. Her breasts were so huge that they looked like they wanted to tear her dress to find freedom. Her slim waist emphasized her round, ample rear. Her cheeks were flawless under her twinkling eyes. This mature charming could arouse any man. Shurien appraised her beauty sincerely. The glamour of this mature, charming woman had boiled any man's blood. Hey, you said that if I help you get rid of the corpse toxin, you would sacrifice yourself and serve me. I remember it. After we're done with this, we should find some time to finish this, he laughed explicitly. Meiji's body went stiff, her face cold. You dare say that? Shurien was surprised. Why can't I say it? Are you phantom women all liars? You don't keep your word? I just said that. Moreover, you humiliated me with your treating method. You should be happy I didn't say I would kill you. You still dare to talk about these conditions with me? Meiji was so angry that she wanted to vomit blood. I only know that you said if I could detoxify you, we wouldn't count the grudge between us, and you would serve me for a while. Yan's voice was resolute. He snorted, "Don't think that you can deny it. At your conditions, do you think I will rape you if you don't do what you've promised?" Rape? Rape me? In the next second, she screamed like a lunatic, her body shaking. Try it. If you aren't afraid of death, just try it. I don't think I can handle you. Okay, I will try. Yin sneered inwardly. A thought popped up in his mind and triggered some secret arrangement. As soon as Meiji was ready to take action, she suddenly felt her private area get hot. It was like having a flame burning her lower body. She was scared out of her wits. With a pale face, she shivered. She pointed her jade-like finger at him. What did you do to my body? How could you be so despicable like that?" Her lower body was so hot. The heat of the flame was controlled skillfully. However, if it increased, her lower body would burn. Thinking about a worse, insulted situation that could happen, she was panic-stricken. She could never think about someone so cruel and his terrible ambush to women like him, even in her dreams. She suddenly recognized that Yin was evil, cruel, and not less than the two monsters from the Devouring Clan. She was petrified and didn't dare to move. Her face wore a desperate expression, as if she would rather die to end all of these. I had never provoked you on Dragon Lizard Continent. You were greedy. You wanted to refine my soul to help you reach the Territory Ancestor Realm. I was running away. You didn't stop chasing me. To break through to Territory Ancestor Realm, you've done a lot. I'm lucky that I have a tough life. If I hadn't been persistent and made a mistake on the way, what would have happened to me? My soul would have vanished, and you would have destroyed it already. And I don't have any resentment or grudge, but you could treat me like that. How couldn't I treat you the same way? Yin looked at her. He ridiculed with a cold face. Anyway, God doesn't favor you. I've undergone the culpa, but I'm still alive. And you're so weak now. Well, you gave me a chance. If I can't take it, I will not be able to get over my own challenge. Meiji stooped, listening to his cold and harsh words. She felt so down. I'm in your hands now. Do what you want. She was subdued. A kid at first sky of a mortal realm had ambushed her and humiliated her. And now, her lower body was burning. Her pride, confidence, and arrogance were torn apart. Her heart was gradually numb. Yin arched his brows and slowly walked toward Meiji. He rose one hand and used his index finger to stroke her chin. Lifting her stooped head, he observed this peerless glamour. You're beautiful. You're a gift from heaven. Any man would get drunk because of you. I'm also a man. I can't avoid being vulgar. Meiji just let him do what he wanted to harass her. While listening to him, her dark eyes didn't have focus. I agree with you that I will serve you for a while. But you have to agree with me to erase that original flame seal. Her heart was now like ashes. Yan's malicious tricks had made her panic. It was the first time she felt powerless and unable to do anything to Yin. When she was done, the irritating feel disappeared. Yin had retracted his finger on her chin. She was surprised. Her eyes brightened. A red-orange flame danced on Yan's fingertip. The flame had a special aura that she immediately recognized. It was the original flame seal that was placed in her lower body. She had a new hope now and said coldly, "When I recover, I will delight you then." Yin looked at her deeply in the eyes. "After you recover, while we are having fun, I think your soul will leave you." Meiji frowned. "I don't care if you believe me or not. I will keep my words." She couldn't explain why Yin suddenly lifted the seal that he had used to force her. Did he still have some other concealed trick? Meiji was frightened. She suspiciously circulated her power to check her body entirely. She gritted her teeth. Her neck blushed as she was carefully and detailedly checking her lower body. Yin looked at her and smiled. In his mind, he wasn't actually happy, though. He figured out her intention. There's no other trick. Don't be suspicious. You think I will believe you? Meiji's eyes were cold and dark. If I wanted to control you, Why would I retrieve the original flame seal? Why would I do such a thing? Meiji was also bewildered. She contemplated and then gritted her teeth, lowering her voice. I can fulfill my promise, but you have to make sure that no one will hear about this. Otherwise, when I fully recover, I will not regret paying any price to kill you. She thought that Shi Yin wanted to seize the chance when she was wounded to force her for a fun night. She knew that if Shi Yin used his power, with her little remaining energy, she wouldn't be able to defend herself. Also, she thought that the little skeleton and Shi Yin had formed some agreement. On this Skull Island, with the little skeleton's support, she couldn't use her power to resist Shi Yin. She had to accept her fate. I don't need your body. Strangely, Shi Yin shook his head. You seem to have a high position in the Phantom Clan. I need some information. I want to know what happened to Dragon Lizard Star after we left. I hope you can use the power of the Phantom Clan to find my friend. I want her alive. As long as Audrey lived, Ming Hong was also there. They could find the way to come back to desolate territory. The sea domain was vast, and the territories were endless. Shi Yin knew it would be a struggle to find Audrey on his own. If he couldn't find the entrance to the territory, he could only stay in the sea domain of nihility. His connection to Xia Xian Yin, Yang Tian Emperor, and the others were going to be cut off. And now, Hui had emerged. He wondered what damages it had brought to desolate territory. He had to accumulate energy to change the structure of desolate territory in the future. Meiji was a powerful character of the Phantom Clan, and the Phantom Clan was one of the 7 great clans. Shi Yin even knew that they were the clan with the best and fastest intelligence. If he could use Meiji to get the information from the Phantom Clan, it would be much easier for him. Oh, an affectionate man. The corners of Meiji's mouth curled. She quieted down as the toughest matter that had troubled her the most lifted away. When she looked at Shi Yin now, she felt better. If you only need information, I can make a deal with you. On my Phantom ancestors, I promise to do my best to find the information you need. Are you sure? I'm sure, Shi Yin confirmed. Meiji didn't say anything. She threw one hand into the air while placing the other hand on her big breast before speaking the language of the Phantom Clan and her ancestors to pledge. She would keep her promise and find the information Shi Yin needed. Deal, shouted Shi Yin. In the next moment, he disappeared. After recovering from her bewilderment, she followed him. Nazario and Bastos were forced into a valley between bare mountains. They were sieged in layers. The two looked tired and frightened. It seemed like they couldn't endure it for a long time. The little skeleton sat on the bone dragon and spoke the archaic language of the White Bone Clan to command the skeleton warriors to attack the others. Gradually, Nazario and Bastos were slashed and bleeding hard. The remaining god power in their bodies was even less than Meiji's. Leave them to me. They are useful to wake up your parents. Ask your skeleton warriors to pay attention. Shi Yin suddenly shouted and looked at the little skeleton. The skeleton was bewildered for a while, but then nodded to him. As the little skeleton and Meiji didn't understand anything, Shi Yin flew toward Nazario and Bastos. Chapter 1410, Power Upanishad Superiority. Chapter 1410, Power Upanishad Superiority, _. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. The little skeleton suddenly turned and screamed at Shi Yin. He waved his white bone hand and asked Shi Yin not to come close to Nazario and Bastos. When Meiji was about to die, she could gather her energy and pay with her life to threaten Bastos not to come close to her. They were all at the peak of a mortal realm. If they wanted to kill altogether because they couldn't have a chance to escape, the energy from their self-destruction was going to be enough to burst Shi Yin into pieces. He told you not to come close. Be careful, or else those two will drag you into their death pit together. Meiji screamed from a distance as she understood the little skeleton's language. Shi Yin didn't change his visage or turn around to answer. Well, if they want to shatter the stone and the jade altogether, it won't work on warriors with space power Upanishad. Meiji was surprised. She thought and nodded as she finally agreed with Shi Yin's confidence. If Shiryen could teleport as he had done to run away from her, even if Nazario and Bastos wanted to self-detonate, it wasn't easy to kill Shiryen. Around 10 giant skeleton warriors were holding their massive sabers and surrounding the two devouring clan old men in the valley. Those bone sabers were so massive. As they swung the sabers, white light shot out. Those sabers had left many deep cuts like a spider web in this valley. Nazario and Bastos had countless bleeding cuts. Some even reached their bones, which was very scary to see. "We're finished this time." Nazario wore an extremely grimaced face. He hid with Bastos in a corner and gritted his teeth, his eyes malicious. "You don't know how intimidating he is, and you have taken rash actions here. You've dragged me into this damn pit altogether." "It's useless to say anything now." Bastos pulled himself together. "We can't save our bodies. Let's wait for the chance to escape with our soul altars. We can use the corpse slaves out there. We will return to retaliate later." "We don't have another choice then," Nazario snorted. Until now, they had never thought that this battle could threaten their lives. They had thought that even if this Skull Island was more evil, they could leave whenever they wanted. Anyway, regardless of how terrifying the tricks that little skeleton was, they didn't see him have any treasure or power to destroy the soul altar. At their peak of a mortal realm, it wasn't difficult to use the soul altar to escape. They hadn't done that yet because they thought that they could run away with their bodies. Shiryen was especially flying toward them, and the skeleton warriors had loosened their besiege. Their eyes brightened as they exchanged looks. They thought that their chance had finally come. Although they now had only 10% of their power left, they were confident that they could deal with a junior warrior at first sky of a mortal realm with that amount of energy. Nazario squeezed the eyeball. Abruptly, it released evil and dark energy that rippled like water waves. Shiryen landed from the sky and looked at the coming waves. He rose his hand to grab them. The wisps of energy quietly disappeared. Nazario was bewildered. He could feel the energy from his eyeball enter Shiryen's palm. This was impossible. The eyeball had used corpse chi as the foundation, and it even had corrosive energy, which came as friend who cultivated corrosion power Upanishad. Shiryen's palm received everything. How'd he do that? Bastos' visage changed. He knew that something was wrong. He immediately sent his mysterious corpse worms by his feet to Shiryen. Shiryen grinned. The mysterious corpse worms seemed to sense a domineering aura. They unexpectedly retreated. Each of them flattened their bodies on the ground and shivered. The aura from Shiryen's body made them instinctively fearful. It was the fear that was carved deeply in their life seal. They couldn't even think about resisting. Bastos and Nazario gawked. They suddenly felt so chilled, and they looked into the void instinctively. It seemed like a territory ancestor realm expert of their clan was hovering in the darkness and watching them. Only territory ancestor realm experts of the devouring clan could have an aura with a beam of their ancestor devour's aura, which could make the mysterious corpse worms crouch on the ground without daring to move. They looked at the sky and felt both fearful and happy as they thought that they were right. Far from them, Meiji's charming face was filled with surprise. She looked at the area and didn't know what was going on over there. Shiryen was standing in front of Bastos and Nazario, and the mysterious corpse worms were shivering under his feet. The eyeball in Nazario's hand continued to release a halo, but it didn't affect Shiryen at all. With her vision and knowledge, Meiji became puzzled. She didn't know what happened. However, at this moment, Shiryen turned around and said to the little skeleton, "I have something I want to talk to them about. I don't want the others to overhear us. Don't worry. I can protect myself. Is it okay?" The little skeleton looked at him with strange eyes. He was baffled for almost a minute before riding the bone dragons away. The other dragon landed by Meiji. This gesture was like telling Meiji to leave too. Meiji was so indignant. She knew that Shiryen wanted to talk to Nazario and Bastos, and it was crucial for her to understand him more. However, with Shiryen's vigilance, she couldn't know the details, which made her upset and worried. Not far from them, the little skeleton hovered and looked at her. Under his gaze, she was frightened. After some cursing, she quietly sat down on the bone dragon. The bone dragon flew with her away. Take the skeleton warriors with you too, Yin pitched his voice again. As soon as he finished, the little skeleton spoke in its archaic language to command the skeleton warriors. Then, the huge skeletons jumped away from the valley. Swoosh! 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 The three bone thorns hissed and flew out, stabbing Nazario's and Bastos' shoulders. Yin had refined these three bone thorns a long time ago. They had the essence of space power Upanishad, so they could move freely between spaces. Using them to ambush the others often worked well. The bone thorns nailed the two devouring clan monsters on the stone wall. They screeched in pain, but shut up shortly after and just looked at the horizon. Yin didn't know why they did that. He lifted his head to see, and he even used dark energy to sense for a while. He found nothing. Noticing the other two's moves when their eyes switched from the sky to the mysterious incorpse worms, he understood. Nobody is there. Don't overthink it. Only I'm here. Previously, he had thought that the devouring power Upanishad could subdue the 8 great, evil power Upanishads. However, since he hadn't had a chance to fight against his fellows, he couldn't confirm it. Also, because he couldn't confirm that, he decided to stay nonchalantly when the 2 experts from the devouring clan attacked Meiji and the skeleton. On the one hand, it was because he couldn't confirm if his assumption was right. On the other hand, Nazario and Bastos had had full power at that time. Even if his power Upanishad was superior to the others, he couldn't stand against these 2 experts. But now, they had lost at least 90% of their god power, and Yin had finally confirmed that the devouring power Upanishad could subdue the other 8 evil power Upanishads. Thus, he became confident instantly. No one is there? Nazario was puzzled. He didn't understand. He looked at the eyeball in his hand and then said coldly, "Then why did our power Upanishads, the corpse chi, and the erosive energy not affect you? First of all, your power is too weak. Second, Yin suddenly rose his hand. The negative energy included craziness, bloodthirstiness, brutality, and desperation that burst out. They shot out from his eyes and aimed at the other 2. At that moment, an endless blood sea with piles of corpses expanded in their eyes and tried to cover them. However, what made Yin surprised was that Bastos and Nazario didn't lose their minds. Instead, they looked as if they were frantically religious disciples. It's the picture of the Holy Land that our ancestor had left. It's the brain of our ancestor. What's going on? Yin was bewildered upon hearing them. The illusion created by the negative energy had taken the blood sea of the bloodthirsty force's Holy Land as the model. He had never expected that these 2 had called it the picture of their Holy Land and the brain of their ancestor. Yin suddenly understood something, and his face changed. He had visited the Blood Sea in the Holy Land. That mysterious black hole was unexpectedly the brain of Devour, the absolute beginning creature. Devour must have left something in the devouring clan before it left. The drawing of its brain was the picture of their Holy Land. It seemed like the relationship between the devouring clan and the bloodthirsty force was somehow close and marvelous. Anyway, the bloodthirsty force and Devour were predestined to not take the same path. 2 blood-dripping hands emerged and blew Nazario's and Bastos' chests. Yin had seized the chance when their minds weren't stable to attack. Although it was despicable, it was safer for Yin. Boom! Nazario and Bastos had fallen into the deepest abyss of their life. They were so weak, and they were distracted by Yin's evil energy attack. They got hit, and they started bleeding from the wounds on their chests. Until now, their bodies could not recover as they used to be. Death power Upanishad! Nazario and Bastos shouted. They were more frightened. This junior warrior, they had ignored their deeds, and their eyes were wide as they watched. They didn't know why Yin could use their clan's power Upanishads, and they didn't know why the mysterious incorpse worms acted so cowardly when they saw Yin. They couldn't figure it out no matter what. You can save your body, and your soul can't run away. Don't do such useless things. I won't give you a chance. Shi Yin mercilessly struck them with his words. Chapter 14:11 Shadow. Chapter 14:11 Shadow, underscore. Who are you after all? Nazario and Bastos shouted in unison. At this moment, their souls were trembling hard as if they could explode in any minute. Shi Yin was calm and natural. The energy fluctuating from the other two didn't affect him. He rose his left hand and placed it on Nazario's chest. Something dark flashed, and a black hole emerged. A powerful suction force appeared and absorbed Nazario's vitality massively. I am from desolate territory. The master whose inheritance I received was called bloodthirsty. Shi Yin hissed. Nazario and Bastos were shaken hard. They were extremely terrified. You are the successor of that man. Desolate territory. Creatures living in desolate territory will all die. Haha, all of you will have a tragic death. Our plan is carried out. Our young master has went there. He'll kill all creatures in your desolate territory. Nazario laughed and screamed crazily. He didn't care what Bastos thought. The vitality in his body erupted like a volcano. His soul altar was shattered into pieces in just a fragment of time. Sure, Yin was chilled, and he teleported away without thinking. Swoosh! He disappeared quickly. Boom! Boom! Two explosions happened one after another, sending a blood rain and pieces of flesh to the entire valley. It was the last shockwave from when the soul altars and bodies were destroyed. After that, Shi Yin reappeared in the valley. The blood downpour was like heavy rain. Everything in his vision was blood red. Nazario and Bastos didn't leave anything. Pieces of their remains scattered around the valleys. The wisps of their essence, chi, and soul energy were vanishing and returning into earth and heaven. Shi Yin frowned. The black hole emerged above his head like a massive mouth that sucked the soul energy that hadn't dispersed. At the same time, his acupuncture points absorbed their essence chi. However, his face slowly darkened. Shi Yin hadn't thought that Nazario could become so extreme after he knew Shi Yin was from desolate territory. He didn't say anything before he detonated his body and soul. Evidently, they knew bloodthirsty and what was happening in desolate territory. Nazario had exploded his own soul altar when he knew that Shi Yin knew devouring power Upanishad. He understood that if his soul altar remained, it would benefit Shi Yin later. Nazario said that their young master had descended and he would kill all creatures in desolate territory. This had become a shadow in Shi Yin's heart. He knew that the said young master was probably the soul that came from the other world that Xin Shan had guided. That soul had carried out many dark plans. When Hui emerged, it had quietly sneaked away. Now no one knew where it was. That man should be a sharp weapon that Devour and the Devouring clan had prepared with the goal of destroying Desolate. In the future, he was going to bring an endless catastrophe to desolate territory. The Devouring clan had never ceased to find and invade desolate territory. They didn't find the entrance, but they had used some secret techniques to send their young master soul there. If that man had more time to grow, Shi Yin felt chilled inwardly. Flap, flap. The flapping sounds came from the bone wings. The little skeleton came together with Meiji on another dragon. They were bewilderedly looking at the gory valley and Shi Yin, who was immersed in his thoughts. The little skeleton and Meiji didn't bother him. Meiji's bright eyes sparkled with strange light, her beautiful face filled with fear. Nazario and Bastos were at third sky of a mortal realm. Although they didn't have much energy left, Shi Yin wasn't able to kill them. From this scene, they knew that Nazario's and Bastos' soul altars exploded altogether. They were utterly dead. How could Shi Yin do that? She was so frightened. Shi Yin didn't give any explanation. After contemplating for a while, he lifted his head and looked at the little skeleton. Let's go to your parents. The skeleton nodded. Ah, right. Shi Yin frowned and said to Meiji, you can understand the archaic language of the White Bone clan. Give me the knowledge. As he didn't understand the White Bone Clan's language, he had to guess a lot while communicating with the little skeleton. It was really troublesome. Meiji could understand this language. Yin thought that she could impart him the memory seal of languages like the warriors from the Heavenly Eye clan had done to him. I can't transfer it to you. That skeleton doesn't use the current language of the White Bone Clan. It's really strange. My method is a single-use type. Unless we go to our fandom clan, I can use the same tool to send you the knowledge of the language. We don't have any other option now. Meiji shook her head. No other option? I'm afraid so. Yin pondered and then said to the little skeleton, "Bring her with us. She can help us communicate." The skeleton nodded again. He could understand Yin, but it was really bad that Yin couldn't understand it. It was a problem. Meiji could solve this problem, so he agreed. The little skeleton rode the bone dragon and flew away while screaming. He said that you and I can share the ride. Meiji's bold brows furrowed slightly. Yin didn't say anything. He flew up and landed on the back of the snow-white bone dragon, right behind Meiji. He extended his arms and clutched Meiji's round hips. Meiji's body stiffened. She suddenly recalled the moment Yin was standing behind her, and that humiliation. She felt so uncomfortable. Frowning, she hissed, "Can you stay a little away from me? This bone dragon isn't that small. Why are you leaning against me like this?" Yin grinned and then laughed. His hands rubbed her waists. "What are you afraid of? Didn't you say you would serve me dedicatedly? Although our deal has changed, anyway, let me take a little advantage. It's your debt to pay." "You're contemptible." Meiji cursed, her face cold and her body also getting icy. "Your condition isn't really good. If you continue using her energy, it will be very difficult for you to recover. You can even create permanent damages to your body. What do you think?" Yin talked into her ears in a strange tone. Meiji shuddered and snarled. "What do you want after all? Help you steady your wounds." Yin's voice became raw and cold. Then his rude hand crawled to her lower abdomen. While Meiji was still puzzled, a warm air current quietly seeped into her body. That warm current carried a mysterious energy that acted like the mineral hot spring that ran through her lower abdomen and veins in her body. Miraculously, her damaged veins, body, and her consumed god power recovered. While that warm current moved around, Meiji's body turned into a beautiful pink hue. Her face blushed as if she was soaking her body in a warm lake. This feeling was so refreshing and comfortable. She was a little panicked. However, she didn't mind if Yin's hand was placed in a sensitive part where he shouldn't be touching. He just enjoyed the cozy feeling and tried to heal her wounds faster. The beautiful scene didn't last for long. Soon, the bone dragon stopped and landed in the stone chamber inside the mountain where the little skeleton's parents were. The cozy feeling in Meiji's body disappeared when Yin lifted his hand away. The warmth at her wounds and her lower abdomen disappeared. Waves of pain hit her again. She looked at his hand, her bright eyes yearning, but she couldn't say anything. It looked like she wanted that hand to stay there forever. She even forgot how embarrassing it was to have his hand placed on her belly. Yin didn't look at her. Taking a deep breath, he said to the little skeleton, "Move your parents' bone bodies out." The little skeleton immediately took action. He was so tender as he was afraid that he could damage his parents' bodies. He carefully took out the two bone bodies from the coffin and lay them on the icy, rigid ground. Yin frowned and placed his hands on the chests of the two bodies. The essence chi from Nazario and Bastos was rapidly refined. He had sent a part to heal Meiji, and now he was slowly pouring the remaining into the two bodies through the heart cores. After they were taken out of the stone coffins, the vitality that was poured in their heart cores didn't flow away anymore. The two heart cores were like sponges taking in Yin's vitality. Yin could feel that they were like an endless sea, and the amount of energy he had poured into them was like a grain of salt thrown into the sea. Still, they needed a lot to reach the brim. He was so surprised. He contemplated, and he knew that if this little skeleton's parents had their heart cores filled with energy, Their energy would be thousands of times more abundant than the combined energy of Nazario and Bastos in their best conditions. They were absolutely existences at the territory ancestor realm. Instinctively, he turned to look at the little skeleton. This child was lucky. The two parents at the territory ancestor realm had put a lot of efforts to refine it, and perhaps only the White Bone Clan parents at such a level could give birth to this marvelous child. Time flew fast. After an unknown time, Yin had sent all the vitality that he had refined from Nazario's and Bastos' energy to the heart cores of the two bone bodies. Retracting his hand, Yin observed the heart cores of the two bodies and found no change. However, the brown-gray bone bodies seemed to get a little shinier. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. The little skeleton was stunned. Looking at the small change on his parents, he waved his hand and tried to say something. It asked you if its parents could wake up or not, explained Meiji. Yin contemplated for a long while. Then, he looked at the little skeleton with yearning ears and said, "If we do it this way, theoretically, we can wake up your parents. However, we need a huge amount of vitality. The energy I've poured into them is still very little. It requires a lot more to wake your parents." Asterisk, 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 asterisk. The little skeleton's eyes were filled with grief. After a long time, it spoke again. It asked you, "Do you have any method to make it faster?" said Meiji. Yin contemplated again. What method would make this faster? There's a method indeed. However, that method was built on bloody slaughter. It required countless lives. Chapter 14:12, The Sea of Annihilation. Chapter 14:12, The Sea of Annihilation. _ In a remote corner of the dark, cold sea domain of nihility, a small ash-gray island was moving quickly and heading to the Sea of Annihilation. Although it looked as if it was moving slowly, after each flash, it crossed billions of miles. Taking a closer look at that island was like looking at a massive skull with empty sockets and a big, dark mouth that was like deep tunnel. It was Skull Island. On a barren hill was Yin and Meiji sitting and watching the void. This Skull Island is much more marvelous than I thought. Currently, the members of the White Bone Clan couldn't build such a massive Skull Island. Only noble members of the clan could build Skull Islands and use them as big, moving weapon like a battleship. Anyway, this Skull Island can defend and attack perfectly. It can even conjure bone slaves. I have never heard about such a marvelous weapon before. Meiji didn't look very pale. She had slowly recovered. However, she still needed a lot of time to recover to her best condition. Yin listened to her quietly and didn't say anything. 3 years ago, in the cave inside the Skull Island, Yin, Meiji, and the little skeleton had agreed to come to the Sea of Annihilation. Yin knew he could use the devouring power Upanishad to swallow an abundant amount of vitality to revive the skeleton's parents. However, he didn't propose this method. Meiji suggested that the little skeleton should find the members of the White Bone Clan. She thought that if they knew that they had 2 precursors who were dormant like this, they would try their best to wake them up. The little skeleton said that he had never met any member of the White Bone Clan before. After he was born, he had always stayed and watched over the Skull Island. The Skull Island was mysterious. If it turned on its defense, it could prevent the soul consciousness from detecting it or turn invisible. Its power was like dark energy. In these recent years, the little skeleton had always protected his parents here. Deep in his soul, his parents had left a message before they died. They asked him not to contact others before it could reach the territory ancestor realm. He remembered and followed his parents' last wish, trying to hide the skull skeleton to not contact the outside warriors. After many years of concealing, he had never met any member of the White Bone Clan. Bastos had the precise direction, so he came here. Yin had gotten here by chance. According to Meiji, the White Bone Clan experts had based in the Sea of Annihilation. As long as they could find the White Bone Clan experts, they could receive help from them to revive the skeleton's parents. Yin knew about the Sea of Annihilation through the heavenly fantasy star compass. When he and Audrey parted, he told her to meet up at the Sea of Annihilation. Thus, he also wanted to go there. Meiji was one of the Phantom Clan's leaders who based in the Sea of Annihilation. Before she had gone to Dragon Lizard Star, she had always been there. She had come to Dragon Lizard Star to recruit the Water Tribe in exchange for Forefather Dragon Lizard's immortal pellets. As things were done, she had to return to the Sea of Annihilation. As they had the same destination, after they agreed with each other, the little skeleton followed Meiji's direction to drive the Skull Island. The island was now a floating battleship that headed to the Sea of Annihilation. Yin stroked the heavenly fantasy star compass. Tu Chi of the mysterious Sky Clan had given him a marvelous compass. Not only did it have special landmarks, but it also had time measurements. It was 3.5 years after he had parted with Audrey. It seemed to have been a long time. However, to the warrior at his realm, it was just like a blink of an eye. The heavenly fantasy star compass showed the directions and provided a brief introduction of the Sea of Annihilation. The Sea of Annihilation was one of the big trading zones for creatures in Sea Domain of Nihility. It was similar to a big market anyway. The experts from many clans often visited this place. However, there was no detailed description of this place. Anyway, the heavenly fantasy star compass was just a compass. It was more important that it showed the exact locations and time. Honestly, this is the first time I came to the Sea Domain of Nihility. My knowledge of the Sea Domain of Nihility is not very wide. I've heard about the Sea of Annihilation, but I don't know what it's actually. You said that we were pretty close to it. Can you tell me more details? Yin turned to Meiji. Yin had stayed inside the Skull Island to cultivate, steady his immortal realm, and quench his power Upanishad. Meiji suddenly woke him up. Then, he left the cave and flew out of the skull's mouth to get onto the surface of the island. I had underestimated this Skull Island. It's even faster than when I fly at my max speed. It's worth being the divine weapon that the 2 Territory Ancestor Realm experts had built. Meiji generously complimented. At this speed, we will at least enter the Sea of Annihilation after half a month. Right? I should tell you some information about the Sea of Annihilation. In this Sea Domain of Nihility, not many inhabited continents are complete. This place used to be the center in the absolute beginning era. Because of the Great War, it was destroyed. This place has so many shattered stars, continents, mountains, and lakes. The Sea of Annihilation is strange and miraculous. It's actually an endless sea. The area of this sea can be as big as an entire sea area in a territory. It's extremely vast. The Sea of Annihilation has many small islands and continents. There are as many as stars in the sky. The Sea of Annihilation is very deep. At our realm, I'm afraid that we can't go too deep. The bottom of the Sea of Annihilation is one of the most mysterious areas in the Sea Domain of Nihility. Rumors say that the seabed still has some divine weapon from the absolute beginning era, because it used to be the battlefield of the Great War at that time. Currently, many creatures and warriors in the Sea Domain of Nihility are exploring the Sea of Annihilation. Sometimes they find broken divine weapons or marvelous treasures, or even the seal of power Upanishads. They are all powerful and magical, which can help the experts reach the Territory Ancestor Realm. That's why the Sea of Annihilation is always a delicious pie in the explorer's eyes. Many races live on the islands in the Sea of Annihilation. They have considered the Sea of Annihilation as their homeland. Every second, warriors are entering the sea or trying to explore the seabed to find the vestiges of the absolute beginning era. The 7 great clans also sent their hotshots to base in the Sea of Annihilation. To them, the Sea of Annihilation is an arena. Meiji looked at the dark area ahead of them, as if she was watching the real Sea of Annihilation. She slowly explained many things to Yin and then concluded. That area has a lot of excellent encounters, but it's also very dangerous. It's a bustling, chaotic area. Low-realm warriors can be easily killed. I'm reminding you, be more cautious when we get there. There are some people even the 7 great clans have to be afraid of. You better behave and be humble. When your identity as a warrior with a wisp of a soul from an absolute beginning creature is exposed, even our phantom clan can't protect you. Shireen discolored. The intimidating experts that even the 7 great clans have to be afraid of. There are many experts without a clan or a force. Perhaps they are the last members of their races. However, they are very powerful. They often go there alone. If they reach the territory ancestor realm, do you think they won't be intimidating? Meiji forced a smile. Sure, Yin was terrified. There are territory ancestor realm experts there. Meiji nodded. They're hiding in the areas where we can hardly sense, or even in the sea. They come for the mysterious things undersea. Rumors say that someone has found the vestiges from the absolute beginning era where the ultimate secret of Earth and heaven is hiding. It's so attractive to the territory ancestor realm experts. How vast is the sea of annihilation? Shireen was astounded. Meiji pondered for a while and then said, the sea surface is as big as an entire star area. It has dozens of thousands of islands. Many of them are barren and not suitable for cultivating or living. A few of them are suitable for low-realm warriors to stay and cultivate in. However, there are larger, deeper areas. There's a way to imagine it. An expert with profound space power, Upanishad, used to measure it carefully. He said that the Sea of Annihilation looks like an upside-down funnel, and the sea surface is the bottom of that funnel. Getting deeper, the sea would get bigger. He said that the real area of the seabed could be hundreds of times bigger than the surface. It's hard to imagine, right? Sure, Yin was puzzled like a wooden chicken. A funnel. A funnel has a narrow bottom and a wide top. If that expert with space power Upanishad was correct that the surface of the Sea of Annihilation was as big as a star area, how big was the sea bottom? As big as a territory? As big as the desolate territory? It was just a sea in the sea domain of nihility, and it was so vast that Shireen was really astounded. Don't be surprised. The vast universe has countless territories and lands. The sea domain of nihility is the center of this cosmos. It's not strange if it has some mysterious and marvelous areas. Meiji's voice was relaxing. Her bright eyes rolled, and she asked all of a sudden, I'm curious. What method did you use to kill Nazario and Bastos? How could you send the vitality to me? Shireen became cautious immediately. He snorted. Our deal doesn't include digging up each other's secrets. I will figure it out sooner or later. Meiji gritted her teeth. She frowned and then said, I don't know why you wanted to help that little child from the Whitebone clan. What could it give you? Do you think that if you save his parents, they will appreciate you a lot and become part of your strong background? Do you know how much vitality it requires to revive his parents? Shireen pondered for a while and didn't say anything. He couldn't tell the reason either. He was just compassionate for that little skeleton. The grief and yearning that the little skeleton had for his parents, his sorrow, and his helpless feelings had touched a soft spot in Shireen's heart. It made him not consider pros and cons as he always did. He just immediately helped the little child without any condition. He couldn't explain it to Meiji, and he knew that Meiji wouldn't buy it if he explained his compassion for the kid to her. In the Sea of Annihilation, I am also a character. What I promised you, I will fulfill. As long as your woman comes to the Sea of Annihilation and exposes her location, I'm sure we can find her. Our Phantom Clan is famous for taking intelligence in this sea domain of nihility, said Meiji. Then thanks in advance, said Shireen. Chapter 1413, Waiting for a Man. Chapter 1413, Waiting for a Man _ Deep in the Sea of Annihilation. There was an island floating above the sea. It had many big trees that made it look like a black water lily. The trees on this island were so huge that they were like high mountains. They were as thick as a meadow. The island had so many different colored flags, which had many drawings of resentful souls and wailing ghosts. Those flags flew with the wind like a bunch of ghosts and demons screaming and hissing. Deep in the center of the lush forest were many rooms made of dry trees. Most of them were closed, and only a few of them had human footmarks. At this moment, A warrior of the Soul Clan was kneeling in front of the door of a lodge and speaking in the language of the Soul Clan to report, "Teacher, we got news. Come in." A senile, male voice came out from the room. The Soul Clan warrior respectfully stepped in. It was a plain room with more flags on the walls. The brocade flags here all had drawings of wailing ghosts and resentful souls. Just like the main power Upanishad of the Soul Clan, they felt dark and horrible. A haggard, old man with many wrinkles on his face was sitting on a cattail hassock. He was wearing a thick black robe that shrouded his thin body of a dry corpse. He looked as if he would die in the next minute. However, his eyes were like a cold water pond at night. They were deep and cold, and they didn't show human emotions. "We got news. Singh was killed on Dragon Lizard Star. Forefather Dragon Lizard had joined hands with Tu Shirchi and Yiyun of the mysterious Sky Clan. The Dragon Lizard Clan announced that they officially become a dependent clan of the mysterious Sky Clan," reported the young warriors who had reached second sky of a mortal realm. "Singh was so incompetent. He borrowed your soul-refining cauldron and still failed." The old man was as calm as usual. It seemed like he had predicted this result beforehand. "Continue. I want more details." The young man pulled a serious countenance and reported the details of the battle that took place on Dragon Lizard Star. The old man quietly listened to him. After a while, he looked surprised. "Oh, a junior with the soul clone of an absolute beginning creature. Interesting. If we can merge his soul to the soul refining cauldron, it will significantly contribute to healing the cauldron. Yeah, I'm sure it's not less than Forefather Dragon Lizard's soul." Then he opened his mouth. Something emerged from the tip of his tongue. Surprisingly, it was the soul refining cauldron that had stirred up the entire Dragon Lizard Star. This divine weapon from the absolute beginning era had disappeared discreetly after the battle on Dragon Lizard Star ended. It had returned to this old man's tongue. He spurted it out. The soul refining cauldron flew out and enlarged massively, floating above the island. So many complicated but exquisite absolute beginning era symbols on the cauldron's surface revived at the same time. They turned into twisted, evil ghost faces that moved around the cauldron. Flows of souls flew out of so many brocade flags on the island. Once the souls left, the drawings on the flags also left. From the bird's view, thousands of departed souls and ghosts were silently getting into the soul-refining cauldron, and the cauldron took them all in. The absolute beginning era symbols on the cauldron's surface became stranger and more mysterious after the cauldron had received more souls. It was now filled with enormous energy. Not long afterward, the ghosts and evil souls kept in the brocade flags on the island were all gone. They were the souls that the old man had recently collected. His eyes flashed, and the soul-refining cauldron became much smaller. He swallowed it right after that. "I still need a lot," the old man mumbled. Pondering for a while, he turned to the young man, his eyes sinister. "Tate, you know why I came to the Sea of Annihilation this time? You've been in this area for years. You should know what to do to satisfy me." The young man of the Soul Clan shivered inwardly. He put on a solemn face and said quickly, "Teacher, don't worry. I know what to do. You need war and death. That's how you collect the souls. I'm on it." The old man grinned contentedly, his grin evil and eccentric. "You're my good disciple. Anyway, it's not easy to trigger a war in the Sea of Annihilation. Even if we, the Soul Clan, want to do that, we'll need a cause or an excuse. I hope you can arrange things properly. Don't let the other clans catch our tail. They will say our Soul Clan broke the rules. Our general commander was murdered. It's not a bad cause. I'm going to take care of it," said Tate. The old man nodded and then looked at the ground underneath. It seemed like his eyes could pierce through the island to watch something in the sea. "Remember, don't bother the old freak underneath. Otherwise, it will be very troublesome." "Understood." A small island floated in a remote corner of the Sea of Annihilation had thunderstorms wreck the place year-round. Apparently, it wasn't a good island for creatures to live on. Low-realm warriors buried their bodies here. They had to reach the immortal realm to stay intact on this island. Audrey stood alone on a barren mountain on the island and looked afar, She had come to the Sea of Annihilation 6 months ago. Right after she had arrived, she decided to choose a remote island to stay in. This area had harsh conditions, and it was almost isolated. Not many people would notice this island. After they had parted, she had followed to Shur-Chi's direction to come to the Sea of Annihilation alone. She had encountered some dangers on the way. She had killed all the warriors who had approached her with malicious attempts. She had reached third sky of incipient god realm. Every day, she made good progress. Also, she still had an immortal pellet. If she had enough time, she could reach the immortal realm soon. Because she had merged with Ming Hong's soul and taken in the Sing's 7 brutal souls, she had accumulated such attainment. She also understood the cultivating techniques of the Soul Clan. The Soul Clan was a peculiar race that mainly cultivated the soul altar. Their understanding of the soul altar had surpassed many other great clans. Imperial Dark Tribe was rumored to be the clan that Desolate had created with the Soul Clan as the model. Imperial Dark Tribe had similar physical and metal features as the Soul Clan. Even their cultivating techniques were similar. Tu Shur-Chi gifted her the souls of the Soul Clan, and Sing was the Soul Clan's general commander. After she had refined those souls, Audrey now had a deep understanding of the soul altar power Upanishad of the Soul Clan. Her realm could increase rapidly. Ming Hong and those brutal souls could make up for her insufficient power. They were her source of energy. To break through the realm, the warriors needed to accumulate energy and develop a deeper understanding of power Upanishads. When these two weren't a problem, it was natural that Audrey could become stronger fast. Audrey's thoughts flickered and so many souls emerged by her. This cluster of ghosts consisted of thousands of resentful souls and ghosts. They gathered in clusters, which were massive and terrifying. Ming Hong, the brutal soul, was the master of those souls. He turned into his appearance when he was still alive, which was an elder of Imperial Dark Tribe. The entrance to our territory is right under a current at the seabed of the Sea of Annihilation. It's an isolated area, indeed. That year, I came through the entrance, and I was lost by the edge of the Sea of Annihilation seabed. When I got out, I was in another area. Audrey frowned. After you were gone, there were many people at the immortal realm in our desolate territory. They could go to the sea domain of nihility through the territory entrance too. However, they have never met any creature in the sea domain of nihility. Do you think it's strange? According to you, the Sea of Annihilation is really vast, and countless creatures have come here. How could they not have met any of them? Ming Hong forced a smile. Because we were wrong, and those who came later took the wrong way too. Audrey looked as if she wanted to ask for more information. Perhaps you can't imagine it. Actually, the Sea of Annihilation is connected to our desolate territory. The entrance to the territory is right at the border. The entrance is where our territory meets the sea domain of nihility. There are vast seas on both sides of the barriers. We have to get through a sea to get to the sea domain of nihility. Also, when we get through the sea, we will meet a river that leads to a terrifying, massive ocean. Ming Hong saw her baffled, so he rose his hands to gather a group of souls to sketch a map. At first, he drew a massive sea. From a sea as the center, he drew more rivers, which connected to the big sea. Those rivers flow to the Sea of Annihilation. In some aspects, they are parts of the Sea of Annihilation. After we get through the territory entrance, we don't have to follow the river to the Sea of Annihilation. No one has gotten to the seabed of the sea domain of nihility because it was impossible to do that. We couldn't endure the terrible water pressure under the sea. On the way, we took a branch that led to the other areas far away from the Sea of Annihilation. They were relatively safe areas in the sea domain of nihility. Anyway, there are the remote areas where we rarely saw any footmarks. The area I arrived on is a desolate corner of the sea domain of nihility, which is pretty far from the Sea of Annihilation. It doesn't have many creatures living on it. I thought that the other warriors from desolate territory came here after I also arrived at the isolated areas where there were no footprints. Only one expert had taken the right way as soon as he had entered the sea domain of nihility. He got through the Sea of Annihilation's seabed and emerged on the surface of the Sea of Annihilation. Ming Hong wore a strange face. "Who is he?" asked Audrey. "Bloodthirsty." He was the only one who had followed the right route through the river to the seabed of the Sea of Annihilation after crossing the territory in trance, because his power and realm were enough to endure the terrifying water pressure there. He figured out the ideal way and emerged from the seabed to the surface. He appeared in the friendly, lively area of the sea domain of nihility. Ming Hong showed his respect and sighed. "I know this through Sing's research. I know he was here for a short time. The Devouring Clan had fought against him once. He had killed many of them. He had even battled against Han Tian of the mysterious Sky Clan. I heard that he won. However, Sing didn't know his real identity. Bloodthirsty had subdued our Imperial Dark Tribe and stopped us from thriving for 10,000 years. Anyway, with his competence, he had topped our territory." Audrey also respected the expert. "I know the location of the territory entrance. I can take you out of here and return to desolate territory. I've been waiting for that day, but I don't know what makes you hesitant. You've been here for half a year. What are you waiting for?" Ming Hong was clueless. "I'm waiting for a man. He and I will return together," answered Audrey. Chapter 1414, Separate. Chapter 1414, Separate, _. It was an immense, shoreless ocean without a layer of clouds and atmosphere. There were broken pieces of stars and asteroids, and a terrifying, deadly blast. A skull island was carefully avoiding the asteroids and broken rocks on its way to land on the sea surface. Above the sea is a dangerous area. We better move to the water surface. It should be safer, suggested Meiji. The little skeleton agreed. Thus, the skull island slowly landed on the Sea of Annihilation. Just like a massive cruise, it continued to move further. The three of them sat on the skull island and finally arrived at the Sea of Annihilation. Shurian looked at the little skeleton with wary eyes. He then turned to Meiji and relaxed. "Where are we on the Sea of Annihilation?" "It's just a remote area that's still pretty far away from the deep ocean. At our speed, it will take around half a month to get to the island where the Whitebone clan is. We can stop by our Phantom Clan's island first. We'll be in there in about 10 days, explained Meiji. Shurian nodded and looked at the little skeleton. "What do you think?" "Nah. What else is there to think about?" Meiji arched her brow and said casually, "He's a member of the Whitebone clan. Of course, he has to return to his clan. I'm sure the members of the Whitebone clan will do everything they can to help his parents gain their consciousness back." The Whitebone clan had a small population. Thus, among the 7 great clans, the Whitebone clan was the most harmonious clan. They had almost no civil war. It was very hard and took a long time to get a new member of the clan. Also, they had to drain their power fighting against others, so they didn't have energy to create an internal dispute. In fact, their union was seriously taken into account. They had restricted and punished any internal dispute that could cause a war. Nobody had ever seen 2 members of the Whitebone clan attack each other. To him, returning to the Whitebone clan is the best choice. "We should respect his choice," Meiji said seriously. Shurian looked at the little skeleton and considered how to say what he thought. "I know a method to wake up your parents. However, the requirement is really complicated and it will take a long time. Yeah, I think you should return to Whitebone clan first. Why get a new method? I'll find you and help you." The little skeleton looked at him in the eyes. His mouth moved slightly. He gave a slight nod, his eyes showing gratitude. "You should go with us. The Phantom Clan is on the way anyway. After we got there, I'll show you the way to the Whitebone clan," said Meiji. The little skeleton nodded again. Thus, the 3 of them continued to ride the Skull Island, moving on the Sea of Annihilation and heading to the base of the Phantom Clan. On their journey, they found so many islands. They were like stars in the sky that they couldn't count. They saw many giant ships moving on the sea, carrying many warriors from alien tribes. Although Meiji was wearing her mask, many of them had recognized her. Sometimes, when they saw her far away, they had already greeted. On a massive ship made of cold steel, around 10 bulky alien warriors were moving. They were all brawny with fierce auras. They stayed half naked and showed the muscles of their rigid, metal-like bodies. Their skin even sparkled and reflected the cold light. Those people had an animal skin pattern on their bodies. They had horns, and their arms and thighs were twice as big as those of normal people. They gave people the impression of something powerful and explosive. An alien found Meiji. He looked so thrilled. Without prior announcement, he leaped up and landed grumblingly like a steel mountain on the Skull Island. He was a third sky of a mortal realm expert cultivating sharp metal power, Upanishad. His body was like real steel or iron. Apparently, he knew Meiji. As soon as he landed, he laughed loudly. Meiji, long time no see. I heard that you went to Dragon Lizard Star. You recruited the Water Tribe, didn't you? His eyes moved and stopped at the little skeleton. He looked a little surprised. A kid from the Whitebone clan? Why did you go with the Whitebone clan? I have never heard that you would be associated with Whitebone clan members. He glanced at Shi Yin for a second. He didn't pay a lot of attention because he thought that Shi Yin was just an ordinary warrior. Embark, why are you here? Meiji smiled. They say that someone found the absolute beginning vestiges under the sea. The old men in the clan led me here to check it out. Meiji, you've based in the Sea of Annihilation for years because of the Phantom Clan. Do you know anyone who is familiar with the seabed? Asked the beefy alien man with a smile. The seabed? Meiji furrowed her brows. The real seabed isn't a place that you and I can intrude. I'm based in the sea domain of nihility, and I can't explore this. Meiji shook her head. Embark didn't force her. He continued with a smile. I heard that Singh was dead. Tate is screaming everywhere that the mysterious Sky clan killed him. They are planning to retaliate against the mysterious Sky clan. I'm afraid this Sea of Annihilation will become chaotic again. You should be careful. I also heard that you did join that event in Dragon Lizard Star. Tate. Meiji pouted her lips. What the heck does he think he is? With his realm, what effect can he bring to the Sea of Annihilation? He doesn't want to live more, as he's trying to stir up the sea. Tate has only second sky of a mortal realm cultivation base. It's true that he can't rise the wind. But what if his teacher is here too? Embark almost shouted. Meiji discolored. What? That old freak comes to the Sea of Annihilation? Perhaps it's related to the absolute beginning vestige under the Sea of Annihilation. Who knows? Anyway, he's in the Sea of Annihilation now. Yeah, you can confirm this with your team when you come back. Then, Embark lowered his voice. I heard that you got a kid on Dragon Lizard Star who has the wisp of a soul of an absolute beginning creature. Did you refine him? Tell me honestly, have you reached the bottleneck to break through to the territory ancestor realm? Meiji grimaced and coldly looked at Embark. Now, everybody knows what had happened on Dragon Lizard Star. Don't ask me. That's what Tate has spread. I got the news from the Soul Clan. I'm not sure if they are true or fake. Embark shrugged. Well, recently, we have only these things fly around. It's hard not to know. All right, there's something else. Someone from the Devouring Clan asked me to find two experts called Nazario and Bastos. They said that they've confirmed that these two were dead. They wanted me to investigate the details. If you got something you know, just tell me. I'm sure the price I offer will satisfy you. Okay. Meiji wore a cold face and waved her hand. We don't have much time to babble with you. Embark laughed and nodded to Meiji and the little skeleton before returning to his battleship. Shortly after, they left and disappeared. Who is he? Shi Yin watched the disappearing battleship. Cultivates metal power Upanishad at third sky of a mortal realm. His body is so tough. I think he's not weaker than Singh. Embark came from a branch of the ancient monster clan. He's in charge of collecting news and information around the sea domain of nihility. That's how I know him. I didn't expect that Tate would let everybody know what had happened on Dragon Lizard Star. That old freak is also in the Sea of Annihilation. Unexpectedly, Meiji sighed. Who is Tate's teacher? Asked Shi Yin. He could see Meiji become more worried when she heard that person was in the Sea of Annihilation. At her peak of Immortal Realm, only the Territory Ancestor Realm expert could make her worried. Indeed, Meiji said, he's the owner of the Soul Refining Cauldron. He's one of the territory ancestor realm experts of the Soul clan. Wherever he goes, people have to live in calamities. He needs countless souls to recover the Soul Refining Cauldron to achieve the real power of an absolute beginning divine weapon. That cauldron is not fixed yet. Sure, Yin discolored in fright. Of course not. It needs a large amount of soul energy. Otherwise, you think Singh can borrow it from the owner? Meiji pouted. I'm sure Singh had to pound his chest to ensure that he could take Dragon Lizard Soul. That's how he could persuade that old monster. Sure, Yin was astounded. The Skull Island continued its journey. 10 days later, the Skull Island anchored by a massive island. The island had flowers and green grass matted everywhere alongside the large pieces of forest. So many beautiful and luxury palaces situated on the island, which were sparkling because they were built of jade. They were so eye-catching. The mist and smoke wound around the island, making the entire island a fairyland. Meiji observed the island and smiled relaxedly. She took off the mask and revealed the face that could attract all creatures. Looking at the familiar island, she found many familiar barriers and restrictions. She pointed to a direction and said to the little skeleton, "You move that way. After 5 days, you will reach the base of the Whitebone clan. It's also a bone island, easy to recognize." The little skeleton was reluctant, looking at Shi Yin deep in the eyes. Shi Yin thought for a while, then said, "I need time to prepare something to wake up your parents. Actually, I need a long time. We can't rush. I agree with you. Whenever I'm done, I'm going there to find you." The little skeleton nodded. It didn't talk much, driving the Skull Island away and disappearing. Meiji watched until the Skull Island disappeared from her sight. She pondered and then said, "I don't know what you will do to awake his parents, but I can tell you that even if he returns to the Whitebone clan, with their force in the Whitebone clan, they can't wake up his parents. They are 2 territory ancestor realm experts. To refill the lost energy, the energy required is more than what you can imagine. You'd better get rid of that fixation. Moreover, you don't know him. You don't need to do things for him." "I know what I'm doing." Shi Yin was fed up. Meiji snorted and didn't persuade him more. "Follow me." A snow lotus emerged in her palm. When the lotus bloomed, layers of mist above the island slowly dispersed. The invisible barriers and restrictions were lifted. Shi Yin followed her to the island full of flowers. His eyes sparkled when he observed the surroundings. Chapter 14:15, also a pitiful woman. Chapter 14:15, also a pitiful woman, _ After Yerberg parted with Meiji, his cold iron battleship rushed back to the ancient monster clan's base in the Sea of Annihilation. It was also a massive island. He directly went to the inside of a mountain on the island. Inside the mountain, it was another fairyland with diagonal stone paths everywhere leading to many spacious stone buildings. Yerberg didn't say anything and directly walked to one of those stone buildings to check something. Shortly after, he found a drawing. Unexpectedly, it was Shi Yin's portrait. Yerberg gave a faint smile. "It's that kid, indeed." While he was talking to Meiji, he threw Shi Yin just a glance, then ignored him all the time. However, with that glance, he could guess his identity. A kid with a wisp of soul of an absolute beginning creature, but he is only first sky of a mortal realm. What a big fat meat. Tate agrees to pay a high price to get the intelligence. Should I give it to him? He hesitated for a few seconds, then made up his mind before grinning. Of course, making money is an important thing. I returned Meiji's favor. All right, that little skeleton too. He's involved with the Devouring clan is searching. I got a good harvest this time. Haha, I just got to the Sea of Annihilation, and I'm going to earn a big chunk this time. Shortly afterward, he contacted the Devouring clan and Tate of the Soul clan, telling them the intelligence he got. Madame Meiji is back. Madame Meiji is home. Welcome back, Madame Meiji. On this island filled with flowers, the crowd of beautiful men and women were cheering and smiling honestly. This crowd had handsome men with ease and natural poise, and beautiful and charming women. Everybody was excellent and pretty. At first glance, many people had to sigh with envy. The creator had favored this race a lot. It wasn't a rumor that the Phantom Clan didn't have a single ugly member. On the way, Yin felt a little dizzy and stunned. The members of the Phantom Clan on this island didn't have the same realms. They were young, but they were already original God Realm, ethereal God Realm, and incipient God Realm. The clan had sent them to the sea domain of nihility to cultivate and collect the information, intelligence here. Deep in this sea domain of nihility, only the warriors at the immortal realm could walk around without fear. However, if they were from the race with a strong foundation like the 7 great clans, they had the best battleships to resist the dangers in outer space. They could deliver their low-realm members to any area. Those young and beautiful people of the Phantom Clan were delivered here by those powerful battleships. The sky and the seabed of the Sea of Annihilation had layers of death traps. It was tough for incipient God Realm experts to move freely around. However, it was really safe on those islands. Even King God Realm warriors could stay and cultivate comfortable. This island was the Phantom Clan's base. Mei Ji was the leader of this island. She was in charge of collecting and sorting information. She was also the one with the highest realm. When she wasn't here, her fellows couldn't ease their minds. And now, she came back, so they exhaled in relief. The Phantom Clan was the clan with the best intelligence. If they based here, of course, they knew what had happened on Dragon Lizard Star. After Mei Ji had disappeared, they were so worried if she had to endure something unexpected. Today, Mei Ji returned safe and sound. All of them were joyful. Of course, many of them were curious about Yin, and they observed him along the way. At this moment, Yin was wearing a dark blue warrior costume. He was vigorous and hunky, which attracted a lot of Phantom Clan young ladies. They shyly looked at him. Mei Ji directly walked to the grand, luxurious palace in the center. The palace was tiled with square jade and decorated with so many exquisite and beautiful accessories. The twinkle jades and shining pearls could be found everywhere. She walked to the main hall, sitting on a high throne. She signaled Yin to stand aside. Talking nothing, she began to check the documents of the recent intelligence. Some young ladies at Original God Realm and Incipient God Realm were talking with each other in this hall. Sometimes their pretty eyes turned to Yin. Then they stooped and giggled. They were really eye-catching, though. Mei Ji was focusing on the records. She didn't notice Yin. Her white fingers continuously flipped the pages as she frowned. When she came to the last page, her face became cold as she hissed. That damn Yerberg. He's so ungrateful. Yin looked at her. Yerberg discolored your information. He said that you have a wisp of a soul from an absolute beginning creature and that you and I are here. At least, Tate from the Soul Clan knows this. Yerberg also said that we're involved in the deaths of Nazario and Bastos, explained Mei Ji. Yin was chilled. He remembered the ancient monster man with an iron body as he said, "If we meet him again, I'll try to kill him." Hearing her, the Phantom Clan ladies in the hall quieted down. They all looked at him with odd countenances. They knew Yerberg's identity and his third sky of Immortal Realm cultivation base. Madame Mei Ji could defeat him, but couldn't kill him. This unknown kid had only first sky of Immortal Realm, but he was boasting. They felt really awkward. However, what Mei Ji spoke next surprised them. Kill him, unless you've reached second sky of Immortal Realm. If you fight with him now, you'll be killed. This surprised the ladies a lot. When they looked at Yin now, they felt so bewildered. Mei Ji put the records down and looked at the ladies next to her. A girl is leaving Dragon Lizard Star. She will come to the Sea of Annihilation. Her name is Audrey. You should pay attention. She took out a flat jade, asking Yin. You draw her portrait here. It will be easier to find her. We'll try our best to find her. Yin did as he was told. We can't receive information fast. You have to wait, but I'm not sure how long you have to wait, said Mei Ji. Yin nodded as he understood. You better not leave this place. I'm afraid many people want to do something with you. This area is our Phantom Clan's base. Unless the members of the 7 great clans want a bloody war between the 2 clans, They won't tear the agreement between us to intrude this island. You're safe here, said Meiji. Yin frowned and didn't answer. Madam, while you weren't here, Batum sent his messenger here, a lady suddenly said while Meiji was contemplating. Meiji winced. Her mood was bad as she shouted, "Do not mention this person to me ever." The ladies kept silent and nodded as they were scared. Yin, arrange a lodge for this man. Meiji waved her hand. A young woman at incipient god realm bowed to her and then talked to Yin. Follow me. Yin kept silent and followed her out of the palace to an elegant building in another area. Along the way, he asked curiously, "Who's Batum? Why does your madam feel irritated when she hears his name?" Yin was around 18 or 19 years old and wearing a long, green dress. She looked purely beautiful. She turned around to check, then lowered her voice. "Tell you later." She took Yin to a tower, then said, "Batum is a terrifying expert. He's not the member of the Seven Great Clan. He cultivates alone, but he's so brutal. In this sea of annihilation, he belongs to the sort of the most dangerous characters. He has learned dark energy. After 10 years max, he will reach the territory ancestor realm. He always lives in the seabed of the sea domain of nihility. One day, he got out to exchange cultivating materials, and he saw Madame Meiji. He fell in love immediately. He has been chasing after Meiji for many years. He even came to our clan and promised to support us if the elders let Meiji marry him. An expert who's going to become a territory ancestor." Yin nodded. "This man is predestined to become a territory ancestor realm expert. What did your elders say about this?" "They thought it was possible. They even asked Madame Meiji to strictly follow their decision. Madame didn't agree. She was very resolute and tough to her seniors, too." Yin sighed. "Although Batum's realm is really high and profound, he's so ugly. It's natural that Madame doesn't agree. If I were her, I wouldn't agree either. If he looked a little better with his profound realm, it could work. But his appearance, This young lady stood on Meiji's side. She was discontent with the elder's decision. "What's the result?" Yin continued to ask. There was a big fight between the elders and Meiji. Then, the elders proposed a solution. If Meiji can enter the territory ancestor realm before Batum, they won't force her anymore. But if she can't, she has to agree with them. She actually agreed with their proposal. I don't know what she had in her head. She didn't understand dark energy. How could she break through to territory ancestor realm faster than Batum? We all think that she's just trying to buy more time. We're afraid she would do something bad, sighed Yin. Yin got it now. He finally understood why, after Meiji found that he had the wisp of a soul from an absolute beginning create, she had acted rashly. Turned out she also got some trouble. As Meiji wanted to reach the territory ancestor realm fast, there wasn't any faster method than refining him. Under pressure, she could do anything for her standing against a forced marriage. And Batum has considered Madame Meiji as something that belongs to him. He told the entire Sea of Annihilation that she must be his woman. He usually comes here to bother her. He's sure that Madame can't enter the territory ancestor realm faster than him. Thus, he thought everything was settled. Yin continued. After Madame had left, he came here and told us that he's now just a step away from the territory ancestor realm. He's refining his own territory. He has to become the owner of a world. Whenever his incipient extent transforms to the territory, he will be a real territory ancestor. Yin knew that the experts at the territory ancestor realm had to refine their incipient extents. After they could become the real territory, it was the time they had officially become a territory ancestor expert. Yin sighed. He didn't expect that Meiji, a member of the 7 great clans, wouldn't be able to control her fate. She was also a pitiful woman. Chapter 14:16, The Call from the Seabed. Chapter 14:16, The Call from the Seabed, _ Yin was staying in the Phantom Clan's base. After reaching the immortal realm, he fought or cultivated the power Upanishad all the time. He didn't give himself time to relax. This island belonged to the Phantom Clan. It was where they collected information. Of course, It was also the place they used to recruit hotshots and benefit their clan. For example, Meiji had visited the Water Tribe and talked to Yuan Mo. She had persuaded and recruited the Water Tribe, making it a force that was dependent on the Phantom Clan. In the Sea of Annihilation and also the surrounding areas, there were several second-class clans dependent on the Phantom Clan. Meiji was here to establish a close connection with them. Inside the elegant tower, Yin sat quietly, his face cold. He was thinking about the events that had just happened recently. He had thought a lot about them. Forefather Dragon Lizard of the Dragon Lizard clan, Tu Shiqi and Yi Yun from the mysterious Sky clan. Sing was killed. Ming Hong had gotten into Audrey's head. Meiji, the Little Skeleton, and the Devouring clan. The Immortal Realm is still a low realm level. Yin forced a smile and sighed. If he had reached Territory Ancestor Realm, it would have not been a problem on Dragon Lizard Star. He could have threatened Sing and Ming Hong easily. Meiji wouldn't have had a chance to turn him into a meaty pie and try her best to refine his soul. If he had reached the Territory Ancestor Realm, in this Sea of Annihilation, Yerberg wouldn't have dared to rumor anything or disclose his identity. Even if he did that, at Territory Ancestor Realm, Yin wouldn't be afraid of any challenge in the Sea of Annihilation. But now, he quickly decided his plan. He must find Audrey and locate the territory entrance. Even if they couldn't return to desolate territory now, at least they would have an exit. He needed to be stronger. Immortal Realm experts could become peerless in desolate territory. However, in the sea domain of nihility, they weren't the top warriors. If he wanted to survive, he had to make efforts to increase his competence continuously. Yin let his soul consciousness check his internal organs, souls, and bone frames. His furrowed brows relaxed. If he wanted to be stronger rapidly, he knew he had a simple method. Devour. His devouring power Upanishad. Yin made up his mind quickly. On the way to the Sea of Annihilation, his realm stabilized. What he needed now was energy. He needed all the energy he could get in his body. Also, if he wanted to help the little skeleton's parents, he had to gather a lot of energy. After several days, he hadn't received any news from Meiji. After she returned to this island, Meiji had parted from him. She didn't meet him once. He called for Yulian. The young girl came with fear. "Why do you call me?" "Madame Meiji said that you should stay here and cultivate. Don't worry. Once we get news about the girl you want to find, we will tell you immediately." "Which area of the Sea of Annihilation is the most chaotic?" asked Yin all of a sudden. "What do you mean?" Yu was surprised. "Where do battles take place the most? Where do a lot of people die?" Yin tried to make himself clear. Yulian pointed at the ground and said without too much thinking, "The seabed. The seabed." Yin was surprised. The Sea of Annihilation's seabed is so vast. It attracts so many warriors to come and explore. Deep undersea, precious treasures and materials are often found. It's when the experts come and compete for them. The seabed is the fiercest battlefield. "We won't go there recklessly because we're afraid of furious battles," answered Yulian. "So which section has the fiercest battles?" asked Yin. "I'm not sure." Yulian frowned. "The seabed is so vast. The explorers are also scattered around. Sometimes it takes a lot of effort to find someone." Yin nodded and pondered for a while. He then said, "You tell Meiji that I'm going out for a while." Then, he didn't mind Yulian's words, turning into a thunderbolt and flying away. The Phantom Clan's island had many barriers and restrictions. However, those were used to defend against people intruding the island. It wasn't easy to get into the island. However, it was no problem to fly out from the inside. Thus, Yin could fly away freely. Yulian didn't stop him, and she couldn't stop him anyway. She could only see him fly away. Yulian was dumbstruck. After she could get a hold of herself, she hurried to find Meiji and tell her that he was gone. Meiji wore brocade and silk dress and sat inside a secret chamber in the main hall. She was holding a yellow ancient book. After listening to Yulian, she waved her hand and said, "I got it. You can leave now." Yulian left quietly. Meiji dropped the ancient book, her beautiful face suspicious. She thought for a while and mumbled to herself, "That kid has so many secrets. But why does he have to visit the most chaotic areas? Does he have any conspiracy?" Her thoughts changed, and she stepped out of the secret chamber. After giving orders to her close subordinates, she left the island. Seabed. A figure covered in the starlight slowly sank into the sea. The blue sea surface was above his head, and he was facing the dark, cold water with the pressure increasing continuously. Inside the light curtain, Yin was observing his surroundings while sinking deeper. In this cold sea, there was no fish. Yin's soul consciousness expanded, and he found only the cold, dark areas. He rose a finger and poked through the light curtain to touch the seawater. The seawater was indeed icy. It seemed like the cold could seep into his bones and marrow. He retracted his finger, slowly quieted down, and closed his eyes. He was using the soul power to survey the surroundings with the hope of finding a group of people. It would be better if he could find a battle. He needed battles. He needed people to die. He needed energy from them. He was still sinking deeper toward the seabed, frowning and thinking. According to Meiji, someone said that the sea of annihilation was like a funnel. The surface of the sea was the bottom of the funnel, and the seabed was hundreds of times bigger than the sea surface. It could be as big as an immense territory. He didn't really believe that, but now he understood it. Since he was a warrior cultivating space power Upanishad, the speed of his soul energy and soul consciousness was 10 or even 100 times faster than a normal warrior's. However, his soul consciousness had reached the limit before it could cover a part of the sea of annihilation. Although he had let his soul consciousness reach as far as he could, he felt that this sea didn't have an end. After a while, he sent a wisp of soul consciousness into the heavenly fantasy star compass to check the time. It had been 3 days since he began to sink into the sea, and he was still sinking. How deep was this sea? However, he had to reduce his speed because the water pressure became more terrifying the deeper he went. At his realm and cultivation base, he gradually felt tired. One day, he suddenly stopped sinking and hovered in the sea. His soul consciousness changed direction. He sent it toward the seabed. As his soul consciousness wasn't tied by the water pressure, it moved rapidly and searched. "Oh!" Yin opened his eyes. The strange light flared from his eyes when his body shivered. He was so surprised when he looked at the seabed underneath. His face became odd. He had sensed a familiar aura deep undersea. Somewhere deep down there, a voice was calling him. He suddenly felt that he could trust that call. To be more exact, that soul calling aimed at his co-soul, and his co-soul reported that familiar aura. His co-soul had fused with Grace Mainland, one of Desolate's wisps. It was also the soul of an absolute beginning creature. That familiar aura sent him a trustful feeling. What was it? He knew that it was really far from him. With the distance his soul consciousness had sensed, it would take around 10 days to get there. Yin frowned and hovered astounded. The absolute beginning era was the epic of annihilation. The absolute beginning creatures were so powerful. They were the ancestors of billions of creatures, and they were also the Creator's favorite children. Those intimidating creatures were born with terrifying powers. Although the warriors had improved and advanced power Upanishads for many years, the absolute beginning creatures were still the strongest in this world. The thing that made his co-soul, the absolute beginning creature soul, feel family and trust, what is it? Hesitating for a while, he made his decision, which he acted upon immediately. He flew to the area that his soul consciousness had sensed. That area was pretty far from him and in the deeper level of the sea. He couldn't move fast in the water because of the pressure. Slowly, the light cage he made from star energy wore out. After several days, he had to stop and gather his god power by using the star power Upanishad to weave a new light cage. Somewhere on the seabed, so many light cages were moving. Each of those different colored light cages contained a beefy man. If Yin was here, he would have found that they were the men he had met. The leader of this group was Yerberg. He stayed half naked, showing the exquisite beast marks on his upper body. He was calmly moving through the water. A green light cage moved next to him, carrying a small and thin alien. His eyes sparkled as if he was checking something. Gradually, he looked restless. It should be near here. I'm sure it's just around. How could things go wrong? Lately, when I came, I found it near here. That alien warrior had spent a lot of time going around the seabed. The previous time he came here with some comrades, he found an absolute beginning vestige accidentally. However, they couldn't approach it. Their souls became dizzy and they lost their consciousness shortly. When they woke up, they were floating on the sea surface. Yerberg suddenly stopped, his face dark as he hissed. I hope you could guide us in the right way. Otherwise, you know the consequence. As soon as he said that, the little alien changed his visage, and even his green light cage trembled, becoming extremely unstable. Another area on the seabed. So many cold-looking warriors were surrounding a tall and thin woman. They were raking around as if they were searching for something. Whether they were male or female warriors, they all had thick black scales as their natural armor. They were all tall and muscular. The thick demon chi diffused from them and gave people a terrifying warning. The woman was the leader of this group. She was also tall and thin with thick black scaled armor. The black scales seemed to grow from her skin, and they were part of her body. They were the members of the Black Demon Clan. Chapter 1417, Go Together. Chapter 1417, Go Together, Undersur. Seabed. A flow of starlight zoomed fast like a meteor and headed in a direction. It flashed and then disappeared. The twinkling starlight was brilliant and beautiful, but it was also as dangerous as a cold sword. It felt even colder than the seawater. Swoosh! The starlight halted. Inside the starlight, Yin wore a solemn face and looked at the group of warriors with the thick demon chi in front of him. He changed his face and couldn't help but shout. Black Scale Clan. He used to fight against the Demon Clan in the endless sea of Grace Mainland. He thought about those warriors with black-scaled armor. However, it was a surprise that he could see the members of the Black Scale Clan deep under the sea of annihilation. He was bewildered. However, watching carefully, he found that they were different from the Black Scale Clan. The black scales on their bodies were smaller and more delicate. They seemed to be refined from real bones and dyed black. Also, the scales of the Black Scale Clan members looked as if they were made of metal. He was bewildered for a while, but then reacted fast. He remembered Mei Ji used to tell him about a race. Immediately, he said, Black Demon Clan. The Black Demon Clan was one of the 7 great clans in the sea domain of Nihility. They were famous for their combative nature. They were a clan that could give others a headache. No one wanted to provoke this clan. The woman from the Black Demon Clan looked as rough as a man. She didn't have any beautiful features. Hearing Yan scream, she shot him a cold look and then urged her people, Don't delay our business. Keep on going. The male and female warriors of the Black Demon Clan looked savage. They glanced at Yan and then left quietly. They were leaving in the direction Yan had sensed earlier. Yan was also surprised. Pondering for a few seconds, he grinned and followed them, neither slow nor fast. Farlow, why don't you kill him? Asked the hunky man of the Black Demon Clan. His body was like a black mountain with cold and dark aura. Telika, we're here to find the vestige. Don't cause more trouble. The rough woman turned around with a stern face. She looked at the man behind her, thought, and then said, We're in the sea of annihilation. There could be some territory ancestors here. Don't think that the others will always be afraid of us. But that kid has only first sky of a mortal realm cultivation base, snorted Telika. Farlow, is it true that you've become a coward since we came to the sea of annihilation? If it's true, I think I'm more suitable to lead this group. The woman he called Farlow looked at him coldly and said, He's not someone you can kill easily. If he's from another force and he can find a vestige because of our location, we will have one more obstacle. Telika was resolute. Just a first sky of a mortal realm. It's easy to kill him, and our whereabouts won't be disclosed. The other members of the Black Demon Clan nodded quietly and agreed with Telika. They thought that it made sense. It was very important. To locate the vestige, the Black Demon clan had to spend a lot of effort. They couldn't afford any mistake. Killing someone who could possibly become trouble was the right decision. Farlow looked bored. If you think it's easy to kill him, just try it. We will wait for you for 15 minutes. 15 minutes? Too much. I'm going to be back right away. Telika grinned. He shot backward like a ruthless sword. The sea water parted as if it was proactively making way for him. Shortly after, he stopped Shurian in his way. Shurian frowned and hovered. The light moved around his body. He looked at the Black Demon man, who obviously didn't come with goodwill. What do you want? To kill you, Telika said simply. He laughed and balled his fingers into a massive fist like a hammer. He grumblingly pounded on Shurian's head. Boom, boom, boom. Thick thunders came from his punch. The exploding power in the terrifying thunders was like a furious water current that was breaking a dam. With a will and momentum, it could break any obstacle. Shurian lifted his head and looked at the torrential water. He felt like many mountains were pressing on him. Kill me? With your second sky of a mortal realm? Ridiculous. Shurian frowned and raised his hand to snatch the man. Sharp lights emerged from his fingers. The strong light parted into 5 rivers that could cut everything and crush the thunder. Boom, boom, boom. The ear-breaking explosions echoed above Shurian's head. The savage Black Demon man had 5 cuts on his fist. He screamed and looked at the cuts on his fists in disbelief. Space power, Upanishad. Shurian didn't answer and just acted. His 5 fingers snatched over Telika and pulled the void. The 5 dazzling lights were like sharp swords twisted together and aimed at Telika's chest. If he let it thrust into his body, he couldn't avoid death. Space power, Upanishad? What do you do with it? Telika sneered. Thunder exploded in his chest. Instantly, thunder rumbled from his entire body like drum beats, shaking the entire sea area. He curled his lips. The energy in his eyes condensed into 2 silver spears and stabbed forward. A massive light shield emerged from Shurian's chest, blocking the 2 cold spears. Telika still wanted to attack Shurian more. A figure flashed. It was Farlow who had stopped him earlier. I told you it's not easy to kill him. You confirmed it. Why do you still want to waste your power? It requires a lot of energy to kill a warrior with space power, Upanishad. Do you want to delay our business? If so, you can leave this group now and go say sorry to the elders. The muscular woman with masculine features had a husky voice. She wasn't polite when she criticized him. She turned to Shurian, her eyes serious. You're not a member of the 7 great clans. I hope you won't follow us furthermore. Otherwise, we won't let you go easily. Telika snorted and rolled his eyes maliciously at Shurian. I don't have time to waste on you. You're lucky today. The female leader of the Black Demon clan nodded as she saw her fellow agree with her. She didn't say more and left. If you're bold, just keep following us. Telika grinned fiendishly after the woman had left. Shurian rubbed his chin and said indifferently, Of course, I have to keep moving. It's the same direction. Is it the same place I've sensed? He immediately moved. After a while, another group of warriors came to this place. Yerberg was the leader of this group. After Yerberg arrived, he closed his eyes to sense for a while. Then his eyes brightened as he laughed. I could smell Telika's thunder here. He had just fought with someone not a long time ago. He looked in the direction where the Black Demon clan and Shurian had left, laughing contentedly. It seems like we don't need a guide anymore. Then he turned around and killed the thin alien warrior that had taken them here. Chapter 1418, Cannon Fodder? Chapter 1418, Cannon Fodder _ He's still following us. Telika stopped and turned around to check. The lightning was like a massive python that wound around him. We should kill him to prevent others from finding us. All of a sudden, they saw many green bubbles floating and drifting in the dark sea water. Those bubbles were translucent and floating quietly. They didn't rise up to the surface. Farlow was about to answer him before she saw those green bubbles. Her face changed instantly. The warriors of the Black Demon clan turned around to look. They were also frightened and didn't mind Teleka. Also, Teleka was bewildered himself. Each green bubble carried an icy corpse. However, all the corpses were withered like a dry stick. Their faces were twisted in extreme fear and despair. It seemed like they had seen something utterly terrible before they died, or they had been tortured until they died. Looking at their horrible facial expressions, the other warriors felt so chilled. Countless cold corpses floated inside the bubbles. The bubbles were like coffins that covered their dry, dead bodies. Those bodies didn't have any signs of a battle. However, their distorted faces were so eye-catching, and they made Farlow and Teleka inwardly cold. Something is wrong. Farlow was cautious and raised one hand to signal the others to stop. They kept a distance with those green bubbles. They didn't come near rashly. Farlow checked each body and observed for a while. They didn't fight. No wound. We can say they, pausing for seconds, she lowered her voice and hissed. Their souls were captured instantly. Before they died, they had seen something desperately horrible. Otherwise, their faces wouldn't twist like that even after they died. I don't know why I feel insecure when I see their faces, whispered a member of the Black Demon clan. I have the same feeling. Me too. It's like an instinct. Looking at them, we think that we will face something like that, and we will end up like them. After they had expressed their opinions, they all quieted down all of a sudden. They felt a chill run down their spines, as if the sea water was running through their bodies and affecting their minds. It made everybody restless. Farlow turned around. Not far behind them, a white cluster suddenly flashed. It looked like someone was hiding. Teleka, can we avoid going through that area? She pondered for a few seconds and then turned to the other. Teleka frowned and shook his head. It seems like we can't. It's strange, though. What's strange? Asked Farlow. I killed that man to rob the memories of this route. We were going the right way. However, they didn't see these bubbles. The route is correct. So, there's only one possibility. Teleka changed his visage slightly. Those green bubbles have just appeared recently. They didn't exist. We can say that they weren't there before. If we can't move around, we can get through them once. Anyway, I think it's not good. If we have to get in there, something bad will happen for sure, said Farlow. Your intuition is always precise. If you say something bad will happen, it will happen. Teleka nodded. Whenever they encountered some important situation, he never stopped trusting Farlow. I have an idea, he suddenly grinned evilly. Everybody knew he was cunning enough. Their eyes brightened. Some warriors who were close to him saw him look over his shoulder, sometimes with his bright eyes. They understood and grinned like him. You were saying that Farlow's masculine face had a sinister resolution. She also understood his idea. We need someone to scout. Teleka grinned, his face ferocious. Of course, we can't sacrifice our members. That rascal sneaking behind us wants to die. We should fulfill his wish. Farlow nodded and agreed with his idea. He cultivates space, power, Upanishad. You can't handle him single-handed. We should. Before she finished, she halted, her face changing in fear. Not good. Someone is coming. Teleka and the warriors of the Black Demon clan became tense. They urged their powers and got ready to engage in a battle. Shortly after, Yerberg's straightforward laughter came from afar. He took several men of the ancient monster tribe and went with fearless countenances. Yerberg laughed loudly. We were lost for a while on the way. Thank you, Teleka, for fighting with someone. You left your special aura there. You helped me to get back to the right route. Teleka grimaced. Yerberg, you're here for the vestige too. Of course, Yerberg laughed casually. Don't think that only you guys know about this. Oh, right. Tate also knows things related to this vestige. I think the Devouring clan and the Soul clan also pay attention to this matter. I'm not surprised that I saw you guys here. I think we will see more people from other directions. Yeah, we'll see them sooner or later. Farlow and Teleka changed their faces slightly. They just realized that they would encounter a lot of bad things during this trip. How could it be? I've killed almost all of them. Teleka, you missed a fish. He sold the news about the vestige, but he didn't sell them to me first. I just killed him recently. He'd created more opponents for this trip. He deserved death. Yerberg smiled nonchalantly. He looked at the green bubbles and gasped in surprise. What the heck are those? Should be some barriers or restriction. Farlow didn't conceal. She knew and concealed, but couldn't do anything. She waved her hand to dismiss her people to let Yerberg's team come near. Of course, Yerberg wasn't going to try to be polite. He took his team and moved forward. A radiant halo emerged from his eyes when he gazed at so many green bubbles. His face became stern. Some evil soul energy had attacked them. They died instantly and tragically. Their brains were like porridge and their soul altars shattered. Someone has to go there, said Farlow. Can't move around? Asked Yerberg. We don't have any alternative now, Telika snorted. The location of the vestige should be right under those bubbles. We have to get in there and dive deeper to see if we could find something. Yerberg was surprised as he laughed. Do you have any solution? Someone doesn't belong to our team or your team. On the way here, he has followed us. Now he's hiding, Farlow said and raised one hand. There? Yerberg grinned. I know your Black Demon clan is full of dark schemes. Turns out you already have cannon fodder. Yeah, it's good that you're not crazy. You don't plot against us. It's good that we have someone to scout and sacrifice, though. He nodded to someone standing next to him. Go. Farlow had shown them the location. Of course, they wanted the ancient monster clan to go get the man. Yerberg didn't deny it. He straightforwardly agreed. A muscular ancient monster man roared like a beast about to hunt. Unexpectedly, his teeth had torn the corners of his mouths and become sharp and long like fangs. He directly stormed toward Shur Yan's hiding spot. As he roared, his brutal aura of a wild animal had turned into a massive fighting saber, which was around 10 meters. It cut and separated the water, slashing Shur Yan. Boop, boop, boop. The seawater exploded wherever the saber slashed through. The area Farlow had pointed was seething and thundering grumblingly. However, there was no participle shadow that screamed or cursed. The beefy man of the ancient monster clan was surprised as he looked at Farlow. He doubted that she didn't point in the right place. Farlow darkened her face, her eyes angry. He cultivates space, power, Upanishad. I didn't expect that he had a profound realm. He could even teleport under the sea. Then, Farlow closed her eyes and searched again. However, she was wrong this time. Nothing. I can't sense his aura in the surrounding areas. He knows what we are planning too. I think he used the advantages of the space power Upanishad to get out of here. It means that we don't have a cannon fodder now. Yerberg sighed in disappointment. He signaled his warrior not to waste more energy. He knew Farlow's magical power Upanishad. If she said that this man wasn't around, they shouldn't waste more energy. Meanwhile, in the turbulent water area, Shur Yan was hiding. He seemed to have become part of the sea water, quietly bobbing at his spot. He had used the marvelous dark energy. While dark energy moved around the body, the aura on his bones, flesh, and veins disappeared. The typical features that were detectable also disappeared. It was like bloodthirsty remains that could be invisible. There was no way to see or sense them with the soul consciousness. That attack had hit him, actually. That warrior of the ancient monster clan had reached first sky of a mortal realm, but his body couldn't compare to Shur Yan's regarding evolution. Thus, that attack didn't hurt him at all. However, his mood was still bad. Staying hidden, he was like a venomous snake that watched Yerberg of the ancient monster clan and the cunning, evil Farlow and Telika. He licked his lips and tried to suppress his brute. Cannon fodder. It had been a long time since someone dared to treat him like that. Under the sea of annihilation, he now encountered such a humiliation. They had considered him cannon fodder. He looked at the groups of the ancient monster clan and the Black Demon clan discussing. They wanted to join hands and go through the clusters of green bubbles. Shur Yan sneered and waited silently. He was waiting to see them go deep into the area. Then, he would become a hunter that killed his prey and deemed themselves part of a noble, advanced race. He would use them to accumulate more energy. Chapter 1419, Slide Change. Chapter 1419, Slide Change, _. Countless crystal green bubbles floated like a silent green lantern, or so many strange, evil eyes watching the others intruding. Each bubble carried a desiccated corpse, which had probably endured something utterly terrible before they died, with a desperate and fearful face. "Everybody watch out," Farlow reminded. She was a woman with a body that was even brawnier than a man's. At this moment, she was covered inside so many white light layers. Her light protection looked like an egg that continuously released strange soul energy fluctuations. It seemed like she had sent so many wisps of soul consciousness to check around. The members of the Black Demon clan gathered by her. Telika stayed furthest away from her, but it was just around 20 steps. They were actually creating a formation with Farlow as the center. Yerberg led the ancient monster clan and tried to stay away from Farlow's group to avoid any possible dispute. Slowly, they moved toward the green bubbles. Farlow had a rare mind power, Upanishad. She was sensitive to the soul consciousness and energy. Also, she had a miraculous intuition when they were in danger. She expanded her soul consciousness. All of a sudden, she looked at the turbulent area where it had exploded and doubted. When her soul consciousness reached that area, she vaguely felt a feeble wisp of soul energy. It flashed and then disappeared. When she tried to sense again, it had utterly disappeared. Just an illusion. She shook her head and suppressed the doubt in her mind, continuing to search through the green bubbles. Yin was tense while hiding in his secret spot. He became more cautious. Farlow had just third sky of a mortal realm. She couldn't detect Yin precisely like Meiji had done when he used dark energy to hide. Anyway, this woman had a special power Upanishad that had almost busted Yin when he was a little careless. Yin had to be more cautious. He couldn't resist many members of the Black Demon clan and Ancient Monster clan here. As soon as he was exposed, he would suffer from the pitiful consequence of being their cannon fodder. Before the others had sunk deeply into the death trap, he had to ensure that he stayed concealed in his secret spot. Yin retreated his released soul consciousness. He sealed himself and didn't try to sense the surroundings, using his eyes and ears. His pupils shrank all of a sudden. A muscular man of the Ancient Monster clan moved to the area between the green bubbles. He looked frightened, and his soul was taken immediately. He became wild, screaming, and then attacking the nearest Ancient Monster clan warrior. Thud! A ferocious giant snake shot out from his palm. In just a blink, the snake expanded and opened its dark, bloody mouth to swallow that member of the Ancient Monster clan. The snake fangs began to chew and tear the victim's body. Shriek! Shriek! All of a sudden, the screeching and shrieking arose from deep undersea. It was like a chilling saber drilling into people's hearts and slashing their soul altars. Farlow of the Black Demon clan released her soul consciousness to check the secrets of this area. Her muscular body couldn't help but shiver. Blood ran from her mouth, nostrils, eyes, and ears. They looked like many horrible blood snakes that rose the hair on people's heads. She had a deep fear on her face as she screamed ear-piercingly. "Retreat! Retreat, all of you!" She screamed crazily. Instinctively, she wanted to get rid of this area. However, in almost a blink of an eye, this sea area's gravity felt 1,000 times heavier. It felt like so many invisible chains had come and tied all of them. The members of the Ancient Monster clan and Black Demon clan tried their best to struggle using their power Upanishads that they had been cultivated for thousands of years. Thunder and lightning exploded. The fire dragon roared. Icicles shelled everywhere. The rainbow light bloomed. The entire sea area was stirred up with exploding energies. The warriors in that death trap seemed to be possessed. Their faces looked ultimately panicked and desperate as they tried their best to run away for their lives. Gradually, some of them who were possessed began to attack the others. They were using their best powers to kill their longtime partners. Cut limbs were everywhere. Blood splashed. That sea area was now a terrible scene in hell that people didn't want to look at twice. Yin had planned to seize the chance to attack the others and make them pay a bloody price. However, He couldn't hold on to that thought. Dark energy returned to his head. He wasn't invisible anymore, so he hovered from a far distance and watched. Ahead of him was a sealed area, because although there were so many dead people, there was no beam of aura to get out of the place. He didn't get any benefit from their deaths. From where he was hovering, he saw the members of the ancient monster clan and black demon clan sink into a desperate situation. He looked at Farlow, Telika, and Urberg, the three with high ranks and noble positions. They were using their blood and power to urge their treasures and turn into 3 lightning bolts, trying to get rid of the place. He didn't know that Farlow, Telika, and Urberg were the outstanding characters in their clans. They had received focused training, and they had life protection secret treasures that Territory Ancestor Realm experts had refined for them. Farlow was squeezing a glass ball in her hand, which had many brilliant lights. Telika was holding a long spear with lightning drawings. His spear was wiggling like a snake. Urberg was wearing sparkling gold armor. At this moment, his armor had some fine cracks. All of them were excellent warriors in their clans. With the life protection treasures bestowed from their precursors, they tried to make a way out of that evil sea area. They had fear in their eyes that they couldn't hide. They looked at their fellows slaughtering each other until death. Slowly, the dead warriors sank deeper to the seabed in that area. The desperate gleam on the faces of the dried corpses inside the green bubbles seemed to change quietly. Now, they looked mocking somehow. It was like they were brought back to life and releasing evil energy that affected those who dared to intrude just a moment ago. Shortly after, that sea area quieted down. Blood diluted in the seawater. The fellows that Farlow and Urberg had brought here all sank into the seabed. It became silent again. Farlow, Telika, and Urberg were petrified. Seeing their members die tragically, they were extremely frightened. They didn't dare to move toward that area one more time. Shurian was around 100 meters away from them. They saw him, but they didn't make a move. They just observed the sea area ahead. A long time after that, Farlow pulled herself together. The fear in her eyes hadn't dispersed yet. We can't go in there with our own power. We don't need to stay here and waste more efforts. We're going to return and report to the superior. Urberg didn't respond. He just gave her a nod. He knew that Farlow was right. The dangers in this area weren't something that they could survive. If it wasn't because of the divine weapon they had received from the precursor in their clans, they would have had the same consequence. They would have become one of those corpses sinking over there. Urberg turned around to look at Yin. His face changed. It's you somehow. Sure. Yin looked calm as he proactively walked to them. Are you going to retreat? No one paid attention to him. Although Yin had special power Upanishads, his realm was too low. He had only first sky of a mortal realm, and he wasn't from the 7 great clans. Farlow and the others were hurt. While they were worried and irritated the most, Yin reappeared and approached them. He gave him strange thoughts. Was he seeking death? Are you all mute? Frowning, Yin looked at Farlow and said, What did you sense in there? I know you have a strange power, Upanishad. You must have perceived something. Hiding in the dark while the members of the Black Demon Clan and the Ancient Monster Clan were wounded, he had released the soul consciousness of the Co-Soul. He felt that familiar aura and the magical call from the deep area of the sea one more time. However, the intimidating soul consciousness that had killed the Black Demon Clan and Ancient Monster Clan members wasn't the familiar soul he had sensed. It made him more cautious and dare not to intrude the area. I'm curious. How can you hide where I can't find you? Besides space power Upanishad, what else have you cultivated? Farlow didn't answer but asked. I asked first, said Yin. Farlow's rough face grew impatient and hot-tempered. What are you? You're at first sky of a mortal realm only. You're not a member of the 7 great clans, either. Do you think you deserve to talk to me? Meiji didn't come with you here? Asked Urberg, all of a sudden. Listening to them, Farlow and Telika were bewildered. They turned to see Urberg. This fella is called Yin. He rode the high waves on Dragon Lizard Star. Yeah, you're right. He's the lucky guy with a wisp of a soul of an absolute beginning creature. I'm curious why Meiji hadn't refined you on the way. I know that because of Batum, Meiji wouldn't hesitate to pay any price to reach the territory ancestor realm. Well, as she didn't kill you, does she like you? Asked Yerberg in a low-pitched voice. Farlow and Telika were startled. They looked both surprised and greedy. So, you guys want to refine me to take the absolute beginning creature's soul I got? Sure Yin felt ridiculous. Meiji failed. Do you think you can do that? Meiji failed. They were astounded. Farlow and Yerberg were at third sky of Immortal Realm, but they weren't at the peak. Telika had only second sky of Immortal Realm cultivation base. Talking about credit or realms, they couldn't compete with Meiji. If Meiji failed, would they fail too? He was just a junior at second sky of Immortal Realm. How could Meiji fail? If she didn't fail, why was this fellow still alive? All of them were so suspicious because of Shi Yin. They weren't so sure if he was saying the truth. Someone is coming. Shi Yin changed his face and turned to look in the direction behind him. Should be the members from your 7 great clans. It seems like everybody knows about the absolute beginning vestige. You're just a pioneer group. Well, the group with the worst luck. Yerberg, Telika turned to look at Farlow. Farlow was skeptical and shook her head. I can't feel anything. I'm not sure if he is telling the truth. Chapter 1420, She's My Woman. Chapter 1420, She's My Woman, _ Farlow cultivated mind power Upanishad, so her sensitivity was always better. When she said she didn't feel anything abnormal, Yerberg and Telika were disdainful. Apparently, they believed Farlow's assumption. Sure, Yin didn't explain. He put more distance between him and the other 3 to prevent a possible dispute. Yin discreetly moved. Before those people got here, Yin didn't plan to say more. Yin had used the soul consciousness with space power Upanishad to sense a group of warriors moving behind them. Although Farlow's mind power Upanishad was magical, her long-distance sensing wasn't strong enough. What should we do to him? Telika lowered his voice. The group of the Black Demon Clan coming here had to bear a big loss. Only Telika and Farlow survived. At this moment, he was in a really bad mood. He wanted to vent it out. Whatever you want. I don't have any idea. Well, if you can kill him to take his soul, it's your luck. Yerberg shrugged, his eyes cold and sinister. He wanted to see Telika attack the other to measure Shi Yan's competence. I've tried, snorted Telika. Yerberg was surprised and felt ridiculous. So you didn't defeat him when you battled him earlier? Telika grimaced. Telika, come back to the sea surface and report the situation. I'm here to watch. We will do it when our clan's hotshots come, said Farlow all of a sudden. Why don't you do that yourself? Snorted Telika. I can, Farlow hissed. She didn't have any mild feature of a woman. She acted more like a rude man. If you aren't afraid of being killed by Yerberg, you can stay here. I'm going back. Why would I do that? Yerberg rubbed his nose. His face was as if he was being treated unfairly. Telika discolored as he suddenly remembered that Yerberg was here too. Moreover, he had third sky of Immortal Realm, which was 1 level higher than his. He didn't want to stay anymore. This kid is a thorn in my eyes. I want to kill him before I leave. Up to you. Farlow didn't think it was a big matter. However, as soon as she finished talking, her face changed. No, it was the first time she was frightened. She turned to Shi Yin, her face baffled. Someone is coming. As soon as she said that, Telika and Yerberg were also fearful. They turned to observe Shi Yin in surprise. Although he was too far away from the coming people, he could sense them beforehand. He was more precise than Farlow. From this feature, they could tell that he wasn't ordinary at all. Telika wanted to kill Shi Yin, but now, he had to put this thought aside, frowning and hovering. 10 minutes later, a group of 6 warriors with exquisite, shining armor came. They moved like quiet spirits in the water. Their leader was a woman wearing a thick and complicated set of armor. The gold, bright yellow, and orange-red lines created patterns of the sun, flowers, and flames on her armor. Her armor covered her slender, straight thighs, her ample breasts, and her wheatish skin tone. She kept her shoulders, flawless abdomen, and half of her long legs covered. Following her were 5 men in dark armor. Their auras were calm and cold. Their eyes were brilliant with divine lights. Yin was startled at a first glance as he mumbled, "Mysterious Sky Clan." The mysterious Sky Clan woman with sexy clothes looked around 30 years old. She had tender, lovely facial contours, her eyes twinkling. Peak of a mortal realm. At first glance, Yin could see her real realm. He became cautious. Ling Mei. Farlow was surprised when she saw who came. Her eyes flashed as she snorted. "I didn't expect the mysterious Sky Clan to come here. And it's you unexpectedly. It seems like you guys are interested in the absolute beginning vestige a lot." Farlow, Yerberg, Telika, the mysterious Sky Clan woman called Ling Mei gently nodded to the three and said their names. She looked nonchalant as she spoke relaxingly. "Why are only you here?" The other three kept silent with grimaces. Well, of course, they didn't come here with only these people. Unfortunately, 1 hour before you came, all were killed. Yeah, right in between those green bubbles. Yin intervened, pouting at the area ahead of them and speaking indifferently. "Shut up," bellowed Farlow and Telika. Yin chuckled. "With your realm and competencies, you need more to shut me up. If the real experts of your clan came here, besides shutting my mouth, I would also stay as far away from here as I can." The hot woman of the mysterious Sky Clan wore a tender face like calm water. The corners of her mouth drew a strange smile. She looked interested when she assessed Yin. Her eyes suddenly brightened when she pulled a stern face. "Are you Yin?" "Air." Yin was surprised. "Did Tu Chi and Yi Yun tell you something about me?" "It's you." Ling Mei beamed honestly. "Those two precursors are heading to this sea of annihilation. They told me about you, and they said that you could go to the sea of annihilation. I didn't expect you to come so early." Ling Mei pulled a stern face and introduced herself. "I am Ling Mei, the one who's in charge of the sea of annihilation in the mysterious Sky Clan. If you meet any trouble, don't hesitate and just come see me. I'm sure I'll try my best to help you." Farlow, Yerberg, and Telika discolored in fright when they heard that. Now, when they turned to Yin, they all had odd countenances. Why would he need to disturb your mysterious Sky Clan? However, at this moment, a charming voice came from a far distance. Afterward, a cold light zoomed over. Meiji came. Meiji wore a luxurious, long dress, showing her snow-white skin. Her face was charming and her soft voice could reach people's souls. Meiji was truly an innate treasure. As long as she appeared, Ling Mei's beauty became inferior. Her mature, attractive features made Yerberg and Telika aroused. They almost got a nosebleed. As soon as Meiji arrived, she didn't hesitate to approach Yin and blame him. "Why did you have to get into the sea? Even if something happened, you should have told me first. Didn't you know that someone has sold you down the river?" Then, her cold eyes gazed at Yerberg as she said, awkwardly, "Eh, you're here too? You always put on your mouth that you had to repay my favor. Well, just a turn and you've sold me already. Yerberg, your deeds aren't bad at all?" Yerbo looked ashamed and bowed to her. The Devouring Clan and the Soul Clan had a big price. "You know what I sell, right?" "I couldn't help but sell the information." Meiji giggled and waved her hand elegantly. "I'm not going to blame you. Anyway, don't dream about getting more information from me. The relationship between us ends here." Yin, how are you related to her?" Ling Mei of the mysterious Sky Clan couldn't explain this. When she received the message from Tu Chi and Yi Yun, Tu Chi had asked her to protect Yin. Even if they had to become the Phantom Clan's enemy, they had to ensure Yin's safety. Tu Chi also said that Meiji would try her best to hunt Yin. She wanted to refine his soul to reach the territory ancestor realm. Lately, Ling Mei had paid attention, and today, seeing Yin on her sea, she was both happy and afraid. She had just decided to protect him, and Meiji had shown up with some unknowingly clingy feelings towards Yin. Ling Mei was puzzled. She began to think that Tu Chi was wrong. Yin opened his mouth to explain. However, at this moment, a voluptuous body approached him. Under the firing gaze of Telika and Yerberg, Meiji wound her snow-white arm around him and leaned against his body. Her charming face was filled with lecherous gleams as she seduced him. Of course, it's the most intimate one. Shi Yin was surprised. He looked at Meiji at his chest awkwardly. He shifted his eyes to frown at Ling Mei in front of him. There was a flash in his eyes as he understood it. Meiji and Ling Mei didn't get along well. They were the leaders of the Phantom Clan and Mysterious Sky Clan in the sea domain of Nihility. After a long time, these two women must have encountered each other a lot. Ling Mei had received news from Tu Shiqi to recruit Shi Yin. She had expressed their opinions, and Meiji had overheard that. Perhaps she didn't want to show up early. Because of Ling Mei, she was forced to appear earlier to compete with Ling Mei. That's why she had to lean against him like this. A series of thoughts flashed in his head. Shi Yin smiled and then pulled Meiji to his chest, not try to be polite. Feeling her soft body stiff, he grinned evilly and inwardly. However, he still held a stern face and said, "She's my woman." His statement was earth-shaking. Not only Ling Mei but Farlow, Telika, and Yerber were also dumbstruck. They looked at Shi Yin as if he was an incredible monster. Was it true? Everybody knew that Batum had declared that Meiji would be his woman in this sea of annihilation. No one dared to claim her. Otherwise, Batum would absolutely hunt him down. Even the superiors of the Phantom Clan had discreetly agreed. They were waiting for Meiji to yield. After Batum had reached the territory ancestor realm, they were going to announce this to the other clans. Today, a kid at First Sky of a mortal realm had the guts to hug Meiji and claim her as his woman. Did he want to turn everything upside down? Meiji wore a stiff face for a moment. However, she resumed shortly and smiled like a flower. "Right, this is my man, Meiji's real man. Damn you, kid. It's you who courts death. You dare to exploit me. Wait for Batum to mince you." She could feel Shi Yin's big and rough hand squeeze and rub her butt cheeks. Meiji's body stiffened. She secretly gritted her white teeth and cursed Shi Yin. "Meiji, are you kidding?" Ling Mei was surprised. "Everybody knows that you and Batum being together is inevitable. If you do that, you'll trouble Shi Yin and yourself altogether. Are you sure?" She turned to Shi Yin and said solemnly, "I guess you don't know the thing between her and Batum. Batum has dark energy. He's at the peak of a mortal realm, and he's just a step away from the territory ancestor realm. He's the sort of man who would seek revenge for the slightest grudge. If he knows this, you will have to struggle a lot." The corners of Shi Yin's mouth twitched slightly, but he was still calm and silent. He had prepared. After he found Audrey and located the territory entrance, they were going to return to desolate territory immediately. He didn't know if he would return to sea domain of Nihility again. Even if he did return, he wouldn't be at his current realm when that happened. If so, why would he be afraid of that Batum? Chapter 1421, The Ruins Under the Sea. Chapter 1421, The Ruins Under the Sea. _ Ling Mei looked at Shi Yin deep in his eyes as she didn't know what he was thinking in his mind. Suddenly, she asked, "What do you think about our mysterious Sky Clan? I consider Tu Shiqi and Yi Yun as precursors. I appreciate them a lot. Anyway, I don't plan to become the non-native officer of the mysterious Sky Clan." "I'm sorry," said Shi Yin. He had followed Meiji to Babel because he wanted to eliminate Ling Mei's idea. He knew what Ling Mei thought. From Tu Shiqi, Ling Mei knew his value. Just like Tu Shiqi, she hoped to recruit him to the mysterious Sky Clan so that he could become a strong non-native officer of the mysterious Sky Clan and work for them in the future. Tu Shiqi had discussed this with Shi Yin and asked him to consider. He didn't want to join any force. "I understand." Ling Mei nodded indifferently. "I'll tell Tu Shiqi your decision. But I have to remind you something. There's something you shouldn't say rashly. Batum isn't a nice guy. He will kill you." "Thank you for reminding me," said Shi Yin honestly. Of course, he knew things between Meiji and Batum. He didn't plan to stay in the Sea of Annihilation for a long time. Unless Batum could break through to the territory ancestor realm soon, with his magical power Upanishads, Shi Yin could run away if he couldn't resist. "Ha!" Meiji laughed gently and quietly moved from Yin to prevent him from further exploiting her. If he wants to join a force, of course, he will join our Phantom Clan. Ling Mei, don't think about it. Ling Mei snorted and turned around to look at the area with the green bubbles. Ling Mei frowned. What happened? Farlow, Yerberg, and Telika didn't answer. When they recalled that moment, they became restless. Let me explain. Yin intervened one more time. Ling Mei and Mei Ji turned to him. This is what happened. Yin briefed them the situation. These three have excellent divine weapons. That's how they escaped. Otherwise, they would have suffered the same consequences. Pausing for a while, he turned to Farlow. There's an evil soul consciousness from deep under the sea. I think she knows clearly. You should ask her for more details. I don't know the situation. Farlow kept a cold face. The absolute beginning vestige is right under those green bubbles. If you want to search, go there. But you'd better be prepared. You don't want to encounter what we had experienced badly. Everybody quieted down. Is it really dangerous? Whispered Meiji. Yan's face was heavy. Not something normally dangerous. If you want to get in there, you should equip some treasures or power Upanishads that could stop the soul invasion. Otherwise, you shouldn't go there recklessly. As soon as he said that, Meiji's expression was also heavy. How could you get here? Farlow's team came here because they had the right direction. Meiji was sure that Yin didn't know about the vestige thing. But now he was here. Meiji couldn't reason why. Of course, Yin wouldn't tell her that he had followed the call from deep under the sea to get here. He made an excuse. I just wanted to check around to see if I'm lucky. Then I saw those sneaky people. As I didn't have anything to do, I secretly followed them here. He changed the topic, his face dark. How about you? How could you come here? I knew you came to the seabed. I was worried, so I went after you. I met Ling Mei's team along the way. I followed her until this area, said Meiji with a smile. They exchanged looks as they knew that they were hiding things from each other. However, they were wise enough not to ask for more. What to do now? Telika looked at Farlow. Should we retreat or wait for a while? Yerberg was alone here. He also hesitated because he knew that he couldn't do anything here. If he couldn't get through that area, waiting here was just a waste of his time. Shortly, Farlow, Telika, and Yerberg had made up their mind. They decided to leave and follow the old way to return. A strange change happened right at this moment. The dried corpses inside the green bubbles exploded all of a sudden. A kind of dark and bizarre energy expanded and sank deeper to the seabed. Shortly after, the vast area was no longer full of green bubbles. Yerberg was closest to that area. He moved directly. He didn't find any danger. With a shocked face, he immediately barged into the area and bent his body to observe the underneath. Countless green bubbles sank rapidly. The exploded corpses had become pure energy that fell like light dots. Those light dots were like stars in the sky. While they were falling, they had become magical absolute beginning symbols. It seemed like the green bubbles were the eye of some formation. While it was falling, somewhere deep into the seabed suddenly glowed in brilliant halos. Deep under the sea, a group of vague but grand buildings emerged. Everybody was bewildered. They looked at Yerberg and then observed underneath to see the vague lines of many buildings. At the same time, Yan's mind was shaking hard. He could feel the urgent call from deep in the seabed. It was the unique whining call of the absolute beginning creatures. He had heard it from Hui. Today, that voice came directly into his sea of consciousness. That voice was too vague to get the message. Yan guessed that someone wanted him to go to the seabed. He discolored and hesitated for the first time. He didn't know what was down there. If it was an absolute beginning creature, no one here could be able to resist. Even if it was a weak, absolute beginning creature, still, no one here would be able to resist its attack. From the tragic death of those members of the ancient monster clan and black demon clan, Yin was sure that if there was an absolute beginning creature, it didn't have any good intention. At his realm, if the absolute beginning creature aimed at him, he would be killed faster. Even if he had space power Upanishad, he couldn't save himself. Should he go there? Come here. What are you waiting for? Meiji waved at him and looked thrilled. The absolute beginning vestige is down there. I saw a grand palace. Although it's vague, I'm sure it's colossal. Shuriyin pondered and gritted his teeth as he decided to go and check. Once things went wrong, he would retreat immediately. Although he thought so, he didn't dare to go directly. He began to arrange something. The sea water around him foamed and created a bubble. Yin used his space power Upanishad to check for a while. When he confirmed he could still teleport here, he exhaled in relief. Then, he moved toward Meiji. The bloody scene was now calm. People lingered there for a while. Eventually, they couldn't help but start to sink. The water pressure suddenly increased. Their light protection was pressed and got deformed. Gradually, Yin felt suffocated. While lowering to the seabed, it felt like he had a mountain on his back pressing on his bones. His entire body ached. He turned to Meiji. Meiji was fine. The light cave protecting her body was pressed toward her perfect body, but it wasn't affected too much. Pondering for a while, he was about to urge the power of his blood to transform. "Come here. Go with me. It'll be fine for a while," said Meiji. Yin was bewildered. He smiled and didn't deny her offer. He flew toward her, and the radiant, colorful light cage parted to let him in. It also swelled up to make more room. The two of them squeezed in the egg-like light protection, their shoulders touching. Yin could take in the charming fragrance of her body, and he could feel her voluptuous body's heat. "You know Batum?" asked Meiji. Yin was surprised and shook his head. "No, I don't. Don't lie to me," Meiji hissed through her gritted teeth. When Ling Mei mentioned Batum, you didn't look surprised. "I'm sure you know him from Yulian. I'm curious. If you know Batum's realm, why did you tease me? You're not afraid of death?" "If I can make you mine, it's worth my death," Yin shrugged. "You know that's impossible," Meiji giggled. The aura on her body gradually became cold. It meant that she was still cold as usual. "Well, you proactively leaned against me. I think no normal man can resist that. If I refused, how embarrassed would you be?" Yin was calm and said, "I don't care who Batum is. Anyway, after I found Audrey, I will leave the sea of annihilation and the sea domain of nihility. Even if Batum is invincible, how can he trouble me?" "You want to leave? To desolate territory?" Meiji suddenly had a gleam of sadness in her heart. "I'm not done with you yet, and you say you're leaving. Done?" Yin pulled a cold face and turned to her. He didn't try to be polite. "Perhaps you've forgotten the lessons. But you should know that with your current condition, you still need a little more to trouble me. It's true that I'm not fully recovered. Anyway, do you think that I don't have any solution?" Meiji was enraged. Yin snorted and didn't quarrel with her. He pulled himself together to observe the underneath. A massive light dome, like an arch of heaven, slowly emerged. The area under that dome was grand and imposing like an ancient ruin. As the light dome was protecting them, the ruins weren't soaked in seawater. The light dome had so many bloodlines, which were like connected ditches. A pungent smell invaded their nostrils. Yin frowned and observed. He was startled when he found it. Those bloodlines are bloody streaks of the warriors who were killed recently. It's some sort of blood sacrifice. It requires blood to activate the light dome. "You mean we can get in there?" The green bubbles disappeared because of those who were killed earlier? Their blood was enough to activate this thing? Meiji caught the keywords. Yin nodded. "How did you know that?" Meiji was so surprised. "Intuition," said Yin. It was actually his intuition. Looking at the light dome as big as the arch of the sky and the ancient buildings that were now in ruins, Yin had a familiar feeling. Yin had glanced at the blood streaks on the light dome, and somehow he knew that some sort of blood sacrifice was needed to activate that thing. This feeling was strange, but Yin thought it was true. Chapter 1422, Penetrate. Chapter 1422, Penetrate, _. Yin and Meiji continued to sink deeper. "This light dome looks really vast. This ruin is really colossal. It's so amazing." Meiji frowned and observed the area beneath through her light cage. She turned to Yin. "Do you feel better now?" Yin smiled. The water pressure is so formidable. You've been in this sea of annihilation for many years. You must have gone down here several times. Why didn't you find this vestige? I've explained it to you. The Sea of Annihilation can be as vast as an entire territory. I can't endure the pressure at the deepest area. It's true that I often move around undersea, and I've found some strange areas. But it's the first time I saw such colossal ruins that are like this. Meiji pulled herself together and glanced at Ling Mei. I don't get along with that woman. We have competed many times in this Sea of Annihilation. I hope you don't establish any relationship with her. What kind of relationship can I establish with her? Shi Yin felt funny. You better not. Ling Mei is the expert in charge of the Sea of Annihilation of the mysterious Sky Clan. We've been competing for a long time, but I can hardly defeat her. This time, I have to defeat her once. Meiji was resolute. While talking, her milky breast shook and made enchanting, seducing waves. Shi Yan's eyes became hot as he grinned. His line of sight fell on the cleavage between her breasts. I'm some kind of key point in the battle between you guys. Yes, Meiji didn't deny. She admitted naturally. Since we were in Dragon Lizard Star, Tu Shiqi and Yi Yun have tried to create a good relationship with you. I think they know you have dark energy too, right? Shi Yan nodded. I knew it. If you didn't have dark energy, which ensures your breakthrough to the Territory Ancestor Realm later, how could they appreciate you that much? Ling Mei is the same. She expects to recruit you to be the non-native officer of the mysterious Sky Clan. That's how they will try to get one more Territory Ancestor Realm expert. Meiji sighed sadly. To the 7 great clans, competing for experts is crucial, and recruiting the Territory Ancestor Realm experts is the fiercest competition. A Territory Ancestor Realm expert can even change the general competence of one of the 7 clans. My clan didn't care about Batum's bad reputation, and they're willing to sacrifice me to recruit him. It's because he'll definitely enter the Territory Ancestor Realm. Then why don't you sacrifice yourself and marry Batum to increase your Phantom Clan's competencies? Shi Yin didn't smile and looked at her nonchalantly. You're so dedicated to the Phantom Clan. For the clan's welfare, it is logical for you to give yourself up to it, right? You want me to marry Batum? Meiji suddenly quieted down. After a long moment, she asked with a cold face. It has nothing to do with me. My feelings can't affect you. I'm just curious, Shi Yin said calmly. You don't want it. It's obvious. Why don't you dare to violate your clan's rule? Meiji's face was bitter. She shook her head and said in agony, I can't turn my back to my clan. Also, I don't dare to lose my clan's protection. Why? Asked Shi Yin. What I got today is all because of my clan. My family is there. Also, I've done many things for my clan lately. I've killed many people. They want my life. As I'm with my clan, they don't dare to attack me. If I leave the Phantom Clan, I can't live in peace, sighed Meiji. If Batum breaks through to the Territory Ancestor Realm fast, what will you do when he asks your clan to fulfill the promise? Asked Shi Yin. I don't know. I really don't know, and I don't dare to think too much about it. Meiji's charming face was filled with puzzlement. She herself didn't have an answer. Shi Yin didn't ask further. They had landed above the light curtain. The light curtain was like an arch of a sky covering the ruins beneath and preventing the sea water from getting through. This light curtain had a lot of magical absolute beginning tadpole symbols, which were moving and wiggling as if they had a life and consciousness. The blood streaks scattered here and there on the light curtain. Shi Yin focused and found that he couldn't see where the light curtain ended. 5 colors waves rippled from the light curtain and expanded toward Shi Yin. He was a little shocked. So many waves swarmed toward him and made him restless. He couldn't help but get out of Meiji's light protection. While Meiji was still frightened, he smiled comfortably as the water pressure seemed to vanish into thin air. He quietly watched here and there. Except for him, the others were all acting gingerly. They looked as if they were facing great enemies. Still, they hovered far away from those ripples. Seeing the waves hit Shi Yin, but still be comfortable, he even smiled and the others relaxed their tense nerves. A man in black armor from the mysterious Sky clan, standing by Ling, Mei deliberately reached out and caught a coming purple wave. He screeched painfully. Everybody looked at him in fear. They saw the flesh on his arm melt and leave only a piece of white bone. The light purple wave swarmed over and covered him entirely. Shortly after, he was no longer breathing because he was now a white skeleton falling into the bright light curtain. His frame became bone dust and blended with the sea water, washing away. Ling Mei couldn't help but scream ear-piercingly, "Move! All of you! Get away!" Except for Shi Yin, the others didn't need her to remind them. All retreated away as if they saw a ghost in daylight. They were all pale as they looked at those colorful waves. All of them looked aghast. Now, only Shi Yin stood there inside the ripples. He didn't even look a bit troubled. Farlo, Telika, Ling Mei, Yerberg, and Mei Ji stiffened. They looked at him as if they were watching a monster. Mei Ji was bewildered for a while, and then said, "Shi Yin, why are you still okay?" Shi Yin had seen the brutal accident happen to that member of the mysterious Sky clan. He knew why people were skeptical, but he didn't explain. Grinning, he immediately plunged through the light curtain. Magically, the light curtain seemed to make a slit for Shi Yin to go through. On the light curtain, the waves rippled and expanded. Ling Mei and Mei Ji were so wary of them. They couldn't help but retreat, trying to use their power Upanishad to break and prevent the terrible attack from the colorful waves. "Mei Ji, you know him well. Do you know what he did to get through the danger?" Yerberg screamed. Mei Ji frowned. "I just asked, but he didn't answer. I'm like you guys. I don't know anything." "What makes him different from the rest of us?" asked Farlo of the Black Demon clan. "I heard that this man has a wisp of the soul of an absolute beginning creature. It's what I got." Yerberg initially told the others what he knew. He understands the powers of the dark energy. Hesitating for a while, Ling Mei told the piece of information she had. As everybody wanted to intrude the ruins beneath, they had to find a solution to deal with those ripples. Thus, Ling Mei didn't want to conceal anything. She also wanted to find a solution. Fused with a wisp of the absolute beginning creature's soul, a warrior with dark energy? Farlo looked shocked. He's a just first sky of a mortal realm. Mind-blowing, right? Mei Ji parted her lips into a smile. "It's true. When I found that out, I was shaken too. Anyway, there are more shocking things. He got dark energy when he was at Incipient God Realm. Anyway, have you ever heard about anyone at Incipient God Realm get dark energy?" Listening to her, Ling Mei shivered. Finally, she knew why Tu Shirqi had sent her such a strange message. Tu Shirqi had told her to try her best to recruit Shi Yin. Even if she couldn't make Shi Yin the non-native officer of the mysterious Sky clan, she had to be able to create a good relationship with him. She should not offend him, and she should offer help whenever she could. After receiving the news, Ling Mei was bewildered. She thought that Tu Shirqi and his wife just made a fuss over something trivial. Today, she knew how Tu Shirqi and his wife could stand tall and see far. Mei Ji and the others were bound outside. Under the light curtain, Shi Yin slowly descended. It was like he had gotten through a layer of clouds to enter a whole new world. Everywhere in this world was a ruin. Even though they were ruins, they stood as tall and grand as a mountain. They were conical buildings made of an unknown stone material. Everything in his vision was the broken ancient buildings. A strange energy wandered around his body and got into his sea of consciousness. That energy came from the ripples. The reason why he wasn't hurt was because those ripples were actually dark energy. As his body was tamed with dark energy, he could absorb it. Dark energy was a sort of negative energy. It was very different from other kinds of common energy. However, Shi Yin's body wasn't affected. He lifted his head to see Ling Mei. Mei Ji and the others fluttered as he grinned. Concentrating, he released his co-soul and sensed the aura or something that was calling him. Shortly after, he got his direction. Shi Yin didn't mind the others, who were very astounded on the other side of the light curtain, heading toward an area. He was slow at first. Gradually, he accelerated. Deep undersea, Audrey was heading toward the vestige. Innumerable souls covered her like a big black cloak. Why do you suddenly want to go deep undersea? Ming Hong turned into a ghostly shadow and floated on her should. He was using power to make departed spirits and brutal souls cover her, saving her from the formidable water pressure. A voice is calling me constantly, said Audrey. A voice. Ming Hong was panicked. Perhaps it's related to some absolute beginning creature. Audrey didn't conceal it. You know, I've fused with the origin of the God-blessed mainland. Yeah, it's like fusing with a part of desolate. Ming Hong was excited when he heard Audrey said that. It should be something mysterious from the absolute beginning era. I think so, Audrey chuckled. Shortly after, Audrey had reached the light curtain with countless radiant ripples. With a strange light flaring in her eyes, she released her soul consciousness to check around. Sizzle, sizzle. Her soul consciousness melted when it touched the waves. What a powerful defense! Ming Hong screamed in surprise. Hey! All of a sudden, a voice called from afar. A silhouette dashed rapidly and reached Audrey in almost a blink of an eye. Oh, it's you! Audrey and Mei Ji screamed in astonishment. Chapter 1423, Meet Old Friends. Chapter 1423, Meet Old Friends, _ Dozens of thousands of gray souls hovered around Audrey like innumerable clusters of clouds. It looked like she was wearing a long fishtail dress with souls like waves on the hem and scales on the body of her dress. Each of those souls emitted a dangerous aura. The 7 brutal souls had resized and turned into precious armor on her shoulders, waist, and back. If one didn't look carefully, he couldn't recognize them. Especially at her left shoulder, Ming Hong was just as big as a small palm. He crouched so people thought he was just a small flower decorating her dress. However, at first glance, Mei Ji knew what it was. After screaming, Mei Ji had strange light in her eyes. She immediately lowered her voice and said in astonishment, Sing had refined dozens of thousands of souls and even 7 brutal souls for several thousand years. You got them all? Mei Ji discolored before Audrey answered because she suddenly recognized another possibility. She acted as if she was facing the archenemy. Ice began to appear on her body. You're Sing, aren't you? She hissed and felt panic-stricken. Audrey had only incipient God realm cultivation base. She was the most suitable object for Sing to possess. With dozens of souls gathering around her, Sing could have robbed Audrey's soul. I'm not him. Audrey was surprised, but she acted fast. She turned to look at Ming Hong and felt lucky. Without Ming Hong, a precursor in her clan at incipient God realm, even if she could use all of her power, she couldn't absorb dozens of thousands of souls that Sing had spent thousands of years to tame and refine. She wouldn't have had such a marvelous encounter. Prove it. Mei Ji was cautious. She doesn't need to do that, Ming Hong snorted. His small body was swelling like a balloon. Shortly after, he became more than 100 meters tall and hovered like a demogorgon above Audrey's head. This woman is hurt badly. She hasn't recovered yet. The 6 brutal souls, and I can deal with her or even kill her. Ming Hong's voice arose in Audrey's head and told her his competence. Of course, Mei Ji couldn't hear him. Anyway, seeing Ming Hong transform, she knew that he didn't mean good. Her thoughts flickered and she reacted. You thought that I killed Shi Yin and refined the absolute beginning soul in his soul. I don't think so. Audrey shook her head. You're powerful, but it's not easy to deal with Shi Yin. Anyway, I don't sense his aura on you. Thus, he must be still alive. You aren't Sing. Mei Ji was surprised. From Audrey's tone, she could guess her real identity. Pondering, she sighed. You're right. I can't refine that rascal. He's right down there. He asked me to find you. Underneath? Yeah, right in the ruins under the light curtain. Only he could get through it. We're stopped here. See those ripples? They're too fatal. We haven't had a solution to dissolve it yet. While they were talking, Ling Mei, Farlow, and Yerber were using their powers and secret weapons to attack the light protection. The cold blue light stabbed the light dome. Hundreds of small boxes moved like the fish, arraying a formation. Then all the boxes opened. Thunder reverberated grumblingly. Boom, boom, boom. Thunder roared and sounded like a massive hammer pounding on a light dome. The fatal ripples exploded and created a hole. Teleka nodded, but he actually felt painful inwardly. Lightning flashed. Then, so many lightning balls emerged from the incipient extent above his head before he retrieved the boxes. It was a secret treasure that the territory ancestor realm precursor in his clan had awarded him when he had broken through to the immortal realm. It was so strong, but he couldn't use it continuously. It was his life protection treasure, anyway. While trapped in those green bubbles, he had used this treasure to escape. He had used it once, and today, to eliminate the dangerous waves, he had to use it again. He successfully created a crack on the light dome. As soon as the crack appeared, Teleka hadn't reacted yet when Yerber grinned and plunged through the crack first. The black armored men of the mysterious Sky clan behind Ling Mei also wanted to jump into the ruins. Ling Mei rose one hand to stop them and said earnestly, "Don't rush. Let him go first to check." They halted and appraised their leader for being cautious. They knew that this area was so strange and malicious. That's why their leader had to be Ginger. They then watched Yerberg. Yerberg got through the cracks smoothly. Nothing dangerous happened to him. Go, go, now. Ling Mei's eyes brightened. Her hot body moved like a flame and dashed faster than Farlow, storming toward the seabed. Farlow and the members of the mysterious Sky clan followed her closely through the crack, one after another. We should get in there first. We'll talk about it later. While Meiji was talking to Audrey, she still paid attention to the others. Seeing Yerber worm through the crack, she knew that they had made some progress. She talked to Audrey and then turned into an icy light, shooting toward the crack. Audrey didn't say much. She hurried to follow Meiji. Shadows like arrows got through the crack to enter the world under the light dome. Several seconds after Audrey disappeared, the crack closed. The ripples that had just exploded flooded over and fixed the crack. The light dome closed one more time. Dash. Following the call in his soul, Shi Yin was moving through the vast ruins on the seabed. He glided above the grand, colossal buildings, which looked as small as the rocks. The world inside the light dome was even wider than an entire life star. Shi Yan's released soul consciousness reported to him a vast area, which seemed to not have borders. The call in his soul sounded pretty close. However, when he was pursuing it, it turned to be a great distance. A wisp of soul consciousness was sent to the heavenly fantasy star compass. Checking the time measurement, he was surprised. After entering the light curtain, he had continuously flown without a single second of resting. With the speed of a warrior with space power Upanishad like him, he had flown for half a month. After half a month flying crazily without a moment for rest, he could get through half of the entire agate star area. However, he hadn't reached the location of the call, which sounded within a reach in his mind. The world under the light dome was indeed immensely vast. He had spent his efforts traveling for 15 days. He didn't have time to observe the colossal buildings underneath. Also, as he hadn't noticed those ancient ruins, he didn't know they were built in many strange shapes: an egg, a cone, a tower, and something bizarre. They were really different. Sometimes, something shimmered deep in those ruins. It seemed like there was a cold metal piece there. In a short glimpse, when he glided over, he could catch their light. Sure, Yin didn't mind them much. Time flew as fast as the shutter. 5 days passed like a blink of an eye. Shi Yin halted and looked ahead as he couldn't subside his surprised countenance. A massive building stood like a soul altar with hundreds of floors. Those floors stacked up and created a building like a 10,000-meter-high mountain. This ancient building had countless windows, and each of them was large, though. Also, surprisingly, it was well preserved. There was no discernible damage. The archaic soul altar-like building was shimmering in a metal gold light. Countless magical tadpole symbols were like billions of fish swimming on the building unceasingly. However, at a closer look, even though there were billions of symbols, all of them were the same. They were an unknown, absolute beginning word. Billions of identical symbols were moving around the walls of the massive, mountain-like building. That building looked like a huge fortress that reached the sky. While the symbols were moving, they lit up the entire building and glowed in a cold halo that could threaten the souls. Sure, Yin looked at the building from a far distance. He shivered, his eyes strange. The energy that fluctuated the call came from those billions of symbols. While they were swimming around, the call ran directly into his sea of consciousness. An archaic sound that was replaying endlessly shook his co-soul on the tier of heaven flames. This vibrant call had burst his heaven flames. Thud! Thud! Two sounds of the rock being lifted arose from the ruins beside the ancient building, but they weren't really loud. Yin was sensitive enough to check it. Discoloring, he pulled himself to observe the area, which was relatively close to him. The two persons that shouldn't be here emerged from the pile of rocks. They lifted their heads and screamed in fear. Yin, God Lord Brian, Ming Hao. Yin was so frightened that his heart almost jumped out of his chest. Brian, the chief of the God Clan, and Ming Hao, the sole control chief of the bloodthirsty force. Hui had used its supernatural power to teleport them away. And now, they emerged from the piles of rocks under this ancient building. It was unimaginable. Why are you here? Why are you two here? Yin, the God Lord, and Ming Hao had screamed at the same time. They were so dumbstruck, and they felt that this was really weird. We've been trapped here all the time. Ming Hao pondered for a few seconds. He stood on the rocks, still in his soul form. While he was talking, he lifted his head to look at the colossal building with countless swimming absolute beginning symbols. He said with respect, "We weren't here at first. Brian had received a call, so we tracked it down and came here. We want to solve this riddle. Anyway, after dozens of years, we couldn't figure out anything. You also got the soul call." Yin was baffled. Brian, the God Lord, was sitting cross-legged. He glanced at Yin, his eyes strange. "It turns out you came here because of the call, too. Perhaps it's because the memory I got from fusing with Desolate wasn't enough to decode this mystery. Perhaps after I kill you and get your soul, I can get into the ancient building." He got up immediately. "Ming Hao, do you want to get trapped here forever or get out of here? If you want to leave, don't stop me from killing this kid. I want his co-soul. You can have his host soul and his devouring power, Upanishad. What do you think?" Chapter 1424, I don't dare to make that step. Chapter 1424, I don't dare to make that step. Underscore. The God Lord Brian stood up. His eyes had the light of the sun, moon, and the stars, his body radiating brilliant lights. He looked like a light angel. He turned to Ming Hao, his face nonchalant. "You and I've been trapped here for so many years. Our territory is at its most critical time. Maybe Hui is invading us. If you don't want to see only a blank void when we go home, and if you don't want to see all the races killed, you know what to choose." Pausing for a while, Brian took a deep breath. "There's something you know already. If our territory is destroyed, and if Hui killed Desolate, all the creatures that Desolate has created, and all the souls that were born in Desolate territory would perish in just a blink. You and I can never escape the bind of fate, unless we can reach the immortal realm soon. There's another way to survive, perhaps." The archaic building was emitting cold light. Ming Hao was just as big as an ant on the rock compared to the colossal building. He frowned and contemplated. Yin knew that Ming Hao was hesitant. He was considering the God Lord's suggestion. Being trapped for dozens of years, Ming Hao knew that the complete ancient building would be the key for them to leave this place. Brian, the God Lord, had the origin of the ancient God continent, which was also a wisp of Desolate soul. As he came here following the call, it would be the key to unlock this area. The God Lord's suggestion was tempting. Brian wanted Yin's co-soul, and he was willing to give up the host soul with the marvelous devouring power Upanishad, which helped him receive Bloodthirsty's inheritance. It was a lie if he said he wasn't tempted. However, Ming Hao still hesitated. Yin was the heir that Bloodthirsty had chosen. He was the new master of this generation. He also had the origin of the ancient continent. He had qualifications to decode the mysteries of this ancient building too. Joining hands with Yin to kill the God Lord and let him discover the building was another option. However, this option was going to be tough. He knew how powerful the God Lord was. He had fought against the God Lord for many years in this area. He knew him well. Even if he got Yin on his side now, he wasn't so sure about the success rate. He hesitated and switched his line of sight from the God Lord to Yin. Suddenly, his face stiffened as he pried, "Immortal realm?" Dozens of years passed since we had thrown them here, but it had not been 100 years yet. Yin had advanced a big step to the immortal realm. Ming Hao was astounded indeed. The God Lord also found this. He discolored slightly. "As you can break through to the immortal realm in just a short time, if I don't kill you now, I won't get a chance later." He then turned to Ming Hao. "It's my chance. This is also your chance. If you let it go, you'll have to serve him for the rest of your life." The same thing happened 10,000 years ago. You had to serve Bloodthirsty, and you'll have to serve him. "Ming Hao, I understand you. I know who you are. What makes you hesitant?" "Ming Hao, I've met Ming Hong. He's alive. He has been in the sea domain of nihility all the time. And now, he has fused with Audrey," said Yin all of a sudden. Ming Hao was shaken. "He's still alive?" "Ming Hao, kill him. When you get his soul, you can search through his memories," said the God Lord coldly. "Is it really hard to leave this place? If so, how could I come here easily?" said Yin. Ming Hao lifted his head and looked at Yin. "Didn't we send you here?" This time, the God Lord was also surprised. "I came here from the Sea of Annihilation through the light curtain. Above us is the Sea of Annihilation, the most lively and bustling area of the sea domain of nihility with hundreds of races," said Yin calmly. Ming Hao and the God Lord's eyes brightened. "Do you know the location of the entrance to our territory?" Yin was moved. "Of course, yes." Ming Hao looked at the massive building behind him and the light curtain above their heads. "If we can get out of this place, I can find the territory entrance to go back. If you can get in here, you can get out too. Anyway, the two of us have tried. No matter what we do, we can't break the light curtain above. Also, the key to opening the light curtain is possibly in there." He pointed at the ancient building in front of them. "What does it say?" "It's an absolute beginning word." "What does it mean?" asked Yin. "Ask him," frowned Ming Hao. Yin turned to the God Lord. "You've fused with the heaven flame more than me. I've traveled through the sea domain of nihility. I know one thing. If you can fuse all the heaven flames, you can finally open the soul of the absolute beginning creature and get to know the secret of the old times. You can understand the absolute beginning languages, and you can comprehend dark energy too. If all the heaven flames are merged into one, I can learn dark energy?" Brian interrupted him excitedly. He suddenly shouted, "Who told you that?" "The experts of the 7 great clans in the sea domain of nihility. They all agree with that. Some know that I have a wisp of the soul of an absolute beginning creature, so they've chased after me. They want to take my soul to break through the territory ancestor realm," explained Yin. "Territory ancestor realm?" Ming Hao and the God Lord looked at each other. "After the immortal realm, it's the territory ancestor realm. Bloodthirsty should be a territory ancestor expert. Dark energy is the key to break through." Yin was surprised that the 2 supreme experts in desolate territory, the highest existences, didn't know about this realm. Now, he knew how isolated the desolate territory was and how far it had drifted away from sea domain of nihility. "I've been dedicatedly studying Bloodthirsty's remains for 10,000 years. I had never thought about fusing the heaven flame completely. I was steered incorrectly from the start. It turns out that the correct way was right inside me. It's not fun at all." Brian didn't know if he should smile or cry. His face became strange. "I've been to the sea domain of nihility for many years, but I haven't met any creature. I thought that the sea domain of nihility was really a place of nothing. Why could you meet a lot of people?" Ming Hao was skeptical. Yin couldn't explain that. He didn't know that Ming Hong had the answer they needed, either. The route those precursors had taken was derived from the center of the sea domain of nihility to somewhere remote and unknown. Of course, they couldn't meet any high-level free creatures in this vast sea of stars? I don't know. When you meet Ming Hong, you can ask him. Shiyin shook his head. I'm still one step away from fusing all the heaven flames. Recently, I've always restrained myself not to make that step. The God Lord looked at the building with the unknown symbols, his face reluctant. What are you afraid of? Asked Shiyin. As you've said, after I've completely fused with the heaven flames, I can trigger the memory of the soul to understand dark energy. At my realm, I can reach the territory ancestor realm successfully. I can understand the absolute beginning languages too. Anyway, I'm not sure if I will still be me if that happens. What do you mean? Ming Hao changed his visage. Is it what it has been waiting for the whole time? For me to finally fuse with its soul completely? Will I become part of it and lose myself completely? When that happens, who can tell if I will be just a part of its soul, and its soul will swallow me completely? It has been several years, and I still don't have the guts to make that step. I'm hesitant because of this, the God Lord whispered. Ming Hao knitted his brows. Shiyin looked pensive. He understood the God Lord's concerns. In fact, what the God Lord was concerned about was also his issue. He was worried that one day, when the Co-Soul finally fused all the heaven flames, he would lose himself instantly. The origin of Grace Mainland would replace him. However, he didn't have deep thoughts like the God Lord. I want to ask you, how many souls do you have? Asked Shiyin. Of course, only one. The God Lord replied, and then said, I know you have 2 souls. You're not like us. The devouring power Upanishad that you have is too evil. You're Desolate's archenemy. If you hadn't had the Co-Soul, your soul would have been swallowed by the origin of Grace Mainland. The God Lord's eyes brightened. His heart beat faster when he thought about something. He knew what Shiyin was going to say next. Indeed. Shiyin smiled straightforwardly. Then why do you want to kill me? Even if you kill me to get my soul, you still have only one soul. You will still be afraid because you don't know what will happen when you stimulate the soul with the origin. You don't know if you'll be replaced or not. You're scared, but I'm not. I have 2 souls. I have more options than you. Even if it happens as you say, I will at most lose my Co-Soul, and that won't kill me. Ming Hao understood. He turned to the God Lord and said, If you are afraid, we can let him try it first. Let him fuse with the heaven flames and see what will happen. We don't know how long it will take until he completely fuses all the heaven flames. I've been waiting for 10,000 years, snorted the God Lord. I still have 2 flows of heaven flames to fuse. I think it won't take up to 1 billion years, grinned Shiyin. The God Lord kept silent. After a long time, he sat back on his pile of rocks. Maybe I should wait longer. He was still afraid. He was afraid that he would be replaced by the ancient god continent's origin after he had merged all the heaven flames. A long, long time ago, Bloodthirsty's last words had told him that he was just a pawn of Desolate. He was just a pawn to kill Bloodthirsty. He could feel Desolate's power every minute in his territory. Because he was aware of Desolate's existence. He knew how terrible it was. Thus, he was scared. Also, he had spent 10,000 years studying Bloodthirsty's remains. Headed this as he wanted to learn dark energy. He didn't dare to make the final step. From some aspect, he thought Bloodthirsty was right, so what he said had affected him for 10,000 years. Of course, if he fused with the last heaven flame to perceive dark energy and reach the territory ancestor realm, but was still himself and not replaced by the origin of the ancient god continent, there would be nothing to discuss. If that happened, Bloodthirsty's last words were just a lie to harm him. That expert had arranged him another match that had held him back for 10,000 years, making him stuck at the peak of a mortal realm. The God Lord couldn't guess what would happen. He had to wait until Shiyin had fused the heaven flame to guess and to know Bloodthirsty's real intentions. Chapter 1425, It is Life. Chapter 1425, It is Life _ Go there and see if you can break the light curtain. While Brian the God Lord was sinking in his thoughts, Ming Hao suggested to Shiyin to soar up into the sky. Shiyin nodded and didn't think too much about it. He floated up and flew to the light dome that looked like the sky. After a while, He was hovering right below the light curtain. Observing the ground, he found ruins everywhere. Only the building where Ming Hao and the God Lord were in was intact. Turning into a starlight jet, he tried to pierce through the light curtain. Boom! It was like he had barged into an invisible rubber wall. His body was forced backward. He urged dark energy, hiding his body and storming forward again. Boom! He bounced back again. His body ached so hard that he thought his frame would break. Wincing, he frowned and assessed the light curtain. He found that the ripples were just outside. They didn't exist inside. The light curtain had stopped them. The sea water above the light curtain rolled and seethed. It looked like Shi Yan's impact had created that. A starlight saber stabbed the light curtain. Crack! The saber exploded and turned into a sprinkle of starlight dots. The light curtain stayed the same. He frowned and tried the sharp space saber this time. However, an unknown force had stimulated his energy and exploded it before he could form a space saber. After trying many times, Shi Yan gradually lost hope. His face grew heavy. It's strange. It's like a one-way barrier. I've tried all my tricks, but I can't get through the light curtain. He returned to Ming Hao and Brian, his face strange. I guess you've tried everything you can in the dozens of years you were trapped here, right? Ming Hao and Brian grimaced when they heard him. They looked at the building covered with absolute beginning symbols and said nothing. After a while, Brian said coldly, "It seems like it's the key. We were right. If only we can explore this ancient building, we will find a way to leave." Ming Hao nodded to him as he also agreed with his conclusion. The ruins under the light curtain. As soon as Audrey landed, she didn't say anything but flew toward the direction of the call. It was also where Shi Yan was. Meiji kept an eye on her. Seeing Audrey have a target, she had an idea to follow her silently. Ling Mei, Farlow, and Yerberg landed in the middle of the ruins. They observed and became bewildered upon seeing the massive vestige. This place looks like an ancient city. Something happened, and it became ruins. Yerberg walked around and found nothing precious. It's really massive. We should disperse. Perhaps we will find something. What do you think? Farlow and Ling Mei wore cold faces. Before they found something, they didn't want to start a dispute. They scattered and raked through the ruins with the hope of finding something. After an unknown time, a gray silhouette descended from the sky and landed by Farlow and Teleka. He was extremely ugly and had a fat body like a meatball. His face had so many lumps like toad skin. Briefly speaking, he looked nauseating. This old, disgusting man had a pair of narrow eyes, which were sparkling a sinister light. He was holding a rhombus staff inlaid with a lot of precious gems. He landed, lifted his head, and said, "You can come now. There's no problem. Remember what you've promised me." As soon as he finished, Tate of the Soul Clan laughed and slowly landed, followed by several members of his clan. An elderly woman from the Devouring clan with an erosive aura came after Tate. Her deep, turquoise eyes had a strange light as they were raking around like a venomous snake. Farlow and Teleka discolored in fear. They panicked and looked at those who had just arrived. They had been in this vast vestige for several days without finding anything. Today, when they saw someone they knew, they were discreetly frightened. "Greetings, Precursor Batum." After being astonished for a while, Teleka smiled and greeted the ugly, fat old man. Batum was like a round ball that was even more loathsome than a toad. He rolled his eyes at Teleka and grinned. "Black Demon Clan. You're fast. How are you doing? Did you find anything?" While talking, his eyes scanned Teleka and Farlow as if he would rob them when he found something. Teleka and Farlow were chilled. Instinctively, they moved backward. Teleka said, "Nothing. There are only ruins here. We haven't found anything valuable." He rose his hands and continued. "Before we came here, we asked our Precursor for permission. He knows where we are. Precursor, don't trouble us." "How do you know I would trouble you guys?" Batum curled his lips, his face malicious and dark. "Meiji is here too," said Farlow all of a sudden. It was a good topic to shift Batum's focus. His narrow eyes brightened and he laughed vulgarly. "My woman is here. Excellent. I've been trying to find her several times. She wasn't home. It turns out that she came to this place after she returned to the Sea of Annihilation. My woman is very active. She has good intelligence, too. Don't waste our time, snorted the old woman of the devouring clan. She impatiently rolled her eyes at Batum. Batum wore a cold face. Tate invited me here. I'm not subjected to you. You shouldn't tell me what to do. Precursors, please don't. Tate hurried to reconcile them. We have the same goal. Moreover, I have better information. We shouldn't have internal conflicts at this moment. To find this place, our soul clan has planned for years. Hundreds of warriors died. Today, we finally got here. Don't start another battle before we find something. Batum and the devouring clan woman didn't say more. They snorted and turned away. Farlow and Telika exchanged looks. They saw fear in each other's eyes. Finally, they knew they had just shallow information. For this vestige, the Soul Clan had sacrificed hundreds of warriors. They had planned this for years. Tate's teacher also came to the Sea of Annihilation this time. They didn't know why he had to come here, but now they knew. They finally realized that Tate's teacher came here because of this vestige. Then, they turned to look around to find that old freak. However, they didn't see him. Where's my woman? Batum gazed at Telika. Telika forced a smile and shook his head. As soon as she came, she left. This place is so spacious. Who knows where she is? Your woman. Telika disdained him secretly. Recalling when Shi Yin and Mei Ji stated their relationship, he was waiting to see how outrageous Batum would be when he learned about that. He didn't dare to tell him now, as he was afraid that Batum wouldn't care about the Black Demon Clan and kill him and Farlow if he got enraged. Prioritize our business. Tate looked at the area ahead. We should reach the destination first. Batum and the old woman from the devouring clan nodded. Tate guided them toward the direction Audrey and Mei Ji had disappeared. Watching them hurry to leave, Farlow pondered for a while and then said, "It seems like we only have shallow information. As soon as Mei Ji came here, she headed to that direction too. It means that something important was there. Why would we waste our time here? Let's go. We should go there and see. At least we have to know what happened, so we have something to report to the clan when we go home," said Telika begrudgingly. Deep inside the ruins under the light dome, Ling Mei and the members of the mysterious Sky Clan were searching around. Suddenly, they lifted their heads to look. Batum, Tate, and the others were gliding above their heads. Batum stooped to see her. He looked surprised, but he didn't stop. Ling Mei let out a slight cough and gathered her clansmen. Batum and Tate are here. They're heading to the same direction Mei Ji had left. They didn't stop along the way. It seems like they know something we don't. We shouldn't walk around aimlessly like this. Madam, please decide, thundered the men. We're going there too, Ling Mei decided, and then led her fellows by flying up. Soon, they found Telika and Farlow behind. They were more certain with the decision to go this direction. If we can't explore this ancient building, we will never be able to leave. This place is the key. Minghao stooped like a meditating monk. I can't sense the call here. Only you two have the ability to do that. Think harder. What method do I have? The God Lord's voice was so cold. If I had a solution, I would have done a long time ago. You can't get in there? Shi Yin was surprised. You can try, ridiculed the God Lord. Let me think for a while. As Shi Yin found that the God Lord can't do anything, he didn't hurry to try. He found a place and sat on the rock pile not far from the other two. He lifted his head to observe the building with the moving absolute beginning symbols and tried to think. Quietly, Shi Yin moved his soul altar to stimulate the power Upanishads and change them constantly. The star devouring, space, and death power Upanishads took turns moving. The aura on his body changed accordingly. It was immense, and then it turned into a bottomless dark cave. The next moment, it disappeared and reappeared with heavy death chi. His aura changed marvelously. He was urging the life, power Upanishad. All of a sudden, a strong vibe came from the tier of power Upanishad. The life power Upanishad surged. His head now became a sea of life with endless vitality. Almost instantaneously, billions of absolute beginning symbols on the ancient building glowed as bright as the stars. Brian and Ming how discolored as they were dumbstruck. They lifted their heads to look at the brilliant ancient building. At the same time, Shurian suddenly understood the meaning of those absolute beginning words. So many identical absolute beginning symbols had the same and only meaning: life.